All right, TRD Pro Storm Chasers are live. We have a tornado emergency in Arkansas right now, and we're about to get into it here and start covering. So let's get rolling. We're going to zoom right in here to the radar. I'm going to talk about exactly what's happening. So you can see here we have a tornado warning, specifically a tornado emergency here in Arkansas. We're going to cover the text here on this. Tornado emergency for southeastern Randolph, northeastern Jackson, Lawrence County, and east central Sharp County in eastern and north central Arkansas until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. 7:43 p.m. Central Time, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed 14 miles east of Cherokee Village, moving east at 45. This is a tornado emergency, the highest level of tornado warnings for those areas. Particularly dangerous situation.
They actually just continued the tornado emergency.
All right, so it's extended.
Yeah.
Tornado emergency extended. Deadly tornado is the hazard. This is a confirmed large destructive tornado on the ground in Arkansas. We have it right here live on radar. I'm going to zoom right into this thing now. So you can see it here. Right now we have the tornado. If we take a look at the latest scans here, stop it right where it's at.
The velocity is getting stronger.
So
on scans now.
right
it's
here.
trying to get a hook going.
So we have it right here in Arkansas, just to the west of Black Rock. So in the area of Black Rock, and it looks like Portia, Portia, if I'm pronouncing that right. That tornado will be basically just to the west, coming right into those areas. So if anybody is in those areas, they need to be seeking very safe shelter wherever they can get to an interior lowest floor, interior room lowest floor, and wherever they can at this point in time, because this is a very serious situation. We have a large destructive tornado on the ground in Arkansas, approaching the town of Black Rock, as you can see here. And I'll circle it on the area where we're focused on, or right here. Again, tornado emergency. This is the highest level of tornado warning that there is. This is kind of, while there was a tornado threat today, I think the fact that there's a tornado emergency maybe has caught some folks certainly off guard right now. Taking a look at social media here as well to try to get a feel for any footage that's coming in here. So I'm going to be looking at that. Pull that back up here in a moment. Pull up the text here.
New tornado warning issued for Arkansas. Here is the full text of this warning. Attention! The National Weather Service in Little Rock has issued a tornado warning for southeastern Randolph County in eastern Arkansas, northeastern Jackson County in eastern Arkansas, Lawrence County in eastern Arkansas, east central Sharp County in north central Arkansas. Until 8:30 p.m. Central Time. At 7:43 p.m. CDT, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed near Ravendon, or 14 miles east of Cherokee Village, moving east at 45 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for Bono, Black Rock, and Walnut Ridge. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. Hazard: deadly tornado. Source: weather spotters confirm tornado. Impact: you are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Locations impacted include Pocahontas, Walnut Ridge, Hoxie, Black Rock, Lake Charles State Park in Bono, Ravendon, College City, Portia, Linoqueen, Alicia, Ravendon, Springs, Minturn, and Evie, Sedgwick, Smithville, Williford, Powhatan, Strangers Home. This includes US Highway 67 between mile markers 109 and 121. Precautionary preparedness actions. To repeat, a large, extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is on the ground. To protect your life, take cover now. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building. Avoid windows. If in a mobile home, a vehicle, or outdoors, move to the closest substantial shelter and protect yourself from flying debris. A large and extremely dangerous tornado is on the ground. Take immediate tornado precautions. This is an emergency situation. End of warning.
So you can hear there that's the full text of the tornado warning. As I'm monitoring social media here, I am seeing reports on social media, though I have not seen footage of this yet, but am seeing reports on social media of multiple reports of homes and buildings that are completely destroyed.
Softball size hail.
You're getting reports of up to softball size hail?
Yes. Also there's
There is one new tornado warning for
Black
Arkansas.
Rock just got hit. It was
Okay.
one of the towns affected in the tornado emergency.
All right, and they just updated the continuation of the tornado warning. They're continuing to use the language confirm large and destructive tornado on the ground over the town of Black Rock, moving southeast at 50 miles an hour. This is a destructive tornado doing significant damage on the ground at this time. So this is again as serious of a situation as it gets. I'm perusing the social media here, hoping to get a little bit more here shortly. But you can see on the radar here, this is definitely serious. You can see right over Black Rock, right here on the radar, right in this area. This is where large destructive tornado confirmed on the ground right now. And you can see here, there looks like there's a spotter report coming in right out of Black Rock. So I'm going to try to get to that here in a moment, if I can try to get that to pop up.
Yeah, Walnut Ridge is the next town to get hit by this.
Walnut Ridge?
Yes, Black Rock's really getting it right now.
Yeah, I see that. And there's big hail core in that thing, too.
A debris ball just spiked right as it went over that town.
Yeah,
That
so
must mean it's doing some pretty significant damage.
yeah, and this is just saying law enforcement confirmed tornado on the ground west of Black Rock on Lawrence Highway. That was 7:58 p.m. Central Time, so about 10 minutes ago now. So we know that's the case. And in parallel to that, we're getting the reports of significant damage in the area there, on at least unconfirmed reports of this on social media at this point. So again, waiting to get some sort of footage here to see exactly see what we got going on here. More on the ground in the field.
The good news is, after Walnut Ridge, there is a bit of a break on it going through towns, so people have more time to get to a safe place.
You know, I will say this though, if we back out on this a little bit here, let me go back here and look at this. So the movement on this thing is directionally in the Jonesboro, Arkansas direction. Now, I'm not saying that's going to necessarily take a direct hit. It looks like it could go a bit to the northeast of Jonesboro, but it's definitely too close for comfort at this point in time. If you're in Jonesboro,
it might clip the northeast side of Jonesboro.
Northeast side. So yeah. Yep. And that's now you can see Jonesboro is in this tornado emergency here, at least the way it's outlined on the radar here, at least a good portion of Jonesboro. So if you're in Jonesboro, Arkansas, Brookland, Lake City, Sedgwick, particular Sedgwick, if you are in Sedgwick, Arkansas, this thing is bearing down on you at this point. It's at Walnut Ridge. Sedgwick is next. Then Bono, Brookland, Jonesboro, Lake City, all of those areas there, and in particular a much more highly populated area in Jonesboro, you need to be getting to your safe zone, your best interior room on the lowest floor that you have. This is a serious situation. Again, this is not a radar indicated rotation scenario here. This is a confirmed large destructive tornado on the ground, confirmed by weather spotters, confirmed by law enforcement at this point in time. Jonesboro, Arkansas is now under a tornado emergency. Right now, this thing is in the vicinity of Black Rock and Walnut Ridge, really more likely here approaching or over Walnut Ridge at this juncture. We're going to continue to stay on this here, looking at really trying to zoom in on this more here to see on the scans here. Definitely can see, as we're getting confirmed reports of large hail associated with this as well, undoubtedly. You can see that on the radar. So that's definitely happening. It's right along where this tornado actually is here as I look on the radar. So yeah, very dangerous situation here. And zoom in on this thing. Yeah, just over Black Rock, just east of Lynn, this town of Minturn has it coming close. Hoaxie is definitely about to get hit. There's a report there that just came in with less than a minute ago. This is a confirmed report less than a minute ago, 1 mile east-southeast of this Hoaxie or Walnut Ridge here. Confirmed 1 minute ago, large observed wedge tornado on the ground coming into Walnut Ridge. So this is a confirmed large wedge tornado coming into the town of Walnut Ridge. So hopefully everybody in Walnut Ridge here has got themselves into their best safe spot that they can get to, in an interior room, lowest floor. Again, a confirmed large wedge tornado is on the ground, about to slam into the town of Walnut Ridge. There's a town here, looks like, called Hoxie, not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. After that, Sedgwick, Arkansas is next up in the path of this thing. Minturn, Bono, and unfortunately here, Jonesboro, Arkansas is not that far out from this thing at this point. So if we look at the distance on this, if we're saying this large destructive tornado is confirmed as of 2 minutes ago on the ground near Walnut Ridge, this thing is about 20, just over 20 miles out from Jonesboro, Arkansas, moving in that general direction, with Jonesboro under a tornado emergency at this point in time. So, again, whether or not this thing actually impacts the heart of Jonesboro, whether or not it goes just to the northeast, but somewhere between Jonesboro, Arkansas, and Brookland, this town off just to the northeast of Jonesboro, somewhere between Jonesboro and Brooklyn, this thing is going to go through.
And it's also moving pretty fast. It's going 45 miles per hour.
Is that what they're saying now? It's moving at about 45, 50 miles an hour.
That's
so this
tornado warning system.
Yeah, so this thing's moving. It's near Walnut Ridge, confirmed large destructive tornado on the ground. This is not a radar indicated. This is a confirmed on the ground tornado, large wedge. Confirmation of that is there, heading directionally towards Jonesboro, Arkansas. I hate to say it. Obviously, it's a large populated area, relatively speaking. And this thing is heading in that direction. Now, hopefully, again, trying to eye the movement on this and the velocity here. So if it's kind of moving like generally like this, you're looking at somewhere between Jonesboro and Brooklyn, Arkansas, are going to get hit by this thing. And assuming this thing stays as it is, stays on the ground, stays large wedge size, this is going to become a problem pretty quickly here. Because again, for Jonesboro area, this thing right now is showing to be out about 20-ish miles, just over 20 miles out from the Jonesboro area. And it is heading inbound to that general area. So at a pace of 50 miles an hour, you can figure it out. You're within 20, 25 minutes with this thing starting to bear down. So now is the time. If you're in Jonesboro, Arkansas, now is the time.
We just have to hope it dissipates.
Hope this thing weakens, dissipates, and hopefully, again, from location perspective, hopefully can miss Jonesboro here.
I got photos of
You got
tornado.
photos of it coming in now?
Well, it was taken on like a sky cam of some sort, but
Here, right here? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to pull this up on the screen also here. Let me minimize this out and get our social media feed up here so we can take a look at what photos and images are coming in here. So let me get this off to the side. I'm going to pull this up. zoom this down. Give me 1 second here. So here's an image that has just come in. This is something that's come through on the tornado emergency. You can see here, this is what appears to be the tornado. Don't know exactly when this was taken, so not sure if this is exactly what it looks like at this juncture in time.
I think the person says it was from Discord, but
okay.
It seems like it was from like recent times.
All right, so what I'm going to do is let me move this back over. I'm going to put up another screen here as well on this. Give me one moment here to pull up another thing I'm getting at here. One moment. I'm going to pull up a new window here. Get to Twitter up here. All right, and we're going to search up Arkansas. Again, for those just joining, tornado emergency in Arkansas. This includes a good portion of Jonesboro for a large destructive tornado confirmed on the ground. So this is definitely not radar indicated. This is the real deal here at this point. Let me pull up. I'm going to bring back up here our social media feed. Get that back up on the screen here in one moment. All right, here we go. Drag this down. This up. So I'm keeping the radar going here, trying to give a look here. So as we scroll through. Okay, so we got this one here, Walnut Ridge, Arkansas.
Yeah, that's the shelf. Look at this. No, that's the shelf. Look at this. No, that's the shelf. Look at this. No,
Let's try to back this up a tad here. Here's one kind of a still. Here's that's blurry, so apologies for the blur on that, but it's coming off of a social media feed here. But you can definitely see there what we're dealing with. This was the other image here that we had from earlier.
That's the shelf. Look at this. No, that's the shelf. Look at this. No, that's the shelf. Look at this. No, that's the shelf. Look at this.
So definitely getting a view. This is definitely on the ground as I'm looking at the latest radar feed here. Let me move this back here. So this thing, as it's moving southeastward, generally towards the Jonesboro area, this is going to be really close. This thing definitely is still on the ground from the radar feed here. Latest velocity imagery definitely shows this thing on the ground. And as we said, at 8:11 is the last report I've seen on the network here. And that was confirming a large destructive tornado near Walnut Ridge. So it's past Walnut Ridge now. It's hitting the area of Sedgwick. So Sedgwick, Arkansas right now this thing's right on top of them. So hopefully everyone's in their safe space there. Bono, Brooklyn next. And again, you can kind of see the direction on this. Here's Jonesboro. If I kind of just circle the area here, here's a much more highly populated area circled in here. And you can see the general movement on this is going to take it really close to Jonesboro. Hopefully it stays just to the northeast. That would be the best. That would be the best to keep this thing just northeast of Jonesboro and hopefully stay in a rural area there. Although, again, town of Brooklyn is just northeast of Jonesboro and could also potentially take a direct hit by this thing. We have seen on the social media feed that there are reports of significant damage in some of the towns that it had hit or near them. Black Rock was one in particular. So we were getting reports of that on social media. Haven't seen confirmed video of damage, but definitely getting an update. NWS Little Rock as of 8:15, so 6 minutes ago from the NWS Little Rock. Cars were flipped on Highway 67 at Walnut Ridge. Tornado warning remains in effect. So this is coming out of the National Weather Service at Little Rock. As of 6 minutes ago, there are confirmed reports of cars flipped on Highway 67 in Walnut Ridge. So again, cars flipped. That is obviously a problem, to say the least. Looking here, just kind of scrolling through. Yep, seeing additional reports of the cars flipped. Saw that image before. Just going to have to keep refreshing here to try to see on the social media feed. In the meantime, here, just keep looking at the radar and all the latest scans. And the last scan on the velocity here that I have is of about 5 minutes ago. And I'll pause this movement for a second here. So this is 5 minutes ago. This is a strong tornado on the ground right here. So between Walnut Ridge and Sedgwick, within the last 5 minutes, there is a strong tornado, destructive, reportedly a wedge tornado on the ground, doing damage, potentially significant damage. Confirmed reports of cars flipped off the highway in the vicinity of Walnut Ridge. Got to assume similar situations likely happening in the Sedgwick area at this point. Just a matter of minutes between those two towns. So Walnut Ridge to Sedgwick. Bono next up here as well, this town. Brooklyn, so Bono, Brooklyn, and again, Jonesboro. And all we can do right now is just look at this on radar and hope we see the velocity here take this thing just to the northeast of Jonesboro. And try to avoid the highest populated areas here, but right now, definitely concerning. So let's get the motion back going here. Latest update still 8:17. I got it as of 8:23 though. On there's a little bit of a delay difference here between the reflectivity on the upper left quadrant and the velocity on the upper right quadrant. So there is a few minute delay between those two, but this view over on the reflectivity over Sedgwick is not good. This is definitely not good. This radar velocity showing up here is a problem for sure. And now I'm seeing multiple. Let's see here. So there's one from 8:11 on Walnut Ridge. Let me see if I get different. 8:15. This must be the car flipped one. Yeah, so 8:15, this was the Walnut Ridge report we saw before. Emergency management reporting cars flipped on Highway 67 and Walnut Ridge. So, obviously a very bad situation going on there. As of 8:11, we had the report, large observed wedge tornado on the ground. That was as of 8:11, so that's now 14 minutes ago. So big time issue going on right now. And it looks like I got the latest velocity here. This is as of 8:22, so about 2 minutes ago. This thing is sweeping through Sedgwick, is plowing into this Bono now, and it's terrible seeing this, and I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit more on this, but not good here, because with each scan that I see here, this thing is looking more and more like it's going to impact at least some significant portion of Jonesboro, Arkansas. This is definitely concerning, to say the least. If we just look at these last scans here. it is.
Oh yeah, these last scans.
These last scans do not bode well for Jonesboro. What looked like was really hoping that this thing would end up more to the northeast of the immediate Jonesboro area.
It's looking like it's gonna go into Jonesboro.
Yeah, this is looking more and more like it's getting closer to impacting a more populated area around at least the northeast half of Jonesboro, Arkansas.
And it's also intensifying rapidly because it's getting its hook more organized.
Yeah, that is not a good reflectivity. Very large hail happening. We're not even talking about the hail because the focus is on the destructive wedge tornado currently on the ground here near Sedgwick. But this thing has huge hail associated with it as well. So that's not to be diminished either with this thing. So in addition to that, people that are being impacted by this storm that aren't getting hit by the tornado are getting large destructive hail as well associated with this. And there are quite a few people out tonight on the roads. Friday evening. I see confirmed reports there of large hail heading in. Reports large tornado causing extensive damage in Sedgwick, Arkansas. Incredibly concerning is right to say the least as I'm reading through this. It does not look like it's weakening in any sort of way at this point. This thing is close to as strong as I've seen it on radar up to this point in time. And unfortunately, when we look on the radar and we look at the distance here, so I mean the tornado's basically, at least as of 5 minutes or so ago, we're talking within 10 miles of Jonesboro, Arkansas, bearing down. Yeah, this is really concerning.
Oh. You know that video on Twitter that you were showing?
Yeah.
So, you know that main thing on the screen?
Yeah.
That was not the tornado.
No?
You might need to check this out. Right here. That's the tornado.
Oh.
That gray thing.
Yeah, it's hard to say there. Well, yeah.
But it actually looks more convincing. That more looks like a horseshoe, the thing that sticks down there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's definitely in there for sure.
It
No
either
doubt
may
about
be
that.
Scud or a anticyclonic circulation.
That's definitely the heart of that tornado area there. And this hail is, I mean, yeah, that's another thing. As you look on the radar scan here, I mean, where that is at, that Sedgwick to Bono here, I mean, there's large hail literally right on top of this thing almost, just to the north of it. I mean, not uncommon, certainly normal for supercell, but just the fact that this is really large hail. Here's another view. Again, these are some things it's hard to say here. This looks like a possible tornado. It's hard to say from a distance here. I mean, it would appear to be, but sometimes it can be deceiving. But again, this is another picture of what looked like a large tornado. Here's another one. What do we got here? Walnut Ridge.
Ooh, that's nasty.
So this is Walnut Ridge here. Yeah. I mean, again, this is blocked, so you'd presumably think there's a tornado back in here. This person's under an overpass here. So, yeah, this is definitely concerning. No doubt why there's reports and confirmation of cars being flipped on the road. And that's not a. Let's see. Here's another one.
No, that's the shelf. Look at this.
Hold on. That's the same one we already saw. Someone else posted that at this point. Getting a lot of images coming in here on social media now. No doubt about that. This was sent via Messenger. Let's see what we got here. So here's another picture of this thing, or of what appears to be in the distance. Hard to, again, with the blurriness and some of the backgrounds, hard to officially say, but I mean, certainly we know there's a large tornado on the ground here, so. Here, see if we got a latest scan here. 8:28. Here's the latest scan from 2 minutes ago. Right here. So right now it looks like this town of Bono is getting hammered at this point. With a large destructive tornado on the ground. Confirmed wedge. Spotter reports, law enforcement, emergency management reports. Between that and also reports of cars flipped. This thing is right over Bono right now, approaching Jonesboro. At least approaching the northeast, approaching the northeast third of Jonesboro here.
These are not good images to be seeing when it's heading into a...
And Jonesboro's had its issues already over the years here, and this is just yet another potential big problem here coming in. I mean, you can see.
I don't think it's been keeping the same path. Because before, what it looked like it would get this close.
Yeah. Really trying to zoom in here on this, but I mean, here again.
It's definitely going to get part of Jonesboro.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Jonesboro here. I mean, here's the wedge right here, right in this area right here. Pretty much hammering this Bono town right now. And I mean, it's dropping southeast here. So, I mean, there's all likelihood, at least a portion of Jonesboro, unless something miraculous happens here in a matter of minutes, this is going to be hitting Jonesboro, or at least a good portion of the northeast portion of Jonesboro.
Yeah, I still think it's softball-sized hail because I'm not even on the vertically integrated liquid.
Yeah.
And just on the regular radar reflectivity, it's showing 80 dBz, which is basically like softball and bigger sized hail.
Yeah, well, there's definitely large destructive hail associated with this thing, no doubt about it. You can only hope this thing somehow either miraculously, in the next few minutes, can miraculously weaken to whatever extent it can, take a slight curve to the east to miss a chunk of Jonesboro. But is all I can say about this. This thing heading right towards Jonesboro here. Not good situation. Again, for those just joining, you can see from the scroll at the bottom, but the bottom line here is there's a large confirmed wedge tornado on the ground. Now just northwest of Jonesboro, Arkansas. There's confirmed spotter reports of this, law enforcement reports of this, reports confirmed into the National Weather Service of cars flipped back in the Black Rock and Walnut Ridge area that were flipped off the road. Continuing to see, no signs here of this thing letting up per se. And I'm just looking to see here, 827, Weather Service just reinforcing. Tornado emergency continues. Large and destructive tornado located over Fontaine. Moving southeast at 45. They were confirming that cars have been flipped on Highway 67 and Walnut Ridge. And hazard, no doubt about it. Deadly tornado at this point in time. Tornado damage threat is described as catastrophic threat at this point.
So a video of someone pointing out a darker gray area looked like a tornado. So somebody already confirmed that it's just a hail core. So that is not a tornado. In that one video of that live stream.
Mm-hmm. What do we got here? Just let's see.
I think at WS.
Here, hold on. Let's see here. This is northeast Jonesboro right now. going. Region 8 News, they've been told to get in their safe spot at the station. So you can see them at the station and in their interior area at the station here, taking shelter from this thing. Here's another one here, looking northwest from VV here. Yeah, you can definitely see structure there. Let's go back up.
Now it appears.
Yeah, I think I know what you're gonna say, buddy. This last scan on the velocity. Is that what you were gonna say?
No.
Okay.
Well, I think Jonesboro is going to miss the most.
Yeah, be
It's
careful
not
with
gonna-
that statement.
I think, I don't know, but I don't think a downtown direct hit is going to happen. I think it is going to get in Jonesboro. but
Like
I
stay
don't
on the kind of the northeast half
Yes.
versus like full on the entire town.
There is one new tornado warning for Arkansas.
Velocity scan ain't looking good. Not good at all.
Looking at the warning here that just came out. Get a feel for what's on this warning here. They're saying tornado producing at this point. They don't say size or anything, but they also confirm golf ball size hail reported 11 miles southwest of Marigold. If I'm saying that right. Some more images there. Stuff keeps coming through here. Thanks for those of you that are joined and are watching. You know, we've been covering here a large destructive wedge tornado that has been on the ground for a while now. It's been to the north and west of Jonesboro, Arkansas. It is imminently coming into the vicinity of Jonesboro here. What it looks like it will be the northeast portion of Jonesboro. Highway 49 north of the interstate in Jonesboro here on 49 in the vicinity of between, kind of in the northeast part of Jonesboro here, between there and Brookland is what we're looking at here. Between there and Brookland. But this thing is really bearing down here. What the heck happened here? That's the same. I'm looking for updated. Now, the good news is the tornado emergency.
I think it's radar indicating.
Yeah, the tornado emergency is no longer being referenced in the tornado warning. It's saying a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado is located in that area. It is not referring to it now as a large destructive tornado. Again, this is the thing we were saying. Hopefully, and I will say, you know, the challenge with these situations are when you want to get your hopes, I'll say when you want to get your hopes up and think that you're seeing on the scan that it's weakening, sometimes that can just be a cycling and then where the thing will re-intensify. But I will say this, from this radar scan, it is not as, it's still a problem, but it is not as concerning looking as it was, not as bad as it was up by Walnut Ridge, Sedgwick, Black Rock, and where we've gotten those reports and confirmations of cars flipped
So here's what I think is happening right now to this storm.
Okay.
That hook on it currently, I feel like is either two things gonna happen. One, it's gonna break it off, because I'm saying this because there's another area north of the main circulation, north of Jonesboro, that looks like it's ramping up more, intensifying a velocity couplet. And the first thing that could happen, I think I already said this, but the hook breaks off, or it merges in and forms a different hook, because there is a intensifying velocity couplet that's been on the last few frames. But
Well, we're going to have to just kind of see how this evolves here. I mean, hopefully this thing is not as significant as it was just a matter of 10-20 minutes ago, where it was a large destructive wedge in the vicinity of Walnut Ridge, Sedgwick, and Black Rock. As it's approaching Jonesboro here, I mean, there's definitely a strong signature on radar, but it's not as ominous as it was. And when I zoom in on this, it really looks like it is. I mean, when you look at exactly where it's at compared to Jonesboro, if we just stop this for 1 second here. I mean, here's where this is. Whatever's happening at this point, haven't seen any updates on social media here just recently, but whatever's happening is happening right here on the north and northeast portion of Jonesboro, or just outside of Jonesboro, between Jonesboro and Brooklyn. But that's where what's happening is happening. So hopefully the heart of Jonesboro hopefully will be missed here, and that's what it does appear, that at least the heart of Jonesboro, because when you look at on here on the velocity, I mean,
I'm not even entirely sure where
this would be area
the
that's
tornado
probably
velocity
missing.
couplet would be, because there's like 3 different areas that are beginning to be close. So.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I'm still sticking with where this thing is located. Here is basically in this area from about. I mean, this is like your spot right here. Somewhere right in there is about where we're looking at it. And I mean, I can go back here. Let me go look at the correlation coefficient. Still big hail core. Not quite as big as it was earlier. Let's run this frames. Let's see what we got here. So this thing was bearing down here. Now the good news is there's not like an overwhelmingly tight or any compact debris signature. I mean, there might be something there a little bit, but not what we've seen on some of these other big tornadoes in recent weeks, where you see this really tightly compact debris signature on a correlation coefficient. We're not seeing that, at least as of right this second, and it does not mean that we won't see it at some point here. But again, those of you that are in Northeast, Jonesboro in general, Brooklyn are the impacted area right now, in particular between Jonesboro and Brooklyn. Hopefully it'll kind of split the uprights here and miss anything of centers of populations here. And then I will say this, if you are in Lake City, Black Oak, Bay, Caraway, those areas are definitely next in the path. And again, these are the kind of situations where even if it appears like, okay, maybe it's looking a little bit better, these things can cycle and drop again. So gotta really stay focused on this thing. I am seeing an updated on here. This is south of Walnut Ridge, where we know it was, you can see the hail on the ground here. So this actually, it looks like it was snowing here. But it's not snowing. It's actually hail that we're seeing. but we're seeing hail there on the ground, so some accumulated hail. What do we got here? Jonesboro near the kindergarten center looking north. Saw the hail. All right, this is good to see, great to see. In Brooklyn, one of the towns that we said is kind of right between Jonesboro and Brooklyn. Great to see. They're hunkered down. They're in their shelters there, so that's great to see. People taking the appropriate shelter that they can. There's a hailstone there. Close to golf ball size on that one, definitely. Just kind of scrolling through here to see. Then you got some people typical people on social media that'll be, now you got a few postings questioning the SPC and the National Weather Service and whether they should have put out a tornado emergency. You're always going to get some folks that are your couch quarterbacks, so to speak, that are going to say stuff like that. So again, looking at the latest scan, let's zoom in here. So this is as of 8:44 is the last frame here on the velocity. And I will say this, again, this is what I was saying before. This last frame here looks more organized here in the circulation than it did 5-10 minutes ago even. So 5-10 minutes ago, right when this thing was at the just northeast of Jonesboro there and in between Jonesboro and Brooklyn, it looked like it was the circulation was not quite as strong as it was prior out to the northwest back in Bono and Walnut Ridge, Sedgwick, and Black Rock, where you had the reports of the vehicles flipped. It definitely didn't look quite like that, but then now in this latest scan here, this last frame, see, this looks a little bit tighter now to me right here than it did before. So again, this is kind of a frame by frame situation that you have to look at here. You really have to take this frame by frame as this thing evolves. I'm going to keep updating here for social media. Just kind of scanning through here. Here's hail in one of those. Here. Again, back here again, you can see the hail accumulation here near just south of Walnut Ridge. This is on getting on 379 in Jonesboro. So again, regardless of the tornado situation, as I mentioned before, very destructive hail dropping with this storm. And you can see here's a good example right here of the size in this person's palm of their hand compared to their phone. I mean, that's definitely that's a solid golf ball between a golf ball and baseball-ish size, so kind of in between there. Definitely. So that's in an area again that's populated. Here's another.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
Severe thunderstorm warning in Arkansas here added as well. That's for Independence, Jackson, White, and Woodruff counties. Let's see what that says on that one real quick here. Let's take a look at the 60-mile-an-hour winds up to, along with quarter-size hail. That's for a severe thunderstorm warned storm.
The storm right now is actually in 2 states. Part of it is in the boot heel of Missouri, and part of it is still in Arkansas.
You can see here's this is about as perfectly round of a hailstone as you're gonna see right here. About as round as you're gonna see. That's doesn't get much rounder than that. And report of 3.5-inch diameter hail. That's huge. And there's some other reports that's a little bit smaller there. We saw this before, I think. This one, yeah. Yeah, large hail here. I'm scrolling back up here just trying to make sure we don't miss any of the latest reports. So yeah, the reports from people on the ground certainly help you really validate. It's really cool to see how it validates Doppler radar when people send in on social media. You can see here, this town here, where is it? Between Brooklyn and, I keep feeling like I'm saying it wrong, Paragould, however you say that, in between there, that's where we're seeing those big hailstone reports and the pictures coming in on social media. And sure enough, it just validates. We already could tell from the radar, but it validates here on the bottom right quadrant here. When we're looking for hail, here's where that big hail is, right in this area here, and that definitely validates the size of the hail we're seeing. That's for sure. So let's now get back to latest movement on this, see what the latest frames show here. Velocity. So the latest velocity is from 8:49, so 4 or 5 minutes old at this point.
I think a new storm went tornado warned.
Where? Nearby this one?
Well, somebody said they're keeping an eye on the storm. It kind of has like a hookish look to it. Yeah, I see it. It's really small.
Where's that one located?
It is behind the main tornado warned cell.
Got it. Okay.
It's severe warned.
So it's coming in from the northwest?
Wait, I actually think it's moving the same way as the other one is.
Here again, this last frame here.
Yeah, it's weird. That one's moving southeast, but this one is moving like northeast.
So again, for those tuning in here, this is the latest scan. So this is from about 5 to 6 minutes old at this point. But there's a tornado warning active. This thing is actually kind of riding the border or the edge of the actual tornado warning.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
Severe thunderstorm warning in Tennessee now. You can see here this last scan now from about 6 minutes ago shows this is where your area of rotation is. Whether there's a tornado or not at this point, I don't know if we have confirmation really on that, since the verbiage was tweaked a bit by the National Weather Service. But again, very dangerous tornadic storm here. We know it produced a wedge tornado.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Missouri.
Arkansas, Missouri, and then another one for Tennessee. I see here, so Arkansas, this is Craighead, Greene, Mississippi, and Dunklin counties, and Arkansas and Missouri. The severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued for Tennessee is for Benton, Carroll, Decatur, and Henderson counties. Let's take a look and see what they're warning on here on these. On the southeastern Greene County, northeastern Craighead, northwestern Mississippi, and southern Dunklin counties. That is for golf ball size hail. Damage threat considerable due to the size of the hail, certainly. And then on the Tennessee severe thunderstorm warning, northern Henderson, southern Benton, southern Carroll, northeastern Decatur counties. This is a severe thunderstorm located here, radar indicated, estimated quarter size hail there. But going back here, really the main thing we want to, at this moment in time, to keep an eye on here is this thing. And if we kind of zoom out for 1 second, let me actually take this to just a single frame for a moment. This will give you a better vantage point now of what we're looking at if we just zoom out a bit. I know we've been really focused and zoomed in here, and I'm going to look at this severe thunderstorm in a second as well, because I can see a little bit of something there. But you can see where we're talking here. So again, Jonesboro, Arkansas is where we've been. This thing's quickly approaching Osceola, approaching the Mississippi River, is going to be crossing into Tennessee here before long. And then this will be, give you an idea here. This is about, 30 miles north of Memphis is where this thing will cross into Tennessee, just for reference. Now what I want to do real quick here is I just want to take a look at this cell right here for 1 minute. Because this one has a little bit of, it's got a little bit of my attention here on this one. I'm not talking about this one as much, but this has, I'll say it has the look. It's got a little bit of that hook going here. Again, this is not tornado warned at this juncture, but just saying, right here, and you can see both from the reflectivity and that hookish look to it, and then the velocity here. You can see a little something going on there. So that is to the west of Bradford. So I would, and it's severe thunderstorm warned. Let's see if they had reference to in that one. This one we talked about before. They don't have the reference to tornado possible on it. But this is one that don't be surprised here on this one if this were to get tornado warned, at least for radar indicated. It definitely has somewhat of the look. So we'll keep an eye on that one. But right now, let's go back into what is now several miles, or at least a few to several miles east and slightly southeast of Jonesboro now. Looks like the Lake City area, just south of, between Lake City and Bay at this point in time. So this last scan that you're seeing here is from 8:55 p.m. Central Time, so about 4 minutes ago. And as of 4 minutes ago, the most dangerous part of this storm from a rotation perspective, and with the tornado warning here, is between Bay and Lake City. And again, the interesting thing about this is that this thing has been really on the edge of where this the box for the tornado warning is. It seems like the box maybe should be just maybe a little bit more like this a bit, probably. This should probably be more likely to box. Excuse my crude drawing there. Because that thing it's definitely just on the edge of the box. Let's take a look at that movement again here now. So again, you could see if we back it up, when it was a large wedge, was definitely back here where you can see these little tornado reports back here. Our little tornado spotter reports on the radar. Black Rock, so when this thing was over here between, right in this area here, that area from Black Rock, Walnut Ridge to Sedgwick, that was the area where it appears that this thing had maximized. That's where you had to confirm reports of a large wedge. That's where you had to confirm reports of cars flipped off the highway. So definitely where it looks like it maximized. But again, these are the kind of situations where even if it appears as though, it doesn't look as significant as it did even 10, 20 minutes ago, you cannot let your guard down on these things, because they do cycle up and down and ramp up, ramp down a bit as they go through their life cycle. So again, Lake City to Bay right now is the area to watch. Lake City to Bay. And
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas. This is kind of a continuation of the other warning. So continuing for part of Craighead, Mississippi, and sets. Let's see what this one says here. Okay, so now the tornado warning has been dropped. So at least at the moment, that's good news. That's really good news here. So southeastern Craighead, northeastern Poinsett, northwestern Mississippi County, located over Lake City. So exactly what we were seeing on radar. Same thing, they're calling it a destructive storm. Obviously, large hail, baseball-size hail associated with it. So no doubt still destructive. There's still rotation with this thing, and if I scroll down, it probably says tornado. Does not say tornado possible even at this point. So let's go back here. Let's take a look at Twitter. This is hail in Walnut Ridge. Here's another view of hail. Again, this is what we saw earlier. I mean, this looks like, and it looks like it was snow in there. Looks like some of the scenes we've seen up in North Dakota in some of the areas recently. Here we are in Arkansas with this kind of a view, but from hail. And we know that there's been up to baseball-sized hail reported and confirmed with this storm. But the good news right now is this thing is not currently tornado warned. The National Weather Service did drop the warning at this point in time, the tornado warning, that is. Hopefully that'll be the last that we see of it. But again, you have to really watch these situations because as these things cycle, they ramp up and down and during their whole life cycle. So, you could have it down now and then you get a tornado warning again in a bit. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. There's a broad area of rotation here, but nothing that's prompting a tornado warning at this point. But this does give you an idea now how you can see how far from Memphis we're talking on this thing now. So if you look here, Memphis, you got to zoom out there, about 45 to 50 miles from northwest of Memphis at this point. This storm itself, barring a strong right-hand curve, is going to go north of Memphis, probably towards the Wilson. Is going towards the Osceola, Wilson area, crosses the Mississippi River into Tennessee, Covington, Charleston, Mason, those areas. Again, it's severe thunderstorm warned at this point for large hail. So we'll keep an eye on that. Go back here. Let's take a look and see if we got other social media updates here to take a look at. So we saw the hail on the ground there. All right. Here's another person showing that nearly perfectly round hail that we're seeing. I saw the one we were showing just a bit ago was actually more round than this, literally as round almost as a baseball. This one very similar, but again, kind of that bigger than golf ball, but between kind of golf ball and baseball size or up to baseball size we've been seeing. Here's a couple more. This was Brooklyn, so again in the hail core as well, you're looking at golf ball, slightly bigger maybe size there. Saw this earlier with the hail. Let's see if we got any other ones to look at here. We should take a look at the see if that power outage map pops up for Arkansas at this point. Here, what do we got? This is a view from Truman looking northeast toward Lake City. Let's take a look at what we got here. So you can see that one there. I think this is what we saw before. Yeah, this was near Walnut Ridge. So again, more what looks like almost snow cover from the hail. More images of the hail here. You can see golf ball to a little bigger than golf ball. It's kind of between golf ball and baseball size hail on some of these. We're seeing a number of these on social media. What do we got here? Significant. Saw that one, the hail. All right, so I'm going to at this point go back up to the top. Here's some more hailstones. That's golf ball size there. Goobertown, Arkansas. Here's more pea marble quarter size-ish hail here. This was Cherokee Village. This person calls it an intense, violent, and bizarre supercell. Let's see if we find it. Reporting softball-size hail in Lake City. Now, I have not seen softball-size hail on any images yet. I have seen baseball. So keep an eye out for that. Certainly, if we see that come through, we're going to immediately take a look at that. All right, so let's go back into radar. What I want to do now is I want to go back into that other supercell that we really haven't been talking about. But again, this one here, again, I said it a little bit ago. Do not be surprised if this were to go tornado warned here. This is right near Bradford right now, coming into the Bradford area in Arkansas. So again, it's got that hook look to it on the velocity. You can definitely see. Let me zoom in a little bit here. Go to this last scan here. This one is as of 9:05 Central, so about 4 to 5 minutes ago. So what you're seeing right in here, and you can see where that hook is. On the reflectivity here matches up where on the velocity you also see the activity. So not saying this will for sure or would go tornado warned for sure, but all I'm saying on this one is that this one has to be watched. It definitely has some of the look, and all it would need to do is just ramp up just a bit more here, and this thing will be tornado warned. This one's moving more of a east. Originally it was moving slightly east-northeast, then it looks like it's gone east, and now it looks like it's almost trying to make an east-southeast turn on this storm. Interestingly enough. And it's kind of what we saw with the storm that was outside of Jonesboro just a little few minutes ago. It originally looked like it might go decently to the north and east of Jonesboro, but then took a bit of a slight right curve, more of a more of a southeasterly curve almost, even to take it closer to Jonesboro than for comfort. So between Jonesboro and Brooklyn again there. But now as this thing moves east again, this is another one. No, you can't count this storm out. You just can't count it out yet. Accelerator, what is it on the Fujita scale? EF, can't really say at this point on that. Even the footage that we've seen, a lot of it has been in the distance, has been the type of footage where it is really hard to tell exactly what you're looking at. It could be a tornado or it could be other formations within. But we do know that it was a confirmed large wedge on the ground by spotters and emergency management. So if that's the case, that's probably in the, we'll call it the stronger EF2 plus potentially, if that indeed is the case, that it was a large wedge on the ground. But that, I don't want to go too far in speculating exact numbers on that. And again, it appears that it was to the northwest of Jonesboro from Black Rock, Walnut Ridge, and Sedgwick, and maybe into Bono, that really took the maximum of this thing. And then as it approached...
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
New severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. We'll have to look at that in a moment. But as it approached Jonesboro, certainly was producing destructive hail in the Jonesboro to Brooklyn area there. Have not seen any tornado type pictures coming out of the Jonesboro proper area, which is obviously good. Just scrolling through social media here. It's always interesting when you see people questioning. You always have the whatever they call it, armchair or couch quarterbacks here, questioning the National Weather Service. I've seen a few folks on social media questioning whether it should have been a tornado emergency or not for the Jonesboro area and those areas to the north and west towards Brooklyn, Sedgwick, Walnut Ridge, and so forth. Again, it's easy for people that are sitting on the couch to question the National Weather Service on whether they should be calling it a tornado emergency or a regular tornado warning. The point is, trying to save lives. There was a confirmed large destructive tornado on the ground from emergency management officials. You get confirmation like that, and it's heading towards into some of these populated areas. I'm not sure how you really question that, at least at this juncture. Here's another view of hail. So this came in for Jonesboro. Again, another perfect example of this really round hail. So we've been, again, seeing that between golf ball and baseball size hail is what we've been seeing. It's been pretty consistent in the area from Jonesboro, northeast of there into Brooklyn, and further to the northeast even of that. Yeah, the question on the Fujita scale, too early to even remotely speculate on that. National Weather Service will certainly go out and survey the area tomorrow, and we'll get a better idea at that juncture exactly what the situation is. We know there's confirmed reports of cars that were flipped on the highway, state highway, that is. We saw unconfirmed reports of significant damage to structures, although have not seen that. I have not seen on social media any pictures thus far of damaged structures. But we do know that we had law enforcement confirming...
There is one new tornado warning for Arkansas and Tennessee.
Okay, so tornado warning for Arkansas and Tennessee. And my suspicion is this thing has... Let's see if that storm is, as I mentioned before, they cycle and ramp up, and it looks like it may have gone tornado warned again here. Yep. It is now tornado warned again. So southwestern Mississippi County in eastern Arkansas, central Tipton County in western Tennessee, and southwestern Lauderdale County in western Tennessee. So this has gone tornado warned again. This is exactly why we just said 10 minutes ago, maybe 10 minutes ago, when they dropped the tornado warning on this just outside of Jonesboro, that you can't count it out. These things cycle, they ramp up, they ramp down. The tornado warning is not yet showing up on my, there it is now. Okay, so it just came in. So you can see there, same tornadic supercell. It's now tornado warned once again. This is referring to it as severe thunderstorm producing a tornado near Caraway. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Moving southeast at 40. The hazard reported on this is a tornado and softball size hail reported from the Weather Service. So again, we've seen hail. I mean, we've seen it up to baseball, golf ball, and baseball size hail. We've definitely seen. Have not seen an image of softball size, but they are. I've seen verbal or written reports without pictures that it's occurring, and I see the Weather Service is referring to that as well. So obviously, baseball and softball size hail is deadly in and of itself if you get hit by that. For livestock, any animals out, people, obviously majorly destructive to property, vehicles. I mean, that's just major. You know, and here's this area again. You know, the area that's under this tornado warning. You know, for those of you that aren't familiar with us, we're recently new to the live streaming as it relates to covering these events. We've been storm chasing for years. We go all over on our storm chases, and we've been down in the last year into this area. We're based out of Illinois. We've been down in this area exactly where this is, between Jonesboro and now this area around Kaiser, Victoria, Osceola. It just seems like in tracking all these different severe weather events, it really feels like that area is such a magnet these days. It's the Dixie Alley, as it's referred to, and really seems like it's been a magnet. Yeah, that'd be great. If Mackenzie Martin, definitely, yeah, if you could link that to Twitter, that'd be great. I would really appreciate that. And definitely for those of you that are on, you know, like I mentioned, we're just getting going with our live streaming. Again, we've been storm chasing for years, background in meteorology, so not just, you know, just doing this out of the blue. Long time background in meteorology. So we're just getting ourselves going. We've been storm chasing for over 2 decades. And so this is kind of cool now to be able to cover the events kind of in parallel. So when we can't get out storm chasing, we are covering here as well. So again, tornado warning, same tornadic supercell that had been going through and had produced reported large wedge tornado that was confirmed by people on the ground, including law enforcement, emergency management back in the Black Rock, Walnut Ridge, and Sedgwick area. So kind of in summary here, it seemed to have maximized this tornado in that area to the northwest of Jonesboro. So it maximized in the Black Rock, Walnut Ridge, Sedgwick area. That's where we were getting the reports of the large wedge. That's where we were getting confirmation of vehicles that were flipped off a state highway. So we definitely were getting confirmation of that up there. As it approached Jonesboro, you know, obviously there was major concern there. We know that area has been hit by large hail, certainly up to baseball, maybe softball size, though have not seen that specifically on social media as of yet. The National Weather Service then, as it proceeded east-southeast of Jonesboro, to drop the tornado warning that was on it. But as we were talking in between there, the thing still had strong rotation on it the whole time, so we continue to see that this thing is kind of cycling in and out here, because now it does, in this latest scan, is ramping up here. Twitter is at StormChaserWX1, so you can find us on TikTok and on Twitter at StormChaserWX1. Appreciate that, Mackenzie. That's nice to if you can post that out there. Okay, so anyway, let's get back here to what we're looking at. So again, this area right here is where you're looking at the tornado, why the tornado warning is back up. This thing has cycled in and out. It was a very strong signature earlier as it was producing a large tornado north and west of Jonesboro. May have lifted or in the area of Jonesboro to Brooklyn, but still produced very destructive hail, continues to produce destructive hail. And now, after them dropping the severe thunderstorm warning, it has gone tornado warned again, as we thought may happen as well. I'm focusing on this storm right now because it's been the main one. There are other severe thunderstorm warnings that are out right now. At this time, there are 5 active severe thunderstorm warnings out there across Arkansas, Missouri, Tennessee, and Oklahoma. There is a storm that is in Arkansas as well, I think it's the southwest, that definitely also had, I'll call it the look to it, but just haven't been focusing on it too much at this point because of, it's this one back here, just real quick for you guys to see. This is near the town of Bradford, and this is another one. It's not tornado warned at this point, but similar to the other storm that just went tornado warned again, we have been referring to it here as at risk of going tornado warned. It's definitely has rotation. It's definitely has had a hook, although it doesn't look quite as strong as it did earlier. But here you can see in this Bradford area here, that's where we're looking at some rotation going on there. So don't be surprised if we get a tornado warning on that one as well. But anyway, let's get back to the tornado warned storm here. So we're looking at it here. Yeah, again, this is approaching Victoria, Kaiser, Osceola, Marie, Wilson. These areas are all in this tornado warning, and certainly anyone in those areas should be in an interior room, lowest floor, whatever structure you have that you can be inside as interior as you can. That's what you're going to want to do, and people should be doing at this point. So again, we're really focused all in here. Oops, this thing has kind of been a little glitchy here. Here's our area right now that we're looking at. So you can see here. Huge family dude, is the tornado emergency still going? It is not at this point. It was going up to the Jonesboro area, and then they dropped it. It appears that the strong, and it was reported, wedge tornado that was occurred just to the north and west of Jonesboro from Black Rock, that area, into Walnut Ridge and Sedgwick. So that was where it appeared from both on-the-ground reports and radar velocity, where it maximized. Then they dropped the tornado emergency, dropped the entire tornado warning. And then now they've reissued the tornado warning because it had ramped back up. Now in this last scan here, it's starting to look like kind of a mess on velocity. I mean, certainly there could be a tornado here. I'm not seeing like extremely tight couplet here, but definitely strong rotation certainly on radar here. Well, Kentucky, to your question there, Time Johnson, as of right now at least, it looks like this activity, I mean, there could be some storms in Kentucky, but right now the activity is primarily, and certainly the tornadic activity seems to be focused on northeast Arkansas into western and southwestern Tennessee at this point. Hey, from Arkansas, thanks for joining, Veronica. We're covering the tornado warnings in the area here. We've had on and off. We had a tornado emergency northwest of Jonesboro, where the storm maximized, at least up to this juncture in time. Has been dropping very destructive large hail throughout, up to baseball size. Weather Service calling up to softball size. So I mean, that's out there. We've been looking at the images on social media. Trying to find a couple here of the bigger ones. See if we can pull them up here for you guys. I mean, here's some reports coming in of 4-inch hail in Lake City, Arkansas. I don't know if I think we've seen 4-inch hail on social media posted, but That was a local storm report in the area of Lake City. Let me scroll down here. I'm trying to find. Here's one of the hailstones that was showing up here. A little bit larger than golf ball there. There's a couple other hail shots here that I wanted to show. Let's see here. Here's some more kind of egg size. Here's some of the pictures from earlier of hail covering the ground in Walnut Ridge, the area that large tornado had been near, in or near. You can see again here. It looks like it had snowed, even though it's all hail. Just kind of going through here. What did we got here? Lightning. Here's more golf ballish size hail. Here's one bigger. A lot of them have been really round hailstones tonight. Some of them are more jagged looking, but these have been really, really round. This one's bigger, a little bigger than golf ball, between golf ball and baseball size. Let's see here. What do we got here? Report from Williams Baptist University in Walnut Ridge that all students are accounted for, so that's definitely great news. The Region 8 News, they were in their tornado shelter in their interior area. They had to kind of hunker down there. We've seen a lot of folks doing that. Here's some more hailstones, golf ball size-ish hail. Goobertown, Arkansas from earlier. I was trying to find a couple of the other really big ones that we saw. Here's a bigger one here. This is probably close to the biggest hail that we've seen on social media thus far is this one right here. So that's baseball-ish size there. So that's I don't think I've seen one really bigger than that posted, at least. Not to say it hasn't occurred, but that's definitely is what we've seen. Perfect. Thanks, Mackenzie. All right, let's go back up here. We're going to refresh and see if we got any new social media. Let's take a look at the updated tornado warning and see if the Weather Service is, they have not issued a severe weather statement. Or did they? See that again here. No, they haven't issued a severe weather statement on this one yet. And we can zoom out here in a second. Show other areas here. Try to zoom out of the velocity entirely here. So here this gives you an idea. And I can, for those of you who are asking about if there's a risk of severe weather elsewhere, what we can do here is we can turn on our, this gives you an idea of where the current risk area is. So the area in yellow, well, there's a couple of yellows here, but you can see here the yellow circular area on here, the brighter yellow circle, is the slight risk area for severe weather from the SPC for day 1 currently. You can see there's a severe thunderstorm watch out in eastern Oklahoma. There is a severe thunderstorm watch in northern Arkansas into southern Missouri, including Springfield, Missouri, Branson, and areas just to the east of that. Anything north of Springfield, Missouri, you're starting to get into the marginal and then quickly into just general thunder and out of the thunderstorm risk. So really the areas from Tulsa, really from Oklahoma City, but especially towards Tulsa, eastward into Fort Smith, Little Rock obviously is still in this area here on the edge of the tornado watch, so definitely still want to keep an eye there. But right now the focal point definitely here is in eastern Arkansas, crossing into western, southwestern Tennessee at this point, north of Memphis, that area, and then also some storms up here along the Missouri-Arkansas border as well. All right. Zoom back in here, see what we got, and we'll get the 2 frames going here. see if the Weather Service is updated here. They have not issued a severe weather statement on this one. This thing is only active for another 14 minutes. Usually they'll issue a severe weather statement. Yep, over the boot heel. You got it. So looking at this again, this Osceola area, Kaiser, Victoria, getting right along the Arkansas, Tennessee border at the Mississippi River there. There's definitely strong rotation as I look at this, and there's a few areas in here. But this is definitely not coming across like it was northwest of Jonesboro. Here's hail at Sage Meadows in Jonesboro. So this is another person with their hail here. So you can see on this one here. Dana, thanks for subscribing. You can see here we're looking at a little bigger than golf ball, maybe a little less than or about just short of baseball maybe, or about baseball, kind of around that range. Again, similar to what we've been seeing. Other ones definitely more golf ball size. Let's see if we see any others. SPC, they issued a mesoscale discussion here. So for the tornado watch area, and in particular far eastern Arkansas into, as we talked about, into southwestern Tennessee, including the Memphis area, and then into far northwestern Mississippi as well. The Storm Prediction Center is saying severe threat expected to continue over the next few hours as storms move into the eastern part of the tornado watch. They say a weather watch issuance will be likely. So basically they're just giving the heads up at this point to Storm Prediction Center that they're going to be issuing another watch, probably a tornado watch, just east of where the existing watch is. So for more of into northern Mississippi, maybe extended a little bit further into western Tennessee, southwestern Tennessee as the evening progresses here. Here's some more hail shots here. Again, more golf ball to baseball size hail. Definitely seeing a lot of that coming through. Yeah, Debbie, a lot of baseball size hail. I haven't seen the larger reports that have come in yet. I'm keeping an eye out for them for the softball ones. I've only seen baseball for the most part. This is getting pretty big though here. This is definitely baseball. Yeah, that's you get hit by that or anything that's outside, animals, livestock, pets, people. Certainly, that can be deadly if you get hit by that, and certainly does a lot of damage to property. Certainly, vehicles, roofs, everything else. All right, that looks like the latest social media updates. Let's see what they're saying here. Looking to see, I'm waiting for the National Weather Service. They haven't put out maybe they put out a severe weather statement. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, here it is. Tornado warning remains in effect till 9:45 Central. That's another 11 minutes. They just issued this update 3 minutes ago. So they're basically saying severe thunderstorm was located over Kaiser, moving southeast at 35. They're saying a severe thunderstorm producing a tornado. They're saying tornado and golf ball size hail. The last update said golf ball or tornado and softball size hail. So they're continuing to mention tornado, but it's radar indicated at this point. It's a radar indicated, as it states in the warning. But again, this thing has been ramping up and down, so I'll continue to say, regardless of whether sometimes it looks like it's a stronger couplet here for the rotation, sometimes it looks like it's weaker. But again, these things cycle, they ramp up and down, and that's pretty much what we've been seeing on this thing. So just because one scan or two scans prior show where it looks a little less organized, the next scan can start to look more significant. So, yeah. All right. Let's see here. we're going to keep an eye on that. I want to back out for 1 second and look at that other one. If they dropped a... It looks like they dropped a severe thunderstorm warning on that other cell that had been near Bradford. Yeah. So that was dropped. That storm is definitely... looks like it's weakened. Then we got this one up here near the Arkansas-Missouri border. Had some statements out on that. We back it up a little bit here. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning. I haven't really looked at this or covered this one at all. So why don't we just take a quick look at this before we go back to the main area. It's of action right now, but we got some supercell activity. Looks like it's going on here in Arkansas. So let's take a look here. All right. So this is in Arkansas. This is southwest of Tulsa. So we're looking at about, just roughly 20 to 30 miles southwest of Tulsa. Got a severe warned storm here. This, they're basically saying up to 60 mile an hour wind gust, quarter size hail on this. So we'll keep an eye on it. It's just moving into the slight risk area from an SPC forecast perspective. But let's get back over to the tornado warned storm at this point. I'm going to really keep zeroed in on that. Zoom into the Memphis area radar.
Is it still tornado warned?
Yes, it is. It's still tornado warned. So you can see here as you look in closer here, it's tornado warned. And the rotation on it looks more broad at this point. So the warning expires in 7 minutes. Let's see here. Would not be surprised if they change it to a severe thunderstorm warning again when this thing expires. Pulse, you're currently in your cellar. It's good. Yeah, Steele, Blytheville, Arkansas. Is it Osceola? I've been through there on a number of occasions storm chasing. And yeah, that seems to be a bit of a magnet area there for tornadic activity in Dixie Alley. I feel like I always see that area there, right? Just north of Memphis. Yeah. So right now, this tornado warning expires in about 6 minutes. They have not extended this at this point. When I look at this on radar, at least at this juncture, so again, it's always caveat to the moment that we're talking about it. 5 minutes from now, it could be a different story. 5 minutes ago, it could have been a different story. But the rotation on this is definitely more broad than it was before. I mean, maybe just north of Marie here, but it seems like it's more fanning out a bit, but maybe here. But thus far, if the Weather Service was seeing that and overly concerned about that becoming more, being more, I would think we would see more on that at this point. I mean, this thing, this expires at 9:45 Central. You can also see, though, one thing that's also becoming more noticeable is just more activity. This looks a lot different than it did just a little bit ago. As you can see here in the Memphis area, the general Memphis area, just north and east, you can see the radar definitely lighting up more in the last probably 30 minutes. So that probably matches up with I'll go back here. You can see, I'll put it on here, the Storm Prediction Center's mesoscale discussion. So they just put out this area in blue, the blue circle here on the radar that you can see. They just put this out just not that long ago here, probably in the last 10-15 minutes. They put that out, and they're basically saying that this tornado watch box that's here, that you can see the red box, the rectangle, that goes just south of Memphis, this area outside of the watch box, it looks like they're likely going to be issuing a new tornado watch for northern Mississippi and more of western and southwestern Tennessee here shortly. It sounds like that's what's likely coming. The radar is lighting up, so I'd probably expect to see that before too long here. Certainly. Des, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. For those of you that are watching that aren't familiar, most of you are probably newer here. We're storm chasers that have been storm chasing over 2 decades. I have a background in meteorology, so I'm not just picking up YouTube and just talking about weather. Have a background in it. Have been storm chasing over 20 years. We're starting to now do some live streaming in parallel with our storm chasing. So when we can go out storm chasing, we'll do that and we'll live stream. And when we can't, we'll as often as we can do updates here like we're doing right now. So appreciate everyone joining. Definitely feel free to subscribe. Would love it to have folks join in when we're having these. All right. All right, we're down to about 4 minutes before this tornado warning expires. Nothing's been issued yet further. And the more I look at it, as I mentioned earlier, this thing for a while has been seemingly less organized. And when I say a while, I mean 20 minutes probably. But now you're starting to see on radar here in the velocity, this area of red and green is becoming a more broad area of rotation. Again, we've seen this cycle in and out, tighten up, more tornadic, loosen up, not so much. It looks like it may be in a loosening up cycle right now, ramping down in terms of the tightness of.
There is one new tornado warning for Arkansas and Tennessee.
Okay, so we got a new tornado warning. It looks like they are extending this tornado warning. My suspicion here is we'll see if it says radar indicated. And they're continuing the same verbiage on this, basically, at this point. So severe thunderstorm, producing tornado located near Wilson, southeast at 30, same verbiage. So tornado and golf ball size hail. So they're continuing to stay careful with this. And it makes sense given that it's been ramping up and down, cycling in and out. I think at this point they probably, after the last cycle, they had the tornado warning up through Jonesboro, including the tornado emergency. They dropped it, made it a severe thunderstorm warning, and then just like 10 minutes later, 15 minutes max, they had to reissue the tornado warning. So I think this time they're like, you know what? This thing is cycling up and down. Let's keep it tornado warned at this point, given its history. So it makes sense. Hey, thanks Eric for the subscribe. Appreciate it. All right, zoom back and put the scan on here. Also, while we do that, let's go and check social media and see what else we got going on here at this point. Let's see, where's this? Here is someone saying incredible photo of lightning tonight, captured north of his location, or their location in Jonesboro. Now that's lightning here. This is a person saying parents in Walnut Ridge, so that's where things had really maximized with the tornado. This is saying in Walnut Ridge, their parents are reporting damage to their home and neighborhood. They have broken windows, likely from the baseball-sized hail at a minimum there. This person here is saying this is softball-size hail sent to them from Craighead County in Arkansas tonight. Now, baseball-ish size it looks like here. Catching up on comments here, by the way. I'm not ignoring folks here. You guys have been typing recently. Hey, thanks for the subscribe, Cynthia. Appreciate it. Little part of Missouri that, okay, the Boot Heel. Got it, okay. All right, so let's keep scrolling here. This is baseball right here. That's pretty much looks like a baseball in terms of how round it is. Let's see what else we got here. Here's another one. So that's pretty comparable. This one here, and maybe is it the same one? I'm not sure. Looks similar, but again, baseball size. That's what we've been seeing. A lot of confirmed baseball size hail with this supercell. What else we got here? Finding tree limbs. What is that? All right. Oops. Just scanning social media here real quick, guys, for any other new footage that we haven't seen thus far. This was what we saw earlier. So again, all of these are confirming baseball size hail, certainly. That's a definite. Keep updating on the refresh here. Yeah, and that's this guy here talking about the Boeing structure on this, which is what this thing is doing right here. So you definitely have the risk of tornadoes, but also just you see this kind of back. Oops, of course it updates right as I'm drawing there. Can kind of see, and here it looks a little less, but you kind of have a bit of a backward C there. That's the Boeing structure where the wind is really pushing forward there. So you can definitely get some strong straight line winds and straight line wind damage associated with that kind of a radar signature. In addition to the tornado, again, the rotation on this is looking broad. It almost looks like this is more of a straight line wind threat right now. And I'd suspect you're about to see a whole bunch of cells all kind of merging together here, because there's a whole bunch here firing up to just north of the actual radar beam. They're all developing, so this all start to merge. We'll see what happens here if this starts to really merge into more of a line, or if it is able to kind of keep its structure here. Yeah, so the warning, those of you who are saying the warning expired, not depending on which one you're referring to. So the National Weather Service just 6 minutes ago issued a tornado warning for southwest Mississippi, central Tipton, and southwestern Lauderdale counties. So they just extended that same tornado warning until 10:30 Central, so for another 40 minutes or so. Zoom out here for a second and look at what we're seeing here. There's also some more pretty significant activity starting to fire here southwest of Nashville as well. Again, it'll be interesting to see. They should be probably issuing a new watch here shortly. Probably a tornado watch, most likely, but we shall see. So again, where we're located here is about 30-ish miles or so. Oops, wrong one. We're about 30-ish miles north of Memphis right now on this tornado-warned storm. This thing's moving southeastward. Southeastbound movement here. We zoom out. Again, giving you guys a vantage point. This is our SPC slight risk area here in yellow, the brighter yellow circle. You can see there's a couple of severe thunderstorm watches and a tornado watch. The severe thunderstorm watch actually is expiring here shortly if it hasn't already. So right now, right along the Mississippi River, from basically Memphis to Dyersburg, Tennessee is the heart of the action at this point. I am seeing a lot of hail reports right from this hail core as we're continuing to see. Let's see the closest one here, golf ball size. west of Osceola. I think it's probably going to be all of what we've seen pretty much in terms of size. Fire department rescue source on this one, golf ball size, so similar to what we've seen. Let's see if there's any new social media. What do we got here? Been scrolling social media trying to get updates here. Thanks again for everybody joining. Appreciate everyone tuning in. Definitely has been an interesting evening with that tornado emergency earlier, just into the Jonesboro and primarily north and west of Jonesboro by about 5 to 15 miles or so. And then since then, a significant hail core causing damage in a lengthy path. And if we actually kind of map it out here, or distance it, so I mean, there's been major hail, significant hail damage occurring with this thing for at least, I mean, this thing now 80 to 90 miles minimum. Now this thing has been producing large hail, significant damage with hail through all this area here. Basically, where you see all these reports, including those tornado reports from earlier up in Walnut Ridge, Black Rock, Sedgwick areas. We zoom back in here now. Let's see what this latest scan shows here. So this takes us to 9:45 Central, so about 6 minutes old on the velocity. Refreshed on the reflectivity. Velocity's on the right, reflectivity on the left. You know, again here with this, I mean, of course these things can ramp up and down, but the continued trend from my perspective here looking at this has been less of a tornado trend here, more of a potential straight line wind damage trend. That's been certainly over the last 30 minutes or so, that's been more of the trend here. So we shall see. And then, you know, we also now have other complicating factors for this, what was a supercell on its own, with all these other cells firing up here now, things really merging together, congealing a bit, probably going to diminish that discrete supercell type tornado risk. It could turn more into a straight line, a squall line that could produce some QLCS straight line, squall line type tornadoes. But we'll see if the Weather Service extends that tornado watch eastward, as they indicated. So let's see here. Go back in here. We'll zoom in. We'll go to the 4 panel on this too. Let's take a look at the hail as well. You can see here, so on the bottom right quadrant here, this is really what you look at for hail, the digital vertically integrated liquid, or VIL, digital VIL. Bottom line here is area in white is where the large hail core is. You can see it just passed through the Osceola area, and pretty much it's interesting to see how, or it's just really more validating or cool to see how the storm reports that come in pretty much match up. All these little circles are hail reports. Those are all large hail reports that have come in from either spotters, law enforcement, emergency management, etc. And where that white hail core is exactly where you see in all the reports of the large hail. So it just validates what you're seeing on the radar here, so that you know exactly where that large hail core is and that it is producing large hail. So you can see here now, even the hail core strikes me to be on the starting to hit a downtrend here on the hail core. So past Osceola, it's into Tennessee here. Right now, Garland.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
Yeah, let's take a look here. If they just now made it. Yep. So this is including Tipton, Lauderdale. So it's basically an extension here now, you can see. So they've put the severe thunderstorm warning out. This thing has actually started to, because of the cell mergers here, this thing is now starting to make more of a, starting to turn into more easterly moving versus like the pure southeast moving like it was earlier. So you can see they have the tornado warning here that's southeast bound focus, but now they've issued this severe thunderstorm warning that's for golf ball size hail, but they have it more going to the east. So it looks like they're expecting this to continue to get now veered off to the east versus more of that southeasterly trek. So yeah, you can see here. I figured this would turn into a severe thunderstorm warning, at least based on the radar trends. The radar trends were showing this heading directionally away from the strong tornado risk, transitioning more into either straight line wind damage or large hail. And here's further validation. So here's the latest scan, just as I mentioned a few minutes ago. The white hail core with that very large hail has almost completely disappeared at this point. That matches up also with the fact that the rotation has become less organized, albeit there is still rotation. As this all congeals, you're gonna see less of a hail risk, potentially more of wind. Still large hail here, but just wanting to call out, the Weather Service isn't saying softball size hail at this point. They're saying golf ball. You're seeing indication on the digital VIL here, away from the stronger returns. So we'll see if that trend continues. Hector, a PDS tornado warning earlier that you must have been up in Jonesboro or northwest of their area. You can't find shelter when that happened. Well, hopefully you got somewhere here. Apparently you're safe at least, so that's good. Yeah, you can see here they're closing off that tornado warning here. It's they've expired it because it moved past the area back here. Now, here's a little tornado report funnel cloud. And again, this is going to show you possible tornado back here between Kaiser and Marie. So that's going back a bit on the scan when it was back up here. But the trend here, and let's go back to the movement.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
New severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma. Let's take a look at that one here. That's for southeastern, east central. Lava Command. Thanks for the subscription there. Appreciate it. So for this is eastern Oklahoma, severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm located near Preston, Oklahoma, moving east at 50. This is referring to the hazard being up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and $50 size hail on that one. We'll go take a look at that here in a minute. Again, hopefully what we're continuing to see, and as we continue to say, further weakening trend here on this as it gets kind of swallowed up here into this whole bigger area of storms kind of all congealing. That's when you're seeing this thing really starting to tail off a bit here. It's still a severe thunderstorm, but what we were talking about an hour ago, 45 minutes ago, around destructive tornadoes, at least at this juncture, the all signals right now is this thing is ramping down. Looks like Gift Edge to Garland. That last scan there is of 9:57 Central, so within the last 2 minutes, definitely shows a weakening trend here, which is great news. You're also seeing the weakening trend in the hail on this thing, so hopefully that will continue as well, and hopefully this will just kind of have itself as primarily hopefully it'll get towards non-severe hail and maybe just gusty winds and heavy rain and lightning with this. But again, if they're still talking about issuing a tornado watch to the east of this area, there's definitely still risk out there tonight. So we're not closing the door on anything. So here it is. We're going to zoom back out. Let's go to just a single panel for a second just to give a little cleaner view here. You can see this is the focus area again. So severe thunderstorm watch that was up in Missouri, that's gone. Focus area is basically moving into really far eastern Arkansas, really starting to get into northern Mississippi and into the western half of Tennessee is really where it looks like the threat is happening at this point. That's also getting outside of the SPC slight risk area here, more into the marginal, but you know, again, it's just their guidance from earlier. What do we got here? So here is some social media stuff. Let's take a look at this. Earlier near Jonesboro, took this at 8:39, so that would have been, what, an hour and 20 minutes ago or so? Hour 20, hour 30. Right outside West Side High School safe room in Jonesboro looking northeast. So now again, this is, it certainly looks like a tornado here. You cannot see the bottom half here, but presumably we're going to say this is a tornado, certainly. So yeah, this is probably the cleanest image I've seen thus far. And just northeast of Jonesboro would match exactly where the very strong couplet was on radar, so it makes sense. This was into, looks like Weather Nation. Not seen a lot. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, straight line wind damage. They're saying in Hoxie here. Okay, so you can definitely see some structural damage there. Certainly some structural damage. First structural damage images I've seen thus far. We got here hail damage, some dents there. Let's see what else we got. This person from Cherokee Village Mayor, severe isolated damage, quote unquote, on the west side of town. Shingles and siding torn off homes, road closed because of power lines down. Boats on Lake Omaha have flipped and been ripped from moorings. Let's see what else we got here. Back to the hail from what we saw earlier. Yeah, and I agree here. So this individual looks like Brendan Weathers. I was mentioning earlier, those of you that weren't on earlier, there have been a number of folks, although there always is this to a degree on any severe weather event, but there have been a few folks that have been really questioning and criticizing the tornado emergency from earlier, really criticizing the fact that the Weather Service issued the highest level of tornado warning, or what known as a tornado emergency, earlier as it approached Jonesboro and was impacting the areas just north and west of there around Walnut Ridge, Sedgwick, Black Rock, and those areas. But you're always going to get some of these folks that are just going to be couch quarterbacks and questioning the Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center and so forth. I agree with Brendan here. Yeah, just because there isn't a highly visible wedge when something could be rain wrapped even, or crazy correlation coefficients, a debris ball drop on radar, doesn't mean there isn't a tornado. I absolutely agree. Weather Service 100% made the right safe call here in his opinion. And here's that picture that they showed from earlier. Again, this is where it gets hard to, it gets tricky when you see some of these images, because yeah, it would appear to be the tornado. I think if you ask most folks, they'd say you had a tornado here, right in the middle. Then you see this over here, where this person's saying, "Is this the tornado and not this the tornado?" But the bottom line here on these is that you had extremely strong couplet on radar. You had confirmed emergency management and other reports of a wedge tornado on the ground that was seen. You had cars flipped on highway, and you had it approaching Jonesboro, Arkansas. I mean, to me, that's a tornado emergency in that scenario. I mean, you know, it's almost better safe than sorry in that case. I really look at it and think, what would the Weather Service, what would everyone be saying about the National Weather Service if they didn't issue a tornado emergency, just left it as a general tornado warning radar indicated, and then something really, really bad happened in Jonesboro from this. You know, like we've seen in other, you know, really severe events with tornadoes. You'd have mass criticism and everyone questioning them, and they think they made the right call on this.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
Just my 2 cents on that. Can a tornado spin up without a storm with it? Well, a tornado is going to occur primarily with what you would see typically as classic supercells. On occasion, you could get days where you have cold air funnels, or that usually are harmless and maybe only go a third to halfway down, and that aren't associated with any sort of quote-unquote storm. And on a rare occasion, those can touch down, for example, but rarely do any damage or anything. So I guess from that perspective, you could. But typically, when you're looking at these situations where you got big couplets on radar and you know, significant, that's going to be associated with some sort of a supercell, discrete supercell, or a squall line that's producing tornadoes. All right, let's zoom back in here. Let's see what we got. Yeah, this thing has really weakened. There definitely should not be any further tornado warning here. You can see that they have an extended severe thunderstorm warning, certainly probably for wind and hail. Take a quick look at that. Yep, and so now they've put this storm now is down to what you'd see for a more typical severe thunderstorm warning, where they basically say the hazard is up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. And that's what we've been talking about here for the last 20 to 30 minutes or so in particular, that this thing is starting to ramp down, starting to congeal with some of these others. So it lost its characteristics as a more discrete storm that was able to really crank up a significant tornado. Not seeing that here now. You can see on radar here, at this point, the hail core went from very quickly here. I mean, if we look at this from 9:44 p.m. to 10:01 p.m. Central Time, so in that 16-minute window, it basically went from probably baseball-size hail to a collapse down to, you know, golf ball, and now to probably down to, as the Weather Service has warned, quarter size at this point. And that's a good thing. You know, we don't, whether you're into the weather or not, whether you storm chase or not, you never want, you know, as excited or passionate as you might get about it, you definitely don't want, obviously, anything bad happening, damage for people, any injuries, obviously, anything like that. So we want to see these things weaken. That's a great sign of where this is at right now, at least this specific storm. If we back it up here, let's go back to the single view. All right, and here we go. So they have issued now a severe thunderstorm watch. So that's I'll say it this way: you don't necessarily want a severe thunderstorm watch either, but better than a tornado watch. They're looking at it more, it looks like, as more of a hail threat, wind threat. I'm sure there's an isolated tornado or two possible. So you can see here on the new severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued is from, it looks like, extreme eastern Arkansas through Memphis into the northern portion of Mississippi, maybe about the northern quarter, northern fifth or so, another quarter or so Mississippi, far northwest Alabama, and southwestern Tennessee. And again, that includes the Memphis area at this time. But it's a severe thunderstorm watch this time, not a tornado watch. It's in effect till 3 a.m. And they're saying primary threats here include scattered large hail and isolated very large hail events to 2 inches in diameter, so you can get large hail, and they're expecting that still. Isolated damaging wind gusts to 65 miles an hour possible, and a tornado or two possible. So when you see the tornado or two reference, that's getting more at a severe thunderstorm watch. Certainly, severe thunderstorms are certainly capable of always of producing tornadoes potentially, but it's not like a more significant tornado threat as it was earlier at this point. So that is good news. That is definitely good news. But again, there's still a severe weather threat. Don't want to downplay that by any means. Large hail, damaging wind, isolated tornado possible still here as the night progresses. But hopefully just transitioning more to a severe mode of wind or hail versus more significant, baseball size hail and greater or tornado threats. Appreciate everybody joining along, and those of you subscribing, and if you haven't, feel free to subscribe. We'd appreciate it. Most of you aren't familiar probably with us. We are storm chasers. We've been storm chasing for over 2 decades. We've more recently started up the live streaming in parallel with storm chasing, just to go alongside it when we can't get out there in the field. We're trying to do
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
So that's, excuse me one second here, that's Creek County in Oklahoma for a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go take a look at Oklahoma again here in a minute. But again, we're getting into the combination of streaming and storm chasing. When we're able to go out chasing into the field, we'll be live streaming that, continue to live stream as we have over time, and we will be doing more of this as well in terms of live streaming here. So have a background in meteorology, been chasing for over 20 years, so have a solid level of experience. Definitely not someone who just picked up and on YouTube and just talking about tornado warnings here. Definitely have a background in it, and it's a passion. So been a passion since I was literally 5 years old, basically. My dad was a weather observer in the Navy back in the Vietnam days, and brought me up on weather and got into it, and now my sons are into it as well, and participate in chasing with me as well. So it's pretty cool. All right, so we're gonna zoom back out here, and we're gonna go over here to Oklahoma. So this is here between Oklahoma City and kind of between Oklahoma City and Tulsa, so south of Tulsa. So we're looking here for reference about 25-30 miles south of Tulsa here on this severe thunderstorm warning. These are a couple of cells that are remaining discrete here at this point. Let's zoom in here a bit. Actually, let's look at the hail too with this. Hey, Lewis, thanks for subscribing. Appreciate it. All right, so as we look at this severe thunderstorm warning and these couple of severe thunderstorms here, so they've been able to remain individual cells or discrete cells up to this point. And those of you that aren't familiar, if you follow along on some of the weather streams and pages, you'll hear them talk about this. But when you get cells that are individual and on their own, those are called discrete supercells. When you start to congeal into a partial line of storms, it tends to be called semi-discrete. And then when you start getting one big long, 50, 100 plus mile long type line, you're talking about what's just generally referred to as more of a straight line or linear squall line or QLCS. So these have managed to stay on their own here at this point. That usually, when they're discrete individual cells, they have more of a risk for the really large hail and tornadic risk, although tonight it doesn't seem like there's a huge tornado risk here in Oklahoma, but certainly it's possible. When I look on the scans here, not seeing anything in the velocity, so upper right here, maybe a little bit here on the second cell that's below, it looks like it's Slick, Oklahoma is what is the name there. So just south of that, maybe a little bit, but nothing that's calling out tornado warnings or anything like that at this point. But you can see there's a pretty good hail core here, just south of Slick. And if we go and let's take a look at the local storm report, there's 1 inch hail on that one report. What's this one say? Broadcast media, 1 inch hail. So that's severe warned hail, certainly. Let's see what the verbiage says on the whole warning. 60 mile an hour and $half size hail. No reference, at least as of right now, to tornado possible. Let's look at the other warning here. Take a look at that. This severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile an hour wind gusts and $half size hail. Same thing, not surprising. No reference to tornado possible, at least at this point. Not seeing anything real strong in terms of rotation on radar at this juncture. So right now these look like hailers. But we're definitely going to keep an eye on those. Let's back it out here for a second. What else we got going on? Let's go up into Kentucky here for a minute. Let's see what we got going on here. This is just more showers and thunderstorms, I'll say here. This has got a special weather statement on it. Wind gusts up to 50, so some decent wind gusts there. It doesn't look like those are going severe warned at this point. And we zoom in here towards Nashville. Now Nashville area here. Let's see what we got going on right here. So this, first of all, let's get our bearings. So here's Nashville. This is what I'm looking at right here is about 60 miles southwest of Nashville. Whoops. There we go. Sorry about that. Let's make sure we got the right radar here. Thanks for subscribing, Trey. Appreciate it. Let's see what we got here. So a little bit on the outskirts of radar here. I'm just zooming in here. Linden, between Linden and Centerville. I'd say this is a cell that should be watched. Certainly. I mean, it's getting on the outskirts of the severe thunderstorm watch, but it has some structure there. Let's see what it shows on the hail. It just keep taking me back to Oklahoma City. This thing doesn't want to be nice right now. All right, so here we go. All right. So there's some hail in this one. They're probably referring to some hail on here. Let's see if they're saying, yep, just pea-size hail. Gusty winds is what they're referring to right now. But this one's worth watching. It's out on its own here right now. It's on the edge of the severe thunderstorm watch. It's also on the edge of the marginal risk, so it's starting to get outside of the area that's more conducive for severe weather. But it's close enough to it here that we should keep an eye on it, especially given its general proximity to Nashville. If we back out here, we also have some special weather statements up here as well. What do we got going on outside of Charleston, West Virginia? What's the deal here? So we're going to look at this special weather statement here. Let's see here. This is just for, it says strong thunderstorms, winds of 30 to 40, so nothing too significant here. So right now, definitely zeroing in. Two primary focus areas are outside of Tulsa, Oklahoma, and then in the Memphis area. What I wanted to do was actually real quick here. Let's go back to social media real quick and see if we got anything new of note here. Let's see here. What do we got? This was taken tonight. We are sitting on 226 looking towards Jonesboro. This is the tornado from Lawrence County. So it might be a little hard for you to see there. Maybe I'll just maximize this for a second. Here we go. Let's just see as best you can there. So here's a view outside of Jonesboro. So you can see in the background here. Right here you can see exactly what they're referring to with the tornado. What's this second image here? See what else we got going on. Here's another one. What do we got this? Not many solid confirmation images or videos from the area. Yeah, this starts to get real tricky. I mean, it certainly looks like a tornado, but it's so blurry and hard to tell even what you're looking at. Here's the one we saw earlier that we looked at outside of the Westside High School safe room in Jonesboro earlier. So that, I mean, that's the cleanest one I've seen right here. Now, again, even with this, when you look at an image like this, I mean, you have a home here, appears, or the safe room or whatever here. That's actually, this might be this. Is this the school area? But you can see this, you know, certainly here coming down. It appears to be a tornado. You can't see what's behind there, but I'm going to presumably call this a tornado at this point. This is just northeast of Jonesboro, if that is indeed the location. You know, that's likely it. This person also put in a few more here. Here's another view of it from earlier in Jonesboro. So again, you can see that there. But again, you look at this, I mean, below the structure here, it's hard to tell. You don't know what's actually underneath there. There could be nothing there, and this could just be a funnel. It could be, you know, like there's just, this stuff gets a little tricky sometimes. Let's go back into this though. I want to see what else this guy's got. Okay, so that's the one we already saw. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. Let's see here. What do we got here? Okay, so these are just similar images. I'd like to, what he says he took video. I'd like to see the video from this guy. That would be a much more telling thing here for us. Yeah, for those of you who are joining too, we're on Twitter, Storm Chaser WX1. Also on TikTok at the same, Storm Chaser WX1. Doing combined live storm chasing when we go out to the field, and now doing live streaming as well. So appreciate everybody joining. Have a educational background in meteorology and many years of experience in the field as we cover this. So I'm definitely not just picking up on the fly here. The full moon has come out in Jonesboro. Looks like an iPhone picture there with the way that it makes those iPhone 12 and 13 that makes those nighttime images look like you're almost in daylight. It's probably my guess. Let's see what else we got here. What's this? Yeah, this person shows the supercell track. This is about on within a few miles probably the line here. So this gives you a good idea right here what the path of this supercell took. I'd say that this line is probably more like slightly southwest of this, a little bit closer to Jonesboro, maybe like about right here. But this is pretty much right on, though. Pretty much right on. This gives you an idea. This is a lengthy supercell that went there. Long track. Definitely a long track tornadic supercell here tonight that we've seen. All right, what do we got here? Another image here. One of my cousins sent this, which was taken around 9:30 along the Mississippi River east of Gilt Edge, Tennessee. Looking northeast towards Kaiser, Arkansas, so that's where we know there was definitely some action going on. Again, it would appear that you're seeing tornadic activity here, but again, the images we're seeing here tonight are pretty blurry, so not getting a real good lock. You can't say for sure what this is. It looks like it is, but you can't say you've confirmed a tornado by that image. What else we got here? This was hail from... here. Brooklyn, this is Brooklyn, Arkansas. Tornado and hail. What do we get?
It's coming into Brooklyn. If there is a tornado still on the ground, it is coming into the Brooklyn area within minutes. You guys are looking at the radar image. We have taken cover here at KIT. It does look like the possible tornado is passing very close to us right now. It is coming into Brooklyn. If there is a tornado still on the ground, it is coming into the Brooklyn area within minutes. You guys are looking at the radar image. We have taken cover here at KIT. It does look like the possible tornado is passing very close to us right now. It is coming into Brooklyn. If there is a tornado still on the ground, it is coming into the Brooklyn area within minutes. You guys are looking at the radar.
Hey there, Thomas. Thanks for joining. So still seeing this same one from earlier. Again, that one. I mean, I'd love to see the video from this guy right here outside of Westside High School in Jonesboro, looking northeast. This would probably be by far the best confirmation of what we were dealing with out there if we were able to see the video on this. Oh, we saw this earlier. This is from Jonesboro. This was Weather Nation. This into Weather Nation there. All right. Let's see here. What is this? You can follow the path by looking at power outages. Let's take a look at the power outages. It's not showing a whole lot there. In general, let's see what else. Makes it hard on first responders. Yeah, this one here is referring to gaps in radar coverage, of Doppler radar coverage in these locations here that you can see. There's that northeast Missouri, far southeast Iowa, far western Illinois. That's that. I've chased in that area many a times. That is definitely a problem area. And then same thing down in these spots here. So including this area in northeast Arkansas into southwest or southeast Missouri, and then also down in the part of Mississippi there. So there's definitely some spots, and certainly in the more, as this is referred to, the tornado-prone areas that you tend to hear about quite a bit, and they don't have the coverage that they need to from Doppler radar perspective. It's very unfortunate that we still are dealing with that in 2022. All right, 1 second here. Let's see here. Let me begin to, not seeing a whole lot of more of social media posts right now at this point. What I wanted to do was actually, if I can get out of this, what am I doing here? I wanted to pull up, give me one moment here. I want to pull up our Outlook. One moment. New window here. Give me 1 second. I want to pull up the future days Outlook here. All right. Bring this over. Here we go. So take a quick look into the future here for severe weather. So again, you're going to be able to see for today, this was the risk area that we were looking at. So we've already looked at this. This was today's risk, slight risk into Arkansas, as we've seen. You can see how the validation of this from a tornado perspective. Here was what the Storm Prediction Center listed here for the tornado risk for today. So where that main supercell was within this brown area here, the more elevated, as they refer to the 5%, but just considered as kind of like an initially elevated area of tornado risk here. So that was in that general area. As we look at tomorrow, you can see for tomorrow's forecast, we have also a slight risk of severe thunderstorms once again from southeast Arkansas through central Mississippi. This would appear to be the Jackson area here into southwest Alabama. So if we go to a 4-panel here, I can zoom in a little bit on that. Tomorrow's outlook does not show any significant tornado threat, so that's great news. It looks like what it's showing is the yellow slight risk area is for primarily wind damage or strong winds. So that's a positive thing, that we're not seeing anything severe or tornado risk out here with the slight risk of severe. We go to day 3. So day 3 has a little more substantial area there that we're looking at. I'll zoom in on this a bit more. But you can see here on day 3, so this would be Sunday on Easter, you're seeing a severe risk from a good chunk of Louisiana, especially the northern and northeastern part of Louisiana, extreme southern southeast Arkansas, the whole southern half or more of southern 2/3 almost of Mississippi, including Jackson, and then in the southwest Alabama again. Let's see, it's 10:30. In a couple hours, the SPC will issue its updated risk, or it'll move each of the days up, so that what's day 1 now will fall off. The day 2 I just showed you will turn into day 1, and then the day 3, which is for here Sunday Easter, will turn into day 2. Once that goes into day 2, we'll be able to see better with the tornado probabilities. But if we come down here, they'll give some discussion. And so for Sunday in particular, they're referring to a few severe thunderstorms, possibly including an organized cluster, may produce large hail and damaging wind gusts in the area that I highlighted. See if they refer to anything beyond damaging wind and hail here. Any tornado risk. It appears that this may at least initially include a few supercells, posing risk for large hail and locally strong surface gusts. So I'm not seeing really any reference to tornado. Maybe you'll see based on that verbiage, sounds like maybe you'll get a 2% non-zero risk on Sunday Easter in this area. But severe risk is seemingly focused over the next couple days over the weekend here, and from far southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, into central southern Mississippi, into southwest Alabama. So that's what we're seeing there at this point. If we back up here and let's go back to radars and see what we got going on here. So at this point in time, so even more good news. What was all the severe weather here? At least right now, I don't think I see any active. Is this a severe thunderstorm warning? I can't tell. Hold on. Yeah, so at this point in time, even that supercell that we had been tracking earlier isn't even severe warned anymore. It's a special weather statement for nickel-size hail and winds in excess of 40. So continued good news here at this point in time. Again, as we were showing and we're talking about, this was on a trend away from that long track, strong tornadic supercell, trending much more towards maybe a wind and smaller size hail threat, and it does appear that that's what we're seeing. So again, not that any of this couldn't go severe. It's within the severe thunderstorm watch area. It's within an area outlooked for potential severe weather, albeit getting into the marginal area here before long. But you can't count it out. But the good news is that it definitely is on the right trend at this point. So that's great news from that front. If we go back here, what do we got going on? No, I do see one thing here that's got my attention for a moment. Let's take a look at what we got going on right here. Where are we? Cherry Valley. What do we got right here? So this area around Cherry Valley, I mean, this doesn't have, at least as I'm aware of, it's showing here, a special weather statement out at this point. But what I will say is that, again, you can't count anything out. I mean, again, you're kind of looking at this here. And so, you look for that kind of hook curved type structure. Again, it's not severe thunderstorm warned at this point. There's not anything referring to tornadoes, anything like that. But it has kind of the look to it. There is something you can see a little bit on the velocity there. Not calling this out as anything tornadic right now, but just saying it's one that should be watched. It's just moving into this new severe thunderstorm watch area, into the area that has also had been the tornado watch before. This is moving just south of the area of that long tracks supercell that we've just been covering. So this is by Cherry Valley. Cherry Valley moving pretty much east, maybe slightly shifting a bit of a southeastward track in the last couple frames, and mostly eastbound. So Cherry Valley east towards, looks like Terrell, Joyner, and then hitting the Mississippi River and crossing near the border of, let's see here, north of Memphis, so crossing the border into Tennessee. So it was a little bit closer to Memphis, but still north. So this is probably, of any of the stuff right now, this is probably the one for us to keep an eye on is right here. Just northeast, or just northeast here of Cherry Valley. If I had to make a call on anything that would be of most threat right now, it could be that one over the next 10 to 30 minutes. If we zoom out, let's go back and let's take a look at those couple of supercells here in Oklahoma. Let's go back to those. Those are also kind of on the edge of a couple of radars here. Let's load this up. So this is south of Tulsa here. So south of Tulsa, by about 30, 35-ish miles. I'm looking on velocity here. Nothing of real note on velocity. If we go to the 4-panel here, this is not being nice to me today. Sam, Nashville, so I'll zoom out for 1 second here. So there is storm activity moving in towards the Nashville area. Nashville is not currently under a severe thunderstorm watch. It is on the outskirts of the severe risk from the Storm Prediction Center. So Nashville actually isn't even in the marginal risk. It's in a general thunder area. So thunderstorms in the area, yes. Potential for a strong storm, yes. Major severe doesn't look so likely at this point. That's just that's what it appears at this juncture. All right, let's move back in here to Tulsa. And let's look at the hail. So if we zoom in on this, those severe thunderstorm warnings, when do they expire here? 5 minutes. They haven't been extended. This one's 20 minutes still. They haven't canceled it. But little small, had been some smaller supercells. You can see there was larger hail cores earlier on both of them. They both kind of like pulsed up in intensity, and then you can see that they wound down thereafter. So again, not that these couldn't ramp up again. They certainly could. No doubt about that. That's possible. But as of right now, they're on a downtrend. So we'll keep an eye on these here about 30 miles south-south, and then getting to be more south-southeast of Tulsa. So we're getting to that. But right now, I'm not sure they'll even extend the severe thunderstorm warnings on these. So we'll keep an eye on that and see what they do. So let's back it up here. The good news is it's been a while now since anything's been issued for severe warnings from National Weather Service. Right now it's been 29 minutes since the last warning has been issued, which is great news. Definitely great news at this point that we're half hour out from the last warning being issued. Again, you can see earlier here, this was the path earlier of the long track tornadic supercell earlier. This is in Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, so you can see here again, it really was this area right here that was the primary zone for this. When that supercell maximized, it was pretty much in that zone. Maybe extend that a little bit further. Actually, you know what? Cherokee Village, I saw some pretty decent from there too. So maybe we say the maximum of that long track supercell earlier was probably about right through here. So this is the area here, just north and slightly northeast of Jonesboro is probably the end of where it maximized. And then north and west of there started to go on a downtrend thereafter, still producing large hail earlier. But as it tracked east and southeast of Jonesboro, it became more of a hailer. There is a funnel cloud report, possible brief tornado here near Kaiser, unconfirmed on that. The footage has been questionable in that area, so can't say with certainty. National Weather Service will go out there tomorrow, and we'll get a feel for what the results actually are there. Hey there, Michael. Thanks for joining. Clanton, Alabama. What part of the state is that? I am not familiar with that town.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee.
All right, well, I jinxed it because I was just sitting here saying that it's been 30 minutes and that's great news, and now here's a severe thunderstorm warning for Tennessee. So let's take a look at that. All right, so we got a new severe thunderstorm warning here for southwestern Henderson County, northern Hardman County, northern McNairy County, southeastern Haywood County, southern Madison County, and Chester County, all in western Tennessee. They're saying severe thunderstorm located over Whiteville or 8 miles northwest of Boulevard, moving east at 65. So fast-paced movement on the storm. Hazard on this, the standard, I'll call it quote-unquote normal severe thunderstorm verbiage, which is basically 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So that's what we're seeing there. No reference to tornado possible, so you're more, at least at this point, you're more standard severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look here. Let's zoom in and see what we got going on there. So it's in this cluster. It's still associated generally with that area that had been the tornadic supercell earlier. So let's see here. And actually, let's go to the 4 panel here. What do we got going on? So here's Whiteville, where they're saying the warning is for, and you can see there, I'm going to stop this here for a second. You can see on the radar bottom right quadrant here, you can see it right there. That's where your larger hail here is. Again, they're referring to it as up to quarter-size hail, so we'll keep an eye on this, a little spike in the hail core here. Not seeing any significant rotation in any of this at this point. Again, this is part of what was the long track tornadic supercell earlier. But again, once all that congealed, it started to become less organized.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma here. So this is for McIntosh County, Muskogee County. Let's see what they have to say. Severe thunderstorm 3 miles northeast of Council Hill, moving east at 35. Again, standard severe thunderstorm warning language here for typical up to 60 mile an hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. So that's, again, for what you would generally see, as I'll say, is, for lack of a better way to say it, standard or normal severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile an hour winds and quarter size hail is typically what you see. All right. Okay, so Michael, not far from Florida. Got it. All right. Well, you've had some fair share of severe weather in the last few weeks in that area. Joshua, I see a question from you earlier about if you're still on that. Will this be moving into Missouri? I think Missouri's starting to get out of the woods here at this point. The primary really threat now at this juncture is Tennessee and part of Arkansas, northern Mississippi, far northwest Alabama at this point. But yeah, you can see it on radar here. There's definitely severe storm here as it relates to the hail. But nothing like what we were seeing earlier. There's also another area that looks like within that same severe thunderstorm warning that's spiking a little bit with the hail. That is a bit near, what is this? Sillerton, however you say that. Approaching Henderson. So that's a little bit of a spike there. There's probably some hail in that. The Whiteville one is a really small localized hail core, at least at the juncture here. And then there's another area here. This could possibly get severe warned here shortly too. This is near Grand Junction, and that's moving in a general east-northeast direction. Kind of all congealing together at this point. Definitely congealing together. Let's back out for a second, go take a look at that Oklahoma one again. Yeah, thanks for joining, Michael. I was mentioning earlier, there's been a lot of folks coming in and out. Appreciate you joining. Feel free to subscribe. Storm Chaser, been a long-time storm chaser for well over 20 years. Meteorology's been a passion since I was basically 5 years old. I have a background, degree in meteorology. So I'm well versed in it. Go out in the field storm chasing all over. Have been primarily a storm chaser and have now shifted towards the hybrid of storm chasing in the field and then doing some online streaming as well when we're able to. So definitely subscribe if you're interested. We definitely will cover things here and as best we can, and just be as straightforward about it. Not going to hype anything up overly than what it needs to be. Just kind of straight shooting on what's going on here. All right, so we look at these two severe thunderstorm warnings. The one should be getting ready to expire here. Yeah, this one's down in 11 minutes. The other one here, this is the newer one that was just issued here. So it's the one on the right. And if we take a look at it, it's interesting because when you look at the radar scan here, the new severe thunderstorm warning is the one on the right. And yet, when you look, and it's for hail and quarter-size hail and up to 60 mile an hour winds, you look at it on the radar here at least, and let's see when the last update here was, so 7 minutes ago, so maybe it's spiked since we got the last update on the hail here, but that one's trending down. Now maybe they've issued it here to pick up on the second one. It's kind of weird to me that they'd leave a gap between the two warnings. But when they referred to it, they said it was near Council Hill, which is right here. So that's the front cell, and that doesn't have that big of a hail core right now. It's pretty interesting. We'll see how that evolves here over the next few minutes. While we do that, I'll back it up. Hey, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. And a little bit up there in Missouri. I don't think that's anything to write home about at this point. That is, yeah, nothing to even really note much there at this point. Let's go back down here into Tennessee, take a look at what's going on there. 4-panel it. Towns on. Let's see what we got here. All right. Yeah, I mean, I'll zoom way in here. You're going to need to be able to see what's going on here. So there's that. There's the reason that they have issued the severe warning again. It's this little hail core right here. Now, if I circle this, let's take a look here. So here, this area in blue that I just circled is the reason why they issued this warning. Reissued, I'll say, if it's the same. It's the same original tornadic supercell that went through Arkansas, but it's a congealed kind of mess of cells now. But this thing is spiked here with a hail core a bit around Whiteville, now just east of there. So there's some large hail occurring along. It looks like this appears to be Highway 64, moving east towards Toon and going east from there. When I look at the scan here, I'm looking on the bottom right is where I'm looking for hail. On the upper right quadrant here is where I'm looking for rotation, anything that could be tornadic. I'm not seeing anything overly much, but the only thing I would note is in the same general area here is a little bit in here maybe. It's trying to rear itself, so we'll keep an eye on that, but nothing that shows like big tornado or anything right this second. So it looks like primarily a large hail threat right now. But again, we'll keep an eye on that. The last couple of scans, if we go through here. In a minute, we'll go back and check some social media here in a minute to see if there's any new footage of the tornado from earlier. All right. So you can see here on the last frames, bottom right quadrant, is where we're talking about the hail. So right up what looks like Highway 64 here. It started just southwest of Whiteville, starting to crank up a bit of a hail core. It looks like, again, moving east-northeast. Right up 64, that's when they issued the warning, was when it was right around Whiteville. So that's primarily the reason that this thing is severe thunderstorm warned at this point. So we'll keep an eye on it and see if it expands or if there's anything further we need to look at with the rotation there.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
All right, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma, so let's see what that is. So similar area, it's obviously with those two cells that we've been talking about. So in this one, they're saying a severe thunderstorm is located near Morris, moving east at 35. We'll take a look at that here in a moment. They're talking about ping pong ball size hail and winds up to 60 miles an hour. So that's a little bit larger than what they were saying before. So let's zoom out of here. If I can get out of this thing. And let's head over to Oklahoma again. This is for everyone that's just tuning in. This is about, here in Oklahoma, is about 30, 35 miles south of Tulsa, roughly. Let's see what we got going on here. So here are call them twin cells. And they issued this new one saying the ping pong ball size hail, and they're saying near Morris. So when we look on here, so here's Morris right here. And that makes sense, because when you stop the radar movement here, and we will, again, as you've been seeing, we'll circle this, but right in there, there's the more white showing up in the core. All right, thanks for joining, Michael. Get some sleep. Arkansas. So over the last couple hours, there has been significant tornado activity in Arkansas. There is not any tornado, or no tornado warnings active anywhere in the United States at this moment. There was, over the last couple hours, a significant long-track tornadic supercell that went from northern and north-central northeast Arkansas, got very close into the Jonesboro area. There were reports of a large wedge tornado just to the north and west of Jonesboro within the last hour and a half or so, 2 hours. I'm losing track of time here. Probably 2 hours or so now. But so there were some towns up there that did appear to get some damage. There's been footage. It's been a little hard to see the footage. There hasn't been any really conclusive footage, but we do have confirmed reports from emergency management spotters saying that they had seen and were confirming a wedge tornado in that area north and west of Jonesboro. There were also reports on one of the highways in that area also of cars that were flipped over. In addition, there's been a lot of large baseball-sized hail in that whole area from well north and west of Jonesboro all the way to the Tennessee border north of Memphis. So again, back here on this cell in Oklahoma, so with each one of these scans, you just have to watch it and see what it's doing, because we've seen the white, which is the more maximum reflectivity on these hail scans, and now in this last frame, it doesn't look as significant, but it doesn't look as significant as it did. But this Morris area undoubtedly is getting some large hail right now. I mean, it's basically what Highway 62 and whatever this other intersection is right in the heart of Morris is getting large hail right now. Yeah, no problem. What we can do right now, actually, because we haven't done this in a little bit of time here, is I want to pull up, where did my Twitter go here? I'm going to bring Twitter back up here. Full screen this. Let's do a refresh, and let's check on the social media here and see what's happening. So this is what we've been seeing from earlier, and this is where it gets tricky. None of this is right now. So for those watching, we're not looking at live anything here as it relates to this tornado situation. But we're seeing a lot of footage, but not necessarily conclusive footage of a large tornado, unless there's something that's just been posted. So we'll take a look at that. So now here, though, let's take a look at hail damage from Walnut Ridge. So this was in the vicinity of that tornadic supercell. This is where we know there was at least baseball-sized hail. So here's the evidence of baseball-sized hail. You can see this house here. Hail damage on this home. Unfortunately, you can see heavier damage to the siding. Looks like there's broken windows there. Yeah, the whole window's broken out. So you're going to see any of these towns where this went through, you're going to see some widespread hail damage, no doubt about it. This large hail core went on for a good 70 plus miles. So that's a definite right there. Some major hail damage. Let's see here. We're seeing, you can't really see it. They're saying there's thick hail fog. You can maybe see a little bit coming off the ground in this area here. But you were seeing the scenes we were seeing on social media posted from this hail core as it moved through that whole area was where it actually looked like it had been snowing. And it just was simply a pile up of hail because of how much hail came down as this thing moved through. So you're seeing that. This says here, and I'm just reading off social media here a little bit, guys, so and some of these things can't always confirm, but this is someone who just in the last 12 minutes or so said, just informed that Jumpstart Animal Shelter in Walnut Ridge has damage from the storms, all windows blown out. And that's at an animal shelter in Walnut Ridge, so that's not good. Hey, from Mississippi, Gabe, thanks for joining. Here's Walnut Ridge also. Now here's a good view of hail fog. Here is a good view of the hail fog, and then you can see here, this is where it really looks like snow. You can see the tire tracks and accumulated hail. And you can see the fog here, and that's that hail fog that occurs oftentimes after you get a hailstorm like this. Hey, Corinne. So actually, I was people are coming in and out. So I was just referring to what we're doing. So we're newer to the to the live streaming space here, but have a background in meteorology, degreed in it, have been storm chasing for over 20 years. So we go out to the field storm chasing and do that all over. And now we're going to kind of in parallel do some live streaming when we're not out in the field and when we're able to. But yeah, we go out in the field storm chasing frequently. We were referring to earlier this whole area in Arkansas that's gotten hit recently. I've been out there on more than one occasion recently for storms, and it definitely seems like it's been a bit of a hotbed. More and more that whole Dixie Alley area almost feels like that's really taken over as more of a, at least recent decades, tornado alley versus what you think of as the traditional hotbed area in the Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas area. It has become more of that Dixie Alley, it feels like now. But yeah, we do go out. And like I mentioned too, so we're just getting going here. So certainly would love for everyone to subscribe. We'll be doing this more and more as we go forward. And again, when we can't go out in the field chasing, so we'll be doing that. And like I said, we're just here to report things as we see it. We're covering the radars, discussions. We'll do an advanced SPC outlook discussions. All those things. Definitely not someone here that's going to hype a bunch of stuff up. That's not what I'm looking to do. Just tell it straight shooting like it is. Not going to be out there calling out everything is sky falling. We want to just be as straightforward as we can about things, and just be tell the facts. Basically, that's our goal here. Hey, greetings. Thanks for joining from Arkansas there. It's like Vandale. We've been talking about all the severe weather in the area, and in the Jonesboro area. We're looking at social media right now. Here's Weather Nation. See if I can get this to load though. Said that right. For those that did just join, here's one more look again at the hail damage in Walnut Ridge. So this gives you a really good vantage point here. Really gives you a good vantage point of the damage produced by large hail. So you're hearing everyone talk about the tornado and what there was or wasn't from a tornado perspective. But you're really seeing here, the bigger story with this very likely is going to be the long track hail damage that there is with this thing. Because for a good 70, 80 miles, this thing would hit a large hail core where there was just nonstop reports coming in on social media of golf ball, baseball, and up to softball size hail. Have not seen softball size hail that I've seen yet, and maybe we'll see it as we scroll through here a bit more on social media. But definitely have seen plenty of baseball size hail, and certainly this is very large hail to do this kind of damage. You can see the windows are busted out here, so this is pretty serious. All right, if we scroll on through here, let's see. We already looked at this. Can I keep scrolling where we haven't seen? There's the hail fog again in the ground, looking like it's snowed, and the tire tracks in the hail. What do we got here? This is Brooklyn, so that's just northeast. what's going on here in this image. Oops, what the heck. So seeing quite a bit there. Path of tonight's storm. I look at power outages. Keep scrolling through here. Yeah, hey Gabe, just for awareness, the tornado emergency was a bit earlier, so that is gone at this point. There are actually no active tornado warnings right now. A lot of what we're seeing, and when there was the tornado emergency in the Jonesboro, Arkansas area and just north and west of there, occurred over the last couple hours now, maybe even more than that. Again, I'm losing track of time here. I think it was maybe about 2 hours ago, maybe longer. But there was, definitely a tornado emergency earlier, and yes, that was the right thing to do at that time. All right. Again, these are some of the footages. Some of you that have been on the stream for a while will already have seen this, but just kind of perusing through for people coming in and checking it out. This was also a view in the Jonesboro area earlier. So again, you can see here in the distance illuminated by lightning. A lot of the footage tonight has been footage that is not the crispest footage. You're not seeing like some of the other severe weather outbreaks and events. You're not seeing it as crisp here on this tonight. I'm not sure if as many chasers were probably not on this as they've been for the moderate risk days recently that have been out there from the Storm Prediction Center, where there have been much larger amount of tornado activity going on, or tornadic activity. But nevertheless, you can see here's a view of one of the footage here. If I back out of this, here's a second one here you can see. Right here. I probably should do here is I need to, one thing I do need to do is turn this off at this point. Here's another one now. This location here, also general vicinity. But again, with this, it's very, very hard to tell what's going on. I mean, it certainly looks clearly like a tornado, but again, I don't even know if this is like a picture of someone off someone's phone, off a camera. It's just, looks like it is, and presumably is a large tornado here. But again, the National Weather Service will go out tomorrow and survey and see what's going on. But, this would match up. The general area that this is showing here also matches up with where there were reports of a large wedge on the ground. So I won't be surprised if this does get confirmed here. Here's another one. This is one of the more clear ones that I've seen so far. So this is outside of Westside High School, and look outside their safe room in Jonesboro, looking northeast. So again, this is looking towards where the strong couplet on radar was earlier. So you can see here again what's happening here. Good view here. Again, it's a little bit, a little bit blocked behind here, but you can still see. I mean, this is pretty clear structure here. And then kind of scrolling back down through here, you're going to get more into some of the hailstones here. If I can really quickly hang with me for 1 second as I kind of scroll through here. I want to find one of the bigger hailstones for those that have joined newer. Here's some good view of some of the hail that we've seen tonight. So this gives you an idea. When you look at a couple of those homes that really had a lot of damage to the siding and had windows completely busted out, here's what you're talking about. I've seen even a couple others I've seen that were even slightly bigger than this, but generally this baseball size here that we're seeing, this may be about baseball size here on this one in this palm. But yeah, this is sizable, and that's going to do significant damage. And I always think about in these large hailstorms, I always think about animals that are outside, birds and just animals. I mean, obviously people, but people at least typically will tend to quickly get shelter and can get in somewhere, usually. You got animals outside, just wildlife running around and can't get anywhere away from this. Yeah, storm chasing is definitely a very it's fun in terms of the experience, and that's obviously you never want to see damage and bad stuff happening, obviously, but it's the fact of the matter is it's part of life and reality of the world we live in, and if you're passionate about it and go out and chase properly, it's a really fulfilling and passionate thing that people get into. There's usually the type of chasers that you really like seeing out there that do a great job and that are cautious with things and that obey traffic signs and don't go blowing stop signs and so forth like that. Those are good. Then you do get the other side of it. I'll call it I'm not sure what the word is. Just folks either that are getting out there that really don't know what the heck they're doing and they're just don't have a care about anything, or chasers that are out there that are trying to prove something to everybody, and I'm not sure really what that's getting anybody. Certainly going to get people injured or killed in car accidents, that's for sure. All right, let's scroll back up here, see if anything news comes through here, and then we'll hit back on the radar. Here is this person says, this is a friend of mine's truck. So it's got some hail damage on it, certainly. Definitely got some hail damage there. This is back to what we saw earlier. John, your question there, current patterns seem abnormal. What I'll tell you is that I think, and I mentioned this a little while ago, so I'm not sure if you were on or not at that point. What I'll say is at least the pattern of tornadoes and where they're occurring. So I know a lot of folks in the community don't like referencing the word the term tornado alley or the phrase tornado alley. Because it makes you think that tornadoes only occur in one specific area, and obviously tornadoes have occurred in all 50 states. But what I will tell you is, from a general geographic perspective, when you look at the data, you go back, 30, 40, 50 years and beyond, that's where the historical, as people have always kind of stereotyped it, tornado alley from Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, but especially that Kansas through Texas area as your prime core tornado alley. But then when you look at data, especially more in recent decades, you definitely see more of a shift towards what oftentimes is referred to as Dixie Alley. So everywhere from almost like far southern Missouri, Arkansas, Louisiana, certainly eastward Mississippi, Alabama, part of Georgia, north into Tennessee, possibly even in a little bit of Kentucky, but really the heart of the area, I feel like from Arkansas, Mississippi, northern Alabama, southwest Tennessee, it's almost like that area has become much, much more frequent active. Now, it's hard to say on a lot of this stuff. A lot of it could be change in the world, and whether it's climate or just near-term patterns. Folks feel differently about that, and I don't want to get into that whole debate of things, but it could be any combination of some of those things. But also we got to remember, in the last 30 years, 40 years, certainly the last 30 years, and especially in the last 20 years. And as cameras and phones and all that kind of stuff has become more prevalent, and certainly widespread over the last couple of decades now, more so, It's hard to know whether those reports coming in, if it's a lot more happening, if there's just more people out there and there's things being reported that didn't used to be reported in some of the more rural areas of Dixie Alley. But in general, there is an uptick, in my opinion. Hey, thanks for subscribing. Let's see if we get anything new here. Nothing new at this point. Looks like it's starting to quiet down a bit here, at least in terms of stuff coming in. Let's go take a look at the radar. I have not heard. It's been 24 minutes since we've had a severe thunderstorm warning issued, and that was for Arkansas. All right. Let's maximize this here. Zoom out, see what we got going on. Okay, so we've had some developments here in Oklahoma since last check. So now we're getting southeast of Tulsa now by probably now about 40 miles or more. But we've had this severe thunderstorm warning out here. There were kind of twin supercells going on south and southeast of Tulsa. They've been severe thunderstorm warned for a while, but you can see this front cell has almost completely dissipated at this point. There's no sign of hail core on the radar pretty much at this point, and it's almost not even showing up on reflectivity at this point, other than almost like some shower activity. The second one, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, still in effect for 12 minutes. It's still, at least in this last frame here on the bottom right quadrant, for hail. This is of 11:09 Central, so 8 minutes ago. I mean, this has a hail core still, and that's near Council Hill. And it's a pretty decent hail core. So this one, if it stays at this intensity here, wouldn't be surprised to see them extend the severe thunderstorm warning east of this current warning box. We'll see. It looks like right now, as you zoom in on this, it's almost right over town and Council Hill, moving east-southeast. So you got a couple more towns here, and then Warner down here. It'll be approaching Interstate 40 before long. So you might, if you're on Interstate 40 near State Highway 69, you're going to be close to where there's a potential pretty big hail core here, if this thing holds its intensity. Now the question is, will the same thing that just happened to this first cell, where it just completely fell apart, happen to the second cell? And we shall see here over the coming minutes. But that's what's happening in Oklahoma. Zoom back out here for a second. Go back over here into where we've had the most action today, or this evening, I should say. So let's take a look at our quad here. See what we got going on. So there's Memphis for general reference over here. Here's Nashville up here. So this is at this point kind of between Nashville and Memphis. So now as we zoom in, let's take a look at probably primarily focused on where there's maybe some hail going on. Let's see what we got here. Stop the images here. We're at the latest. So these images are anywhere from, we're talking Central Time here. I know we're getting close to the border of Eastern, but this is from 11:10 to 11:17 p.m. Central Time. So here over the last 10 minutes or so. So you can see here's reflectivity, velocity on the upper right quadrant, looking for any sort of rotation areas, and then hail core here on the bottom right, or hail view, looking for hail cores, I should say. So here's one here. I think that's probably still why it's the same one. They warned it back here at Whiteville. We can put this hail core into motion. That's what prompted the severe warning earlier to begin with. Yeah, so it started there. So it's like, it started here. That hail core fell apart, is completely gone, but then since this is a big cluster of storms, a whole nother hail core here came in and got to where you can see here what's kind of spiked up again in the area here.
Anything new with tornado warnings?
No, there are no new tornado warnings. So those of you that are watching, this is is my son Colton here. He's a major weather enthusiast and aspiring meteorologist himself. He can route you to a tornado on radar like no one's business, that's for sure. So right now, let's take a look here. So 11:13. So this is 7 minutes ago. That continues to say Henderson. So what we're seeing, quarter-size hail. No reference to anything about tornado possible or anything. So, this is, I'll call it a generally standard severe thunderstorm warning right now that's here, and we'll see if it even gets extended. But it should be interesting. All right. Again, thanks for those who have joined. Yeah, Colton, you want to come over here and say hello?
Yeah.
Tell the audience about your interest in meteorology and storm chasing and radars and everything.
I'm not actually entirely sure what got me into weather. I've always just found it interesting. Always how it rained at my house. And one day it would rain, then the next day it wouldn't. But I find it very entertaining to go out storm chasing. We will be doing live chases if he hasn't already mentioned.
Yep.
Once we hit the subscribers, with thank you to all of you subscribing to our channel, we will be going live out in the field, live storm chasing.
And that's Colton too, just to clarify. So we'll be starting to do live streaming via YouTube here on this channel. We've done for some time the live chasing on what was Periscope, the Twitter platform for streaming before that closed down, which I'm still sad about, quite honestly. And we've been on Twitter with live streaming and I mentioned we're on TikTok as well, not live streaming, but on there as well. So you can check us out on Twitter and on TikTok, both at Storm Chaser WX1 for both of those. So again, Storm Chaser WX1. So feel free to stop on by and like, subscribe on those. Certainly subscribe to our channel here. Certainly. And what else, Colton? What's your favorite part? What do you like chasing? Winter storms, big waves, like on Lake Michigan. Tornadoes is your favorite, huh?
Yep.
Okay, so
I haven't had much experience of like tropical storms. I also think I like that, but we don't really live near anywhere where there would be hurricanes or tropical storms.
Yep. Have seen some been in a tropical storm though. Unintentionally, yeah.
Kind of ruined our vacation, but.
So anyway, yeah. So I've just going through everything here. We've been checking out the social media stream. We've seen a lot of hail damage, a lot of baseball-sized hail reports coming in.
Yeah, I was looking through it. I knew it was like somewhere all the way to the palm of people's hands, and that's pretty big.
You can actually check out Colton on Twitter as well. He is, like as I mentioned, I'm at Storm Chaser WX1. Obviously all one word, and then he is at Storm Chaser WX3 on there. So he'll also post and either have pictures or videos of things he's taken in the field, or of things he's seen online and of warnings and things like that too. So feel free to give him a shout out as well.
And once this is kind of a repeat bit, but once we hit 50 subscribers for YouTube, we will announce on our Twitter that we will be going live out storm chasing, and we will
broadcasting on YouTube. You're saying
we will also announce when we're out going to storm chase, and we'll have frequent updates on that.
Yeah.
If we're out there.
Yeah. No, that's good. So right now, then, if we look at it, we're now 33 minutes since the last warning was issued, which is good news. We're getting more distance from when they're being issued. This last warning here is active until 11:30 here in Tennessee. 11:30 Central Time in Tennessee. So about 5 more minutes. They have not, at least as of yet, extended it. So hopefully this one will expire. I do see still some more storm activity down in the western end of the severe thunderstorm watch, southwest of Memphis, if we check on that. So there is some activity here ramping up. So this is just to the northwest of North Tunica, and looks like this is crossing the Mississippi.
I personally think.
Thanks for the subscribe, Norvin. And there was one before that I missed, so that's showing up on my screen here now. But thanks.
I personally think if there was going to be another warning, it would be a flash flood warning associated with the just mess of rain now.
Yeah, that could be possible. If there was going to be a flash flood warning issued at this point, I would have to say it would probably be somewhere in this area right here. Savannah, Adamsville, this whatever this county specifically is right here.
Because I also think it's back. It's getting storms from the back.
You kind of have a bit of a
bit
of training here going on.
Yeah, which is flash flooding.
So,
like up there, yep, they definitely see flash flooding.
So you can kind of see like in this area here. Like this whole area here, you can see is in the heavy precip. It's kind of back building a bit here, so you could potentially see a flash flood warning go out in this area.
I just can't see any of that mess going severe warning. These storms over there, though, those could go.
There's a couple other interesting ones here down here, actually. And this is kind of these ones that are, where is this? This is northwest of Birmingham, Alabama. But it does seem like it's all trying to congeal itself here. It's all starting to look like it's trying to form into a line here. So let's zoom in on this.
Now there could also still be some pretty strong gusts associated with these storms, just because at the rate of speed that they're moving, they're not slow.
Oh yeah, thanks making your wife subscribe to the channel. So appreciate it. We'll be on here more and more frequently for updates on severe weather events now that we got our streaming on YouTube here going. So we're excited about it. You can tell Colton's ready to rock as well. So he'll be a counterpart here too on this. So yeah, west of Birmingham at this point. You can see here this is cruising in to Birmingham. If we go to the quad here, let's pull that up. Let's check for hail. Whoops. Whoa. So on here, Aberdeen. So there's a pretty solid hail core here. So you could see that go, Warren. That's right on the border of Mississippi crossing in Alabama here. Aberdeen and then into far western Alabama. So you may see that possibly get severe thunderstorm warning. That would not be out of the realm of possibility. Certainly.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Oklahoma and Tennessee.
Okay, and here we go. So we got 2 new warnings. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma, and I'm going to, without even going over to it yet, presumably say that is for that cell that we were just talking about. Was it near Council Hills or Count Bluff, whatever town it was? We'll check it out again in a minute. But as we mentioned, that hail core has probably continued to stay strong enough to warrant a continuation of the warning. Take a quick look at what that one says. So yeah, same area there. Council Hill. Yep. So severe thunderstorm near Council Hill, moving east at 30. Hazard ping pong ball size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So, that's definitely large hail occurring there. For sure. And then the warning for Tennessee. Let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, so it's that same area again, quarter-size hail on this severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. And that's in the same area there. It's in that cluster. The interesting thing about this one is it's not even an extension of the existing severe thunderstorm warning. They basically just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning over the original one. As you can see, they're kind of overlaid here. And I'm actually, I realized they did too. I'm going to make this less cluttered. Let me turn off the severe risk areas at this point. We know where the severe stuff is happening. Yeah, this helps clear it up a bit. So yeah, so they just posted a new severe thunderstorm warning over the same area here, and you can see bottom right quadrant is what you really want to look at, and this is where there's the hail cores. But again, I think these storms are kind of playing hide and seek with the hail cores on the National
That
Weather
might
Service.
also be associated with why they're adding another severe thunderstorm warning, because of the hail going on and off. Because if people look at it right now, they're gonna think it's just weak and have no worry, but then it'll just go back to the pretty sizable hail. Not as it was, obviously, but and that's why, because it's on and off. And if they keep it warm, people are gonna be like, oh well, it's weakening, and then it'll strengthen, and then it'll weaken. So like you said, it's basically playing hide and seek, which might be associated why. And maybe they just think that's going to be the last straw in that area where the hail's going to go, and that's just going to die off and just become rain.
Well, and this, I mean, what they just issued this for, I mean, they literally just issued the warning, and if you look at these last couple of frames here on the bottom right quadrant, it goes from white there, where I think they were saying, ooh, we better issue this is cranking up, and then literally like 5 minutes later, it's starting to weaken and pulse down on them. So, you know, we'll see how this progresses here. But that's been the theme tonight, and that actually happened earlier. So, many of you may have been on earlier as well. And when we were covering the tornadic activity near Jonesboro, but this happened in the National Weather Service with that tornadic supercell. It had started well northwest of Jonesboro, was solidly tornadic, producing tornadoes in that area to the north and northwest of Jonesboro. Got to between Jonesboro and the town name now escaping me from what we were referring to earlier, but just northeast of Jonesboro there. Got right up to that point, became more of a large hail core. So we saw that. The National Weather Service then dropped the tornado emergency that was in the Jonesboro area there, issued only a severe thunderstorm warning, and then literally like 15 minutes later they had to reissue the tornado warning because the thing pulsed right back up on them. So I think they've been kind of unsure in terms of that, and just kind of going with erring on the side of caution. I've also seen a lot earlier. There was, and you know, this is the case every time on social media. You always get couch quarterbacks and they think they know everything, and you know, you're getting some people out there questioning the National Weather Service on why there was a tornado emergency issued, and saying that if there wasn't a confirmed, if someone hadn't seen a wedge tornado at the moment that they issued it, that they shouldn't have put that out, and that it's wasting it and so forth. And you know, as we said earlier, you know, here's the thing: there was a strong couplet on radar. You had reports that said weather spotters and emergency management had reported a tornado, and in one of the instances a large wedge. And you had the thing going through some populated towns and then heading towards Jonesboro. You put the tornado emergency out. The alternative is you don't, and a catastrophe happens. And now the question is, why the heck didn't you put a tornado emergency out? What the heck were you thinking?
Because it's either have the dumb people criticize you because they don't know what they're talking about, or have everyone criticize you because you didn't make the right move and people got injured.
Right.
Could have died because of that.
So, I mean, you know, there's always the potential to question and people to do that, and that's fine. Everyone's entitled to that. But it's a tough thing when you're trying to forecast and issue warnings like that. It just, you know, you're going to have, you know, some of the audience that complains one way, audience that complains the other way. You just got to go with the route that's going to keep the most people safe.
You always, yeah, with that related to is every single social media platform you're on, every single time you post something, someone's always going to come out and be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, or, oh, this isn't what you say it is.
You can bring the chair. Here, bring your chair.
Oh, all right. Or they'll say like, oh, this isn't what the video's called, or you clickbaiting, or they think that they know everything, but, you know, it turns out they don't. So kind of just have to block those out, you know.
There you go. Now you can see, make sure people can see you on there, so they can see what you're having to say and hear you. Yeah, so for those of you that are just joining, you know, we're we're live streaming on YouTube. We've just started and recently here with doing our live streaming. Storm chasers. I've been storm chasing out in the field for well over 20 years. Have a background and degree in meteorology.
I've been out there for at least 3 years.
Yeah, Colton now he's done the trained storm spotting himself with the Weather Service.
I've been to Arkansas, Missouri, Iowa, almost to Nebraska. We actually went out for the Winter Set event, but we
were out for the Winter Set Iowa event.
And that got us pretty close to the Omaha border.
Wisconsin, you say?
Yeah, Wisconsin.
Indiana. We were in Indiana. Yeah, we were out there. So definitely, we're pretty broad in terms of our coverage on this, and we're continuing to expand. So we're excited about it, and cool to see people join in and take an interest in our stream here. And like I said, our goal is to just be straightforward. From when I'm streaming and talking about the warnings and what's happening. It's really just to be straightforward, fact-based. Now, I'm not going to, be out here hyping up and heading into the events when we're doing discussions and briefings around, hey, here's the SPC outlook for the next 2 or 3 days. Definitely not going to hype things up beyond what they need to be. Going to tell it like it is, straight shooting, and cover it in that manner, fact-based.
Yeah, we definitely won't be like other streamers who are broadly and straight to the point.
Yep. Hey, I see some folks saying that the volume is loud. Some folks saying that the volume's too low. So you may want to start off. You referring to this black box at the bottom on the stream? Yeah, the black box on the bottom here is actually, normally I'll have other stuff here, but I just turned it off for now. I had a scrolling text earlier about the tornado emergency. Another thing we'll do, actually, I don't have them on tonight, but it's something that you folks will be interested in, is we also do live cams on here as well. So we'll put on different live streams of locations, either in the evenings when we're doing discussions. We'll show everything from either areas that are under the risk for tornadoes and severe thunderstorms. Thanks for the subscriber, Young Meteorologist. So Colton here can relate to that as well, so that's cool. You got a comment there, Colt, that your son is so sweet?
Well, thanks.
Colton's very excited as well to be doing this live streaming now. It's definitely an exciting thing. He's been planning it out and making sure we get to where we're doing things pretty clear and as best we can. So we'll get better as we go here. We will definitely get better as we go. But definitely subscribe to our page. We're excited to get rolling here with our live streaming.
Yes, look now. You can see white appearing now on the hail core.
Yeah, let's zoom in. A little bit of white.
Which is why it's like hide and seek, basically.
Yeah, you can see. And in fact, if you zoom, bottom right quadrant here, folks, this is our hail digitally vertical integrated liquid, or VIL as it's called. This is what picks up the hail cores. And you can see when we say hide and seek here tonight, we're saying you're looking for white on here. Those are the bigger hail cores, and they really pulse in and out really quickly tonight. So you're seeing that, and it's making it a bit of a challenge for the National Weather Service when they issue these severe thunderstorm warnings, because they'll issue one because they'll see a significant hail core there, issue it because they want to get the warning out for large hail, which is occurring at that location, but then 5 minutes later it pulses down. So Nashville cam, there's a Nashville cam. We have the cities we've shown, and I'll just give some examples of ones we've had out there. We've had either live streams of cityscapes and or like areas where there's people around, from Dallas, Oklahoma City,
New
Orleans, multiple locations in Florida, South Carolina, different areas around. Nashville, I think, was one of them that we had before. There's Indianapolis. We've had Chicago. We've had St. Louis and the Arch. So we've had all those. I could even pop on a couple of them to give you guys kind of an example of what we're pulling up here and see what I had last time.
The one
up here.
thing is though about the webcams is they do tend to get glitchy when it comes to storms.
Yeah, they can get glitchy
And
sometimes. Yeah.
The frames per second isn't really good, so like it'll take a few minutes to update just to see one different frame.
So we'll drop one in here. Get past the commercial break here, and then it'll pop up. And you'll see St. Louis, Missouri in the arch. So yeah, when we're doing our discussions, typically, we will pull up the live cams, so you'll be able to see what's going on in those main cities around where either the Storm Prediction Center risk areas are that day, or if we're just doing a discussion and want to keep it lively, we'll put on like what's going on in New York Times Square, New Orleans. So for example, I can pull up another one here so you can kind of see. We'll pull up New Orleans here. Pull that one up for a moment here. Kind of give you an idea there, so you can see New Orleans live stream. Pull up Times Square, see if we can get that one up as well.
And that one says it's 4K. Makes sense. That seems like a nice area.
Yeah. So this is our other one that we have. We can, oops. So it's a little bit of, oops, excuse my movement here on this. Just trying to get them set up here so you can see them. One moment here, I'm just trying to get it in place here. And then New York, we'll pull that one over and make that one a little bit bigger. Yeah, not going to really be able to get that one much bigger at this point, but the New York one's a little bit smaller. I need time to play with that. But anyway, we'll get back to the weather here because I know most are joined for that. But it gives you an idea. We'll have multiple of those kind of around here as well. So you'll be able to see that. We'll update here to actually the lightning imagery we needed to update to get the latest on that.
Yeah, Bethel Springs right now, if I pronounce that right, I think, might be going through some hail right now, so maybe pea to penny size hail.
Yeah, and you're getting some white in there though. You're getting some white, so that could get a little bit bigger.
Maybe to like nickel to quarter size hail.
Yeah, John, it's true, and you kind of just have to, with criticism about stuff, you really do just have to block out the noise. You're always going to have people that have their opinions, and they're entitled to that. That's fine. And if you're the Weather Service, I mean, you're in your job. You're there to keep the public safe. And so, with that being the case, you have to err on the side of caution. Now, I'm not saying hype things up. Definitely not saying throw out a tornado emergency every time there's a tornado warning. But if it's not one person sitting there in an office just making a call and putting out a tornado emergency.
It's everyone to come to the agreement.
It's a group there, a team effort where they're all looking at the same thing and saying like, hey, what do we want to do here with this? And you go with it. And better safe than sorry in those scenarios. And I'm pretty certain that anybody who experienced those storms tonight and had a heads up in advance are probably pretty happy that the things were issued, whether or not they got hit with a tornado, certainly, but even those that had the large hail and all the hail damage. It's a tough one, but you got to have kind of thick skin with it and just keep moving. So again, you can see here the three that we have on the screen here for cameras, and again, I don't have them positioned and spaced properly or anything right now. I'm just trying to throw them up there so you guys had a chance to see it. But we got St. Louis, Missouri on the left here. These are all live. St. Louis live. New Orleans in the French Quarter there live, and then New York City. I think it's moving. Yeah. But I have another. I mean, there's a ton I can pull up in over time that I've pulled up. We had Spencer, Iowa, and northwestern Iowa up the other day when they were under the moderate risk for major tornadoes. So they were smack in the middle of it. We had them pulled up. Dallas, Minneapolis. I mean, all the bigger cities for the most part. We've either pulled up or plan to, depending on the situation. So we'll continue to do that, and we'll get more crafty with what we show. The other views that we have here, I have the live lightning here. This is current lightning that's going on. Normally it's flash, but it's not right now for some reason. I have to reset it.
I'm surprised there's like no power outages in Arkansas from the weather on the power outage map.
Yeah, well, the power. You know what? The power outage one too. I need to update that right now. See if there's any, it would be Arkansas. So let's see if there is any. Refresh that one. Nope. So there's certainly, I'm sure, some power outages in Arkansas, but not enough to show up on the U.S. power outage map.
Which
here.
must have meant that Jonesboro didn't get affected much by anything.
Yeah. No, for sure. So, all right, let's back up here. What do we got going on? Let's back out.
Renji708, thank you for subscribing. We appreciate the support.
Well, all right, what do we got here, Cole? I've been while you were gone earlier, I was covering this area. There were a couple of twin supercells in Oklahoma, south of Tulsa. One of them.
They kind of look like they're like halos. They don't look like any.
Yeah, and actually, interestingly enough, though, so we had. Interestingly, there were kind of twin ones here. Thanks for the subscription there. So you can see here, there were twin supercells earlier. It may not look like as much on this radar scan, but they were hailers, and I feel like I need this. Oh wait, no wonder why. I was on the wrong radar here. Yeah, this is cleaner. So let me try that again. We had twin supercells here earlier. You can see here on the bottom right quadrant, there were hail cores on both, but the one really quickly dissipated. So that front one was here producing large hail and then just suddenly basically fell apart. The one behind it had stayed severe warned and has continued to produce some significant hail. So if we go to Council Hill here, it looks like they have had 1 inch hail report. That was about 25 minutes ago. And then there's one further east of that. Let's see what that one is. That's 2 inch hail. So that's getting more significant. 1 mile west-southwest here.
From quarter to hen egg size.
Hail ranging from quarter to hen egg size on Route 69, about 3 miles off it. All right. Cool. All right.
Thank you for the subscription. Starry RZ. Appreciate the support once again.
Now up here, though, you can see more recently here, this is fired up. So there wasn't not much up here, but you can see here that you can see on the radar it picking up this maybe the frontal. I haven't looked more at the broader synoptics of frontal area here or outflow, but you can see this fire here just southeast of Tulsa now, and this is actually picking up some intensity. And this has popped pretty quick here. And there's a bit of a hail core here with this one as well, just south of Bixby. South of Bixby. Thanks for the subscription, C Barnes 39. Appreciate it. All right. So So we're looking at those right now. So it's just south of Tulsa. That's where we have some activity going on right there. Hey, you got they just said you got the pronunciation of their name right. Good job.
Thanks. I thought for a second I didn't pronounce it right.
Yeah, I've learned on that to just, especially when you're looking at town names, there's so many of them where you look at them and you're thinking, not sure if I'm pronouncing it right, so you just usually err on the side of saying, yeah, not sure if I said that right, but here's where it is. Here's what I think it is. So yeah, they're really having a hard time back here in Tennessee with these warnings. Now here's this one that they slivered down. And this is just another example. I feel bad for them having issued the warnings on this right now because they're looking at this area here, and again, it fired up, it pulsed, dissipated. Then another one just now, where the last one right here. This thing pulses briefly and then poof, gone. So their severe thunderstorm warning has no hail in it pretty much at all right now.
You know, I'd say just because of the condition, if I was the one, like, if the decision was up to me, like only one person, it's really hard though for that, the flashing. It just goes on and off. It's hard to just keep it unwarned, and then it gets warned, then it gets hail, then you have to warn it, and it dissipates. It's hard.
I see here, who is that? JP, you said that your first, am I reading that right? Your first tornado you were within a quarter mile of was in the 50s, as in the 1950s. Now, that being the case, now that had to have been interesting. Actually, I'd almost say much more interesting back then than it is now, because now there's just so much footage and everybody's got phones and videos and cameras and everything else to see one back then. That would have been quite the experience. Took half the drive-in theater screen down. That sounds like Twister. I'm picturing the movie Twister now with the movie The Shining playing in the background, actually. Which always Twister. I always go back to that movie as still an all-time classic. As somewhat cheesy as it is, or the storylining and so forth, it's still a classic, no doubt about it. Thanks for joining there.
And I would say though, Twister is better than Into the Storm. Into the Storm is really cheesy.
No, there's some other ones that have gotten real cheesy, or just got lame.
Into the Storm shows 10 little tornadoes destroying everyone's house. It's unrealistic.
Dylan, hey, thanks for joining. Good to see a fellow chaser joining the stream. So you have missed the primary main event of the night, which hopefully, and I believe that we're past at this juncture, but was a long track tornadic supercell that went through northeastern, kind of east central or eastern Arkansas. Went about good 80 miles or so tornadic, had produced what was shown on the ground or reported in as a large wedge north and west of Jonesboro, about now at least 3 hours ago now, and has produced a long track, large hail core of baseball size hail, which we've seen a ton of on social media, and I'm going to go and refresh the social media feed in a minute here to see if there's new stuff for us to look at. But yeah, that's been the main storyline tonight, was that, and there was a period there where it got real scary looking on the velocity approaching Jonesboro. It was just getting closer and closer, and it was very tight couplets, and it was already tornado emergency from the NWS. So it was a pretty interesting, intense time there for a bit.
I'm gonna go on the latest feed for Twitter.
You're gonna check
because there probably may be some new footage, because chasers who were out getting footage probably didn't want to immediately upload the footage, probably get a hotel unless they're close enough to the house to drive, and then get themselves situated and then go get the uploaded footage, which is why it's been about 2 hours I want to say.
Yeah, it's easily been that now. I think it was 8 something Central Time was when that was in the heart of what was going on. So I'm looking here on the radar. So this is on the just south of Memphis here, crossing in from Arkansas into extreme northern Mississippi, pretty much riding the border of Tennessee here. So this is, there's no special weather statement, no warnings or anything out on this, but still a decently strong cluster here, and starting to see some maybe uptick in hail here just south of Memphis. Actually, just probably in the southern end of the Memphis metro area, maybe near this Horn Lake, moving towards Olive Branch. So that area there has probably got some hail moving in there. So you have to keep an eye on those. It's definitely a severe thunderstorm watch is active, so not something that's to write off fully at this point. There's also some stronger storms starting to fire now. If we zoom in northwest Tennessee, just northeast of Dyersburg, Tennessee. Not quite as strong as what we've seen earlier, but still nonetheless picking up the pace a little bit there. And then we go back into Oklahoma again, and that's where we have the one, I think that's right now at least the one active, if I look here, is that the one active at this point? I think so. Yeah, that's the one active severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now. So let's switch over to the radar there out of the Tulsa area.
Yeah, I think Twitter is going quiet now because even on the latest, it's been 5 minutes since someone's posted.
Okay, yeah. So maybe not so much there. So here is in south and southeast of Tulsa here. You can see the primary warning here is for this hail core that had gone through Council Hill, and then, can't read that town over that, but just north of Chakota. I think that's probably how you say it, maybe. But this hail report here was a 2-inch hail report, so definitely more significant size hail here. Hail ranging from a quarter but up to hen egg size on Route 69 there. So that's still severe warned, although it looks like we're starting to see a downtrend here. Just south of Warner, still looks like a hail core, but not as significant.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi.
All right, so we got a new severe thunderstorm warning, and I bet you it's that one we were just talking about. Let's see if it is. It's not even showing up yet on here. We're going to go back over here into the Memphis area. I would suspect it's going to be in this area. Let's take a look here. I suspect it's for what we were just talking about. We'll see. This says Horn Lake. So we just called it right before they've issued the warning. Within the last 5 minutes, we called this one. We were zooming in and saying here this was cranking up near Horn Lake. And sure enough, here we are. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued. Just for the south end of the Memphis metro area in extreme northwest Mississippi here. So if you look on the bottom right quadrant, so I was saying this cluster of storms definitely is solid here, and as you can see, it's cranked up some hail, especially just south here of the Memphis, and maybe part of the Memphis metro, if that's considered such. Probably is, but just south of Horn Lake there. Hey there, Dennis. Thanks for joining. Dylan, yeah, I saw for Alabama. Day 2.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Okay, we got an uptick in some warning activity here now in the last few minutes. There was day 2 and 3 for the SPC do show slight risk out there. It looks like the risk is primarily wind risk for both days. The tornado risk doesn't seem there isn't any tornado risk list, not even a 2% listed for day 2, and then day 3 in the discussion primarily refers to wind. It seemed like maybe some hail. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that plays out.
And I just checked on our channel, and thanks to all you guys' support, we have now over 50 subscribers. We have 135.
Oh wow, that's awesome.
So now we will be able to
use YouTube as
use
the plan.
YouTube to stream while we're out on the field.
Yeah, that's great.
So live owl chasing.
Yeah, and for those that are just joining, I know I've seen the numbers kind of peak up and down here, so that it looks like there's been quite a few that have jumped on here recently. For those you're certainly probably not familiar with us, we storm chase and I was big into meteorology. We storm chase. I've been storm chasing for well over 20 years. Go a pretty wide range of states that chase to. So I've been doing that for a long time.
I've been doing it for 3 years myself.
This is Colton here. He's been doing it for 3 years now, and as I was saying earlier, Colton, if you need to know where there's a tornado on radar, this boy can get you right to where it is, down to the street. He has become a real expert at it. So Colton is my partner here. He's gotten really into it and is big into it as well. But yeah, it's been something. I've had a passion for meteorology going all the way back to pretty much age 5. I had mentioned my dad was in the U.S. Navy back in Vietnam. He was a weather observer for his naval ship, his destroyer that he was on, and just was always into it. I ended up getting into it when I was little. We'd always go check out. We were based out of the Midwest. So we'd go to Lake Michigan to see big waves on the lake in the wintertime, so we would do that. And that kind of just started to expand my interest in it, and then it just kind of took off, and I ended up going and getting a degree in meteorology. Have a full background in meteorology, long time in storm chasing, so definitely not just picking up a microphone here and starting to stream and talk to people. I mean, definitely have good background. And now there's Colton here. He's giving me a run for my money at reading radars and everything else these days. Half the time I get advice from him. He's getting so good with knowing what the SPC is going to do, knowing when the Weather Service is going to issue warnings. He's become
And also thanks to Dennis and Sydney for subscribing. We really appreciate that support. We're growing.
Yeah, Dylan, go. That's awesome that you're into meteorology as well and looking to go for it. That's really cool. It's a really cool field, and typically people that are into it, it's a very significant passion in life, and even if you don't, whether you go into the field or not after college or after school's out, you tend to always keep that as a passion in life. It's definitely something that once you're into, you don't usually fall out of, so to speak. All right, so anyway, let's zoom back in here now and get back to coverage here. So this is out of the Memphis area at this point. As we were talking about a few minutes ago, what was not severe warned, it had gone severe warned for the area around Horn Lake, just south of Memphis, and it looks like within the Memphis metro area here, for a hail core that started to spike here on radar. Now, in these last couple of images, and for those of you who just joined, this is where it's spiked here. The National Weather Service, I feel like, has been having a real challenge tonight with these hail cores spiking very quickly and then pulsing, basically pulse up, pulse down, ramp up, ramp down very quickly. So by the time they issue the warning, within minutes, the hail core is almost down to nothing or not severe limits anymore. So they've kind of been having a bit of a challenge.
I also think if you want to make it more clear for the people watching, I don't think you need velocity or correlation coefficient anymore.
All right. Well, let's get rid of those then, and let's switch it. See, this is what I mean. Colton is he's becoming the real expert here. Very good.
You see, now it's much bigger for the main stuff.
Very cool. Good suggestion.
Because, I could be wrong, but chances are I don't think there's going to be a tornado doing damage.
On
today.
what? On this?
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point, well, yeah, you never know, though. We'll see.
But these kind of look like they're elevated, but it's got, like, something.
Yeah, see right here? This is kind of what I was getting at, where I feel like that there's still some risk. And this just moved into the western end of the severe thunderstorm watch here. This is just south of Memphis. south of Horn Lake here. So this is right over the interstate right now. Or it was, now that just updated here. So crossed 55. And see, at this point, this is kind of what we're referring to with these things pulsing up and down. So if you look on the right side of the screen here, you can see back here, it goes boom, like just in this area right here. I'll circle it. This is what's been happening for the Weather Service all night. It spikes right there, boom, they issue the warning, and then by the time it's even gone, just a matter of a few miles, it pulses and ramps down, and now it's not even, probably worth not even having a severe thunderstorm warning on this area at this point, at least right now.
It appears from the chat that we have a goer from a different country, actually.
Oh yeah, from where?
Indonesia, I think.
Oh, Indonesia, yeah. Hey, thanks for joining from Indonesia. Welcome to the stream.
I think you may be our first from a different country.
What else we got here that people have to say here? Let's see here. You have a stronger thunderstorm. Everyone knew it. Yeah. Must have been a storm chaser, but operating trains through Arkansas and surrounding states. I've seen many as well and found them fascinating. Yeah, JP, if you're in the Arkansas area and you've seen tornadoes, you might not need to be a storm chaser. I think the storm is
Might come
are
to you.
coming to you. We'll say that's the storm's chasing JP in this case if you're in Arkansas lately.
Also, Dylan, I can relate to that. Usually when I'm navigating, I never really close velocity. So,
What'd you say? About velocity?
he said that he never really closes velocity. Just better to be safe than sorry. Yeah, that's what I think too.
Where is it? Here?
No, down. Right there. Dylan.
Oh, here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, velocity, yes. When you're out chasing, you don't remove velocity. That's
We
for
got
sure.
a second. Dylan's tuning in from Canada.
I am gonna go back to the quad for a minute though,
Yeah.
because I want to keep an eye on this right here.
Yeah.
So, on here right now, and we were just talking about the velocity. So this storm, part of the severe area. So there is one section here that is definitely right in here. So, you're always looking for these storms that have the curvature to them, kind of a hook type look. You can see here where I circled. So you got that on the reflectivity on the upper left quadrant. On the upper right quadrant, the velocity, you can see here there's some stronger kind of connection here between the colors. Now in this case, based on the radar we're looking at, it's all green, but there's lighter green and darker green, so you have that. There's some hail here, but not as significant. But right now this one does need to be watched, because just like we called the severe thunderstorm warning on the hail before it was issued earlier, I'm not going to go as far
There is
as
one
saying-
new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning
Maybe
in Oklahoma.
continuing it. Oh, no, they already have that pretty extended already.
Yeah, that one's extended, but I would say here, I would definitely say here that we have something that should be watched. I'm not going to go as far as say that they're going to issue a tornado warning on this one here at this point, but I would just say that it bears watching. I'll leave it at that. But I'm not going to call that there's an imminent tornado warning, though this needs to be looked at and watched. So we'll keep an eye on that. The hail core that prompted the warning to begin with is gone here in the just south of Memphis. So that's, at least at the moment, not a risk. If we move east, you can just see it's kind of, all the storms over here have really turned into like a cluster. And Colton, to your point, there's probably some hail embedded periodically, although not so much showing anymore on here. So hail's starting to ramp down in this whole big cluster. You probably got some gusty winds in here, torrential rain certainly. And one of your better chances now is possibly to have a flash flood warning issued tonight on some of this.
Which is what I said earlier.
And that's exactly what you said. Now, it hasn't shown it on here, but these areas here are getting some kind of training activity in that area. What else we got here? You left school. Rockets. Left school during a tornado warning without my teachers or parents knowing, just so I could go chase tornado that was on the ground. Well, Rocket, I don't know if you got caught on that one or not, but you might find yourself in some trouble for doing that. But I won't say anything here. But, yeah. Hey, Tony. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for joining. Definitely subscribe if you haven't already. We're just getting going with our streaming. We storm chase. Colton's been chasing here for a little over 3 years with me as my partner in crime. I've been chasing over 20 and have a background in meteorology, a degree and background in it, and chasing certainly. We've been primarily chasers prior, and now we're starting to get into the live streaming as well as a mix. We were out for the Iowa Winterset tornado, the EF4 that unfortunately there were 7 fatalities for. We were right there on that one. We've been down in that Arkansas area before and been on some big ones, and we go all over. So appreciate you joining. All right, JP in the 70s, we mostly plowed through the tornadoes. Now they stop all trains for the most part. Bit of hail east of Memphis. Did it crank back up there? Yeah, Dylan, that was what prompted the severe thunderstorm warning that's actually there just south of Memphis. You're saying east of Memphis. Are we seeing anything here just east of Memphis? Yeah, it might be you're referring to probably this here just southeast here by South Haven. This one actually had ramped up, and the Weather Service issued a warning here for it. Oops, I need to update those cameras.
Showed about like 15 minutes ago something by Russellville right there.
Yeah.
Tried to start, but just didn't have the materials.
Yeah, we'll take a look here in a second. I need to refresh the live cams. Get those back up and running.
I will be right back.
Be right back. Okay. All right. What else we got going on here? You only got into trouble with your parents. Well, I can imagine that one being a little bit in trouble for. So can't really blame the parents there, but I also understand the interest in wanting to see tornadoes if you're into that. So, all right. So again, we're going to keep an eye on this area of storms here just southwest of Memphis. We were looking at it for hail originally. There was a little bit of interest on here, although it doesn't look as significant now. We had been calling out a bit of a curvature hook here. So we'd been calling that out earlier. It doesn't look as significant now as it did earlier, just a matter of minutes ago. I'm still seeing on velocity maybe a little bit of something in this area here. But again, nothing I'm willing to call out as saying anything specific about at this point, other than just bears watching. But if we back up, we did have that new severe thunderstorm warning, or more than one issued out of 2 of them now. We got issued out of Oklahoma. So now we got one actually near the Tulsa metro area. We've been watching severe thunderstorms. I'm going to switch over there now. We've been watching severe thunderstorms earlier in the cluster that's further south of Tulsa here. So if we look at these, again, so this is Tulsa metro right up here. Tony, anything from Rockwall County? Can you just clarify? I don't have necessarily all the county names memorized offhand. Where specifically is Rockwell? I feel like I feel like that was on warnings, but I don't recall exactly which one that was. Yes, Tulsa area here it's just southeast of Tulsa. So it's a little bit to the southeast of the area there. These are been primarily hailers out here. And we can take a look at that. Right now I don't see anything of velocity, so I'm going to actually take Colton's advice again here, and I'm going to make this easier for us to look at here. I'm going to switch this over to the hail. gives us an easier look. So on the left side we got reflectivity. On the right side we're looking at where there's hail cores. Again, here is Tulsa up here. So that's Tulsa Metro. So this is just southeast of Tulsa. This cell looks like it's in the area between Redbird and Haskell, it looks like. Also Porter nearby there. So let's take a look. These are probably saying quarter to maybe $half size hail. Maybe let's see what they got to say. Oops. Let's see what they say. Come on. Yep. So these are, again, kind of the normal, quote-unquote, severe thunderstorm warning. Up to 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. So primarily hailers. Oh, yeah, thank you. If you got to work early, probably time to get to sleep here. It is getting pretty late. So thanks for joining. Appreciate the subscription. Looking forward to chatting with you again as we live stream. So thank you for joining. Appreciate it. So 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So that is happening there near Redbird and Haskell, moving east-southeast. And then down here, much further south of Tulsa, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. That one's actually a bit of a larger hail core than the other storm. Let's see here. From then Rockwall, if you're talking about outside of Dallas, I have not seen anything today, although I know you guys have had some significant activity recently in the Dallas area. All right, thanks for subscribing, Tracy. Appreciate it. All right, so this hail core, the second one, and the one that we were talking about here that's more significant in size, a bit more significant in size. This one is between, looks like Sims and Warner, if we zoom in a bit more here. So this hail core is, the warning said $half size hail, I believe it said.
Yeah.
Yeah, so up to 60-mile-an-hour winds and $half size hail. So a little more significant on this one. That's dropping southeasterly. You can see if we zoom in here, it's coming right into Sims.
If you probably live in Sims, you might want to put your car in a garage.
That would help avoid some hail damage for sure, yes. No doubt about that. All right. Richard, good question. So the storms in North Alabama, I think hopefully as the night goes on, this is going to simmer down. There's not a belief that it's going to ramp up into a more significant threat of tornadoes or anything like that tonight. There's still a severe thunderstorm watch into northwest Alabama, and there is the potential that there could be some severe weather in northern Alabama, but there's no thought of widespread, extreme severe at this point. I think we're hopefully going to be more on a general downtrend here as the night progresses. I think the peak was earlier this evening, about 3.5-4 hours ago, in the Jonesboro, Arkansas area, where there was a long track tornadic supercell. And we will get back to, I do want to check though and see if we have further. I know you said it died down on the Twitter feeds, Colton, but
yeah,
maybe if there was anything new that I haven't shown the audience, we could do that as well here in a minute. But yeah, this hail core here, so near Sims, as Colton said, probably a good idea to get your car in the garage, or you're going to maybe have some dents in it if we're talking $half size hail potentially. Bless you.
Thanks.
All right, let's go back here into Memphis for a minute. Take a look at what we got going on there. Welcome there, Richard, no problem.
I'm not sure if it's just not working right now actively, the digital veil, or it's just running a bit slow.
Is it? Oh, it's outdated. What's it say? It's
20 minutes.
Oh yeah, that is getting outdated there. That is the one thing about the VIL.
It isn't.
It gets a little bit outdated.
The fastest, yeah.
Let's take a look again here at this thing south of Memphis. Fortnite, thanks for the subscription. Is it, how would you pronounce that?
Buacano. Or
Or
whatever.
Bucano?
Yeah.
This is good for Colton to practice all the different names and pronouncing. So let's see here as we zoom in on this. So yeah, if you look right here, I mean there's even a couple of spots where it went a little bit even like a slight lighter reddish, slight maroonish on the velocity. So on this one we're looking at, this isn't a severe thunderstorm warning here, but it was originally warned for a hail core that's since dissipated, and that's what they're calling it out as in the warning. But this area here, this cluster, may yet be producing.
It also may be bringing, I think it already says some winds with it associated.
Yeah, so when I'm looking at this right here, darn it, I don't know why it's been a little bit choppy. This area right here, and maybe after, we'll have to keep an eye on this area in here, but especially the right side. Have to keep an eye on that. I wouldn't, again, I'm not going to rule anything out here. Not going to call a tornado warning by any means, but something that just, again, needs to continue to be watched. We'll see what the Weather Service does with this warning. Yes, Tony, Colton, not sure how long you've been on. It says like you might have just joined, but Colton is an aspiring meteorologist, storm chases, has done the National Weather Service storm spotting, and at this point is so good with radar and navigating that, and he gives me a run for my money now. I almost am like, Colt, what do you think? So he's gotten good here, and he's becoming a pro pretty quickly. All right, so let's see. So that's that. If we back out here, what else we got going on? The Tulsa stuff. Oh wait, what's going on down here?
I'm gonna check YouTube page and see what it's been adding up to. Because
Ooh, look at this one.
ooh, that's.
This is getting a mean hail core here. Is this severe warned? If this is not, this should be shortly.
Yeah.
This is a special weather statement right now. This is in Alabama. I think that's where we were. Yeah, by Tuscaloosa,
When
just
we
south
get
of
a
Tuscaloosa.
little more of a following, we should find a name for the following, or what we would call it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so just southwest of Tuscaloosa here. Special weather statement out for this cell, or this area of storms here. Actually, it's one cell for the most part right now. In excess of 40 wind and pea-size hail. They're calling out torrential rain, frequent lightning, certainly. But this is a storm that this may very well be a severe warned storm here shortly, if just south of Tuscaloosa.
Reed Timmo just posted a rogue. He just posted a rogue tennis ball hailstone shattered my temporary mirror.
Hold on, I got to deal with this. I got someone here that's spamming. Hold the phone here.
We should try to get like a bot that moderates.
Yeah,
the
I'm
chat.
gonna need to be doing that soon. I'm gonna take care of this in a second.
Yeah, if I were you in the chat, don't click on those.
Thanks for the subscriptions.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Damn it.
Since I've checked, we've gained 20 more subscribers, so we are now at 150.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you all so much for the support.
Hold
It really
on.
means a lot to us.
Here we go. Let me get this back up. I'm trying to deal with this one thing here real quick. Live streaming.
Can you mute people?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm gonna
mute
take.
that person.
Yeah, I'm gonna take care of that in a second.
Or just block them.
I'll take care of it in a second. You can keep covering it here for 1 second, Colt, while I take care of this. Here, you can keep covering on this for a moment while I take care of this.
Wait, was it severe warned or?
Did they say it was a new severe warning
Yeah, it said.
for Alabama?
It just said new severe warning, and I thought it'd be for this, but.
Oklahoma.
Oh. Surprised this one.
Keep an eye on this one for the moment here. Gotta take care of this. Let's see here. All right,
Yeah, that'll, for Haley, that's always the goal for when you're, watching these type of events happen, that nothing bad happens to people. It kind of appears that it's forming an outflow, actually. On the southwest part of it, you can notice a outflow forming.
oh yeah, right here.
Which also may be popping that storm right there.
I might be trying to get that. Yeah, might be right.
Which also may be a reason why, because usually when an outflow happens at a storm, it usually means it's usually means it's weakening. So maybe that's why they haven't severe warned it yet, because they just think that it's gonna weaken. Storm south of Collinwood in the severe warning for Bama is starting to form a hook.
Where is this?
You said Alabama.
Storm south of Collinwood and the severe warning for Bama starting to form a hook. Okay, let's. I think is he referring to this one we've been covering here? We're definitely going to keep an eye on this one. This one, of any storm, actually, in this area here, this one that's south of Tuscaloosa definitely has the best shot at severe here, because it's the far southern one on this line. It's got open inflow.
Off.
Yeah, so this is one I'm going to stay focused on this one for the moment.
Yeah, I did notice it's getting a kind of a hook formed with those storms that are coming down, probably popping from the inflow that it's making. No, an outflow, sorry. Yeah, though, I do think that outflow is going to pop more storms, which could start making. It already is trying to get itself situated for a hook. I definitely do think it needs to be severe warned, because it's forming hook and it still has a hail core, but it's 23 minutes old, so.
The hail is 23 minutes old, yeah. But the velocity is of 1220 central, so within the last 9 minutes. So that's still going here. We'll have to keep an eye on that thing. Yeah.
Alright, the velocity updated now.
I'm not seeing anything like overwhelming on that.
Yeah.
But it definitely bears watching, and it still could be very well issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this. He's Colton. he's a as I was saying, he'll give anybody a run for their money on radars, storm chasing. You need to find a tornado, whether in the field or on here on radar. Colton's your guy. No doubt about that.
And it really all, learning this, like a lot of people, if you want to become a storm chaser, don't start off going out to like some big risk and way far out. Just start with these local chases, learn experience from close to home stuff, and you can start expanding it out so you go farther and you can open it up. That's how we've done it, and we've been pretty successful.
That's how you've have gotten going with it.
Yeah, but it really is experience, and the main thing I will say about storm chasing is safety of you, self, and others matters more than a tornado will. We already had experience with missing tornadoes, and it is irritating, and people will be tempted to do stuff. Just stay safe. Things can happen bad, and you don't want to get injured or killed while you're doing that, because nobody likes that. Yeah, it is opening up a bit there.
This is the one now south of Memphis. Hey, OKCRT. Yeah, this is again still bears watching. Still severe thunderstorm warn there. That one is so obvious down there in terms of like the one like south of Tuscaloosa. There's now multiple warnings here in Oklahoma. So let's go back here for a moment.
There keep being warnings, and they put a little mesoscale discussion out.
I've got to deal with that. Here we go.
I'll just spam it again.
I got it now. Keep going, Cole. You talk.
I am noticing a bit of a curvature on one of the storms. I think it's one of the early ones. Phil, thanks for subscribing. We appreciate the support. Yeah, so as I was saying, a bit of curvature. I'm not sure if someone subscribed, but if they did, thanks for the support again. So I noticed that there is a bit of like a hook-ish thing starting to form. And if there is continued to be warnings, it looks like those two cells are gonna merge, but they may need to put like a really small mesoscale discussion and just give a briefing on what they think is gonna happen with it.
All right. You're talking about on the Oklahoma one here.
Yep.
Sorry, I was momentarily distracted there. I took care of that person. They're gone. All right. So this
You see that right there by
this one?
Brent? Yeah. It's trying something.
What's it looking like on velocity? Oh, geez. Okay, that's not going to tell us.
A little bit of something. Some broad rotation you could see on the last
right
like
in
3
here?
frames. Yep, you see it?
Yeah, there's a little bit there. Yeah, there is some rotation there. You are right about that.
Haley, I hope I pronounce your name right. Thank you for subscribing. We appreciate the support.
Brooke, you know what the scariest thing is? Standing outside your house and the TIV drives by, seen it happen. The tornado intercept vehicle drives by, and then about an hour later we got hit by a tornado. Yeah, that's one of those things you probably don't want to see. You probably don't want to see chasers, or certainly not a TIV going by your house on any given day. That's probably not a good sign, to say the least on that. All right, let's back it up here. So that's what's going on up in Oklahoma at this point. So these storms have been, there's severe warning. This warning expires in 9 minutes. So that was for the large hail. This one was issued more recently.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama.
Rocket said, looks like to me on the Memphis cam there is a possible wall cloud. Yeah, you want to check out the Memphis cam, or do you already have that up?
The Memphis cam. What happened in the one that I had up here? I don't know why that one went out. I don't have a Memphis cam though specifically.
Tony, thanks for the compliment. I appreciate it.
See if we can put up something else here.
And Haley, yes, indeed, on the pronunciation of my name. Yeah, my goal is to pronounce everyone's name right, you know.
See if we can find it here. Let's pull up.
Or the closest one possible would be.
Well, yeah. Or you know what? OKC. This Kansas City. That's not anything happening there right now, but
I could see if there's one on Earth Cam.
and I think we're good.
Alright.
We're good on that. All right, you got it. You got the name right there, Colt. Now you're, what are you, 2 for 2 or 3 for 3 now, bud? That's good. Okay, so this was back to this warning here. So this is expiring in 38 minutes. This is in Oklahoma, and up to $50 size hail on this one, and you can see why. So again, there's a definitely strengthening storms here that are firing up right here, and you can see that hail core by Dutchess Landing just to the west there. So that's probably what this is warned for. And interestingly enough, there was just a pretty sizable hail core that just went through I-40, just to the north of this, where this is headed. And that was the one, was that the one with the 2-inch hail near there? Right near this Interstate 40 intersection.
Oh yeah, right there. Look by Dutch's Landing.
Yeah, it went past.
It's cranking up right there.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Thanks, perspective. All right, so that's another area we're gonna have to watch that. And then let's go back. I want to go back to Alabama. Aha, okay, so that is warned now. Perfect timing. I may have been distracted and not even heard the warning, quite frankly.
It is trying to form like a hook.
Yes.
And it might be a hail core intensifying. Yep, you could see.
Yes, there is.
It's 18 minutes old, but it.
Yeah, this had. Yeah, the VIL being outdated by 18 to 20 minutes is frustrating. Okay, so if we look here. So here, when we look at this severe thunderstorm, this is just south of Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And the frames are a little bit, you have to excuse here because the data on the radar isn't quite updated on the bottom right where the hail core is here. But what you can see here is definitely hail is ramping up down here with this storm. So there's definitely a solid hail core in this. And then you can also see up here on the upper right, there's definitely some bear watching there around. I'm not saying there's a tornado or anything like that at this juncture, but worth watching. Again, another one of those that I'll say is worth watching as it progresses here. So this is the severe thunderstorm warning for northern Perry.
Ping pong ball size hail. That's
Yeah.
pretty sizable.
Ping pong ball, yeah. People and animals outdoors will be injured. I was talking earlier, Colton, when you were not on, about how when you start looking at some of those homes that were hammered outside of Jonesboro earlier this evening, and you're talking about baseball-sized hail that they're showing on the social
I'd say
media.
baseballs falling from the sky.
Yeah,
onto your
a
house.
baseball falling out of the sky, landing on objects and on animals and people if they're outside. I mean, that's deadly type stuff. And I always think about, like, what are the animals that are outside, like, anything from deer to just any other animals that are out. You get hammered by that. I always think about that whenever there's big hailstorms.
Yeah, that thing is trying to do something.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely now.
That's an updated on.
Yeah, a
that's
little bit.
12:26. That's 13 minutes old. But yeah, this is big hail here happening. This is definitely big hail happening here. We are definitely going to have to keep watching this cell closely. Let's put some movement on this one now. Yeah, now the trend on this has been uptick in hail. Hail core strengthening. There is also on the velocity a little something going on there. You can also see that, I mean, it just has a solid look to it in terms of its structure right now. It's getting a better structure going. Here, we don't want to see how, like, on here, you don't want to be like half. You know,
Oh, yeah, sure.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama and Tennessee.
yeah, so we're starting to get a bit of an uptick here in activity. Let's take a look at what this latest Alabama one is. Let's see what we got going on here. All right, it's Limestone, Madison, and Lincoln counties in Alabama, Tennessee here. Severe thunderstorm located near Athens, moving northeast at 70. So that's got some speed to it. Quarter-size hail on that one. I want to look at that one, the one that we're looking at near Akron. Yeah, this is the one that we've been watching here. Perry and Hale counties. What's the moving east at 45? So that one's not moving as fast. Okay. That one's definitely not as fast. I was going to show you this too. Look at this colt. So we got that going. All right. Let's see here. So there's the Tuscaloosa one. Let's go a little bit north here. This is in kind of the more of a cluster here. The storms definitely, I will say this, and from radar trends, the greater severe risk is now definitely shifting to Alabama versus Tennessee. Because if you look at much of Tennessee where this stuff was earlier, it's all turned into just kind of a big blob of rain and embedded thunderstorms, but not the stronger severe type stuff. So I think that's one thing to note. And then over here, if we go back by Memphis, let's look at this guy too. We haven't looked at this one in a while. What do we got going on here? So this one here that you guys are looking at is just south of Memphis.
Look at this. Look.
Let's stop that radar. Right here. That's kind of embedded. Oh, look on the reflectivity. That's embedded up here.
There's also this down there.
But there's also that. Oops. I get the drawing going here. There's this one by Coldwater. And there is this one here. So those are two areas to note. Not really hail going on much at this point on this one, so we can come back to this. All right. Let's see here. Go over to Oklahoma for a second here. Check this out for a second here. Thanks for the subscription there, Vin. Appreciate it. Getting back into Oklahoma here now. See what we got happening. So this is those severe thunderstorms that have started to ramp up a bit more here. It started off with just a couple of lone supercells that were together which have since dissipated for the most part. But now this new area here is really fired up.
It's kind of like all the cells like merging into one bigger type cell.
Yeah, and there's definitely hail with this, and you continue to see this hail here by Duchess Landing. Zoom in on this bottom right quadrant. Now again, this is a little old. The bottom right, the hail VIL data is coming in a bit old here. So this is about 13 minutes or so, 12, 13 minutes old, but still gives you an idea in this area here right now. There's definitely a pretty decent hail core there. And then there's another hail core starting to fire up to the northwest of that. So two areas here to really watch for large hail going on. And again, this is where they're saying half dollar size hail on this one. And then the newer warning that was issued. This one expires not for another 44 minutes. This one says... what does that one say there, Colt? I'm trying to see. That's also half dollar size hail?
Yes, and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
All right. So 60-mile-an-hour winds here. And I think though the primary threat on these storms here in Oklahoma is definitely the hail. These are definitely more hailers here. They're within that severe thunderstorm watch. How long is that even out till? 2 a.m. Central. Oh, as of right now, this thing's still... In fact, this is out till 2 a.m. Central, so we're on the back end of this severe thunderstorm watch's time, yet it's the most active it's been of the night right now in this area. There was not much going on out here earlier than a couple of those supercells. Let's see here. We go back here for a second. Look in here.
There are two new warnings affecting Alabama and Oklahoma.
Okay. All right. Let's go down to Birmingham area here. Tuscaloosa, more specifically, just south of there. This is where that severe warned storm is right now. And again, you can see here data on this one is also, again, about 50 on the bottom right quadrant here where we're looking at hail is about 15 minutes old on data coming in, so it's rather outdated. But again, you can see this was definitely cranking up with the hail there. And the latest on the velocity. Yeah, hey, so sorry, I was running behind, a little bit behind on the chat here. So, a few questions here. Tony, are y'all live every day and what time? We're on kind of as warrants, so I'll say it that way. So, we'll do live updates on just general discussions on days ahead outlook on severe weather. So we'll talk about, we'll look at the Storm Prediction Center outlook, we'll look at some of the forecast models and so forth, and cover that and just give our thoughts on that. So even if it's not necessarily a full-on severe weather day, so to speak, we'll talk about that. So we'll do that. And then, yeah, certainly when there's severe weather and significant severe, we'll be on as time and schedules allow, certainly. But definitely our goal is increasing our frequency. You know, again, as I mentioned, and number of viewers on here again keeps fluctuating for tonight, but almost everybody's probably newer to this stream. But bottom line here is, you know, we're getting rolling here. We're going to be doing live storm chasing in the field as I've been doing for over 20 years. My son Colton, who stepped out for a second, as he's been doing now for 3 years. But yeah, I have a background in meteorology. Educationally, and been storm chasing for over 20 years, go all over. So we've been primarily doing that, but now we're also going to kind of do that hybrid of field chasing plus live streaming, just covering events. You know, our goal is to just kind of tell the facts like they are, you know, just with having the background in meteorology. I always try to not overhype things, not understate things either, and just try to be as factual as possible. not looking to unnecessarily scare people or anything like that, nor looking to downplay anything either. So we're calling it like we see it, and that's pretty much going to be how we operate. It's always how we've operated before, and certainly when we're chasing, and now that we're doing the live streaming, same thing. So that's a little bit more history there, and yeah, we'll be on anytime we can. You guys cover all over the U.S. Yeah, we will cover all over. Wherever there's a severe event or something of note, we will definitely cover it, and we'll cover it for sure. Mississippi, yes, Storm Chaser. I might have been on there before. I just mentioned, but yes, longtime Storm Chaser. Been chasing over 20 years in the field. So yeah, and go all over for that. All right, is there a storm in... Well, you know what? I guess it would depend on where that is. I'm not 100% certain where... Is it? You say it's hard to see. Aliceville, Alabama. What's the bigger city that's near? Because yes, there are storms in Alabama, primarily from Tuscaloosa to Birmingham, and then north up to the Huntsville area. That's where all the storm activity is. And right now, the most threatening severe storm is southeast of Tuscaloosa, and we'll take a look at that here, and we're about the severe storm's about 25 miles southeast of Tuscaloosa right now is where the most significant storm is here in Alabama at this time. Keep zooming in on it, just trying to keep an eye on what it's doing. It's definitely definitely a solid hailer at this point, no doubt about that. I've been keeping an eye on the velocity as well, not seeing anything that like imminently shows tornado, at least right that I can see on there right now, but definitely large hail. And they continue on the update to the severe thunderstorm warning. You know, they're saying at 12:45, so that's about 7 minutes ago, National Weather Service. Severe thunderstorm continues to be capable of ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile an hour wind gusts, and that's radar indicated. Tony, we do not sell merchandise at this point in time. We're early stages of this, and you know I'm not sure whether we would do something like that or not. It's hard. I mean, I haven't, quite frankly, haven't thought about that. Really, we enjoy doing what we do here to cover things. You know, never know in the future, but for right now, we don't. Just looking to cover storms and keep people informed right now is really our primary goal. All right, so right now, again, this area just north of Greensboro, Alabama, is definitely where the severe hail is at this point. No doubt about that. It at least appears like it's in a rural area right now, not in any heavy population center, which is good. But as it moves east, it will be getting towards Interstate 65 before too long. So that will start to become...
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama.
New severe thunderstorm warning, Alabama. I think I see it there, but we'll take a look. So this thing right now is about 50 miles out from Interstate 65 as it moves east. So, you know, if the thing is moving here, let's take a look. This is the one that was just issued just now. Northeastern Perry County, southern Bibb, I think I'm reading that right. Continuing again, ping pong ball size hail and up to 60 mile an hour wind gusts. So again, significant hail is the primary threat right now with this thing. Mississippi, I don't, you know, for a change, Mississippi's rather quiet. I guess probably the strongest storm is in the far northeast corner there. Far northeast corner, exiting the state at this point. Okay. Let's see what we got going on here. So yeah, that's approaching Interstate 65 in a bit here. Now it looks like it's directionally, it's starting to head more of a east-southeast direction, so maybe towards Deatsville, it looks like, between Clanton and Deatsville along Interstate 65 eventually. if this thing holds together, would be impacting those areas along the highway. The movement on this is east at 45. It's about 50 miles out, so, you know, you're talking about within an hour it'll be approaching Interstate 65. Pull up, get those cams refreshed here too in a moment. Kansas City is the other one we have up on there right now. Okay, refresh our lightning, make sure that's the latest. I think it is now. Okay. I'm keeping focused right now. I've been zeroed in here south of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, on a hailer right now. That's basically from about Brent. It's going to be between Brent and Marion, Alabama. It's moving kind of right in between those two areas, those two towns. Did you see the new day? It looks like they issued the new Storm Prediction Center updates here. Should take a look at that real quick, and we can take a look and cover that here momentarily. But slight risk again tomorrow from southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, eastward through central Mississippi, including Jackson and the southwest Alabama. That's for tomorrow. Let's see if there's what kind of tornado risk, if any, is showing up there. They have introduced a 2% tornado risk, so not overly significant, but to note there was no tornado risk listed prior. So it does introduce that into the forecast. And again, I'll go back to this here in a moment. Let's take a look and see the day 2 that just came out. Similar areas. So these areas, this is day 2 as well. Yeah. So 2 days in a row coming up. So this weekend, the focus is definitely going to be in that area. Northern Louisiana, far southern Arkansas, central Mississippi, and southwest Alabama. That's where your main tornado slight risks are over the next couple of days. So this weekend will be primarily that. Again, we're seeing these severe thunderstorm warnings here. Let's back it up, see what else we got going on. We still got, looks like, some severe warnings up here in northern Alabama. So let's take a look at where it's the latest there. Closer radar too here. Let's see here. All right. Thanks for the subscription, Roger. Huntsville. So a lot of storms approaching Huntsville at this point. They are not technically under severe thunderstorm warning in Huntsville right now, but if you're in that area, it's definitely going to get noisy. Definitely going to get noisy. Russell, both of your cars were heavily damaged by hail north of Jonesboro. I am very sorry to hear that. We were seeing a lot of social media footage, or pictures primarily, of hail that was baseball size. Saw them up to softball, referenced by the Weather Service. Never saw softball size hail pictures on social media, but yeah, the hail was definitely quite large. I saw a number of houses that had windows busted out, siding completely torn and ripped, damaged, chipped off. So I'm sorry to hear that about your vehicle, your vehicles. Laz, when you say what site do we use, when you're referring to site, which thing you're referring to? The radar itself, are you referring to? Gabe, no tornadoes in the last 3 hours or so here, but earlier, a significant tornado in Arkansas in the Jonesboro area, primarily north of Jonesboro in particular. Roger, you can donate. Right now, we're not set up yet on YouTube, so since we're just getting going, On YouTube, we don't have it available.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
So we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma. But yeah, Roger, I mean, you can donate. You'd have to go to our Twitter right now. So if you go to our Twitter page, and we're actually on both Twitter and TikTok, we're at Storm Chaser WX1 on both of those platforms. So on Twitter and Facebook, you can like us there as well at Storm Chaser WX1, and 1 being the number 1, not spelled out 1, and that's all one word. On there, if you go to the Twitter page, and there's a little bit up in our profile, the way Twitter has it set up now, there is a little like dollar symbol on there, and in there you can go and donate there. We're not able to do it yet related to YouTube, unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, well, not fortunately, I shouldn't say that. Fortunately, there haven't been any tornado warnings or any reports of tornadoes since earlier in Arkansas, for the most part. So things have definitely turned more severe thunderstorm focused, have turned hail focused. Has been over the last couple hours. Has definitely been the primary mode. Has been hail. Nader hunt, yeah. Storms in Tennessee. Yeah, Tennessee though, the Tennessee-Alabama border. If we zoom in again here, that's primarily where the I'll say the more significant, strong to severe thunderstorm activity is now. Definitely much of Tennessee, especially up towards Nashville, is really turned into primarily a more steady, heavier rain and embedded thunder event up there. I'd say really at this point, it's from the Tennessee-Alabama border and south is where the primary severe threat is at this point. And again, that being focused on the area just to the southeast of Tuscaloosa, heading towards Interstate 65 near Clanton. That is a significant hailer going on right now there. And then back in Oklahoma, we go back there. I'm trying to, these storms are kind of getting in between a couple radars here. So I'm just going to zoom in here. The severe thunderstorm watch in Oklahoma is actually only out for, I don't know, another, what time is it now? 1, I think it ends at, it technically is supposed to end at 2 o'clock in the morning, Central Time, but I mean, the activity right now in Oklahoma is the most significant that it's been this evening. I should probably update this to turn on my mesoscale discussions again though now. And aha, there is one. So, let's take a look at what that says. One moment here. Mesoscale discussion. This was issued a while ago, okay. I should have turned them off earlier. Severe threat was expected to continue well after midnight across eastern Oklahoma. Could affect western Arkansas later tonight. The need for a new weather watch appeared or seemed unclear at this time, and but now this is a little bit outdated though, so they have more info now. My guess would be if this trend continues, as I was mentioning, Oklahoma right now, eastern Oklahoma is the most active it's been all night at this point. Things have really blossomed here, east of Oklahoma City, southeast of Tulsa, and then heading towards northwestern Arkansas, towards Fort Smith, Arkansas. I think someone had a question about that earlier. So I could see them issuing a new at least a new smaller severe thunderstorm watch for northwestern Arkansas. I'd say there's a definite possibility of that if these trends continue with these storms. There's multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here. You can see, you can just see by looking at the upper left quadrant the reflectivity that this stuff has definitely cranked up. We even got some wind reports here. So this came in 6 minutes ago. Interstate 40 and Highway 2 south of Warner, 73 mile an hour confirmed on instruments. And that came in through Spotter Network. So 73 on wind. Obviously, that's very significant. 2-inch hail, that was from earlier. So yeah, there's still significant. There's a significant risk. It seems like increasing here for eastern Oklahoma and western Arkansas. Would not be surprised to see a new severe thunderstorm watch issued over here in the next 30 minutes to an hour for the expiration of the watch in Oklahoma. Okay, so what other questions we got here? Anything happening in southern Tennessee? Just got here. Well, Blueberry Juice, welcome. Thanks for joining. Yeah, in southern Tennessee right now, there is activity. What I was just referring to a little bit ago was in southern Tennessee, it's primarily along the Alabama-Tennessee border. From there south is where the real severe threat is at this point. Anywhere north of that, you start getting north in Tennessee towards Nashville. It's primarily Nashville to Knoxville even now. It's heading that way. Primarily just a heavy rain event at this point with embedded thunder. You really have to get down towards just north of Huntsville, towards Chattanooga. I mean, from that area south through Birmingham, and also into the south and east of Tuscaloosa. That's really the main focal area at this point for severe. Russell, I had softball-sized hail at my house, by far the largest hail you've ever seen. I definitely saw some huge hail on radar, on Twitter earlier, and on radar from the returns that were coming back on the Ville. And everything I saw was baseball size for the most part. So if you got softball size, that's extreme, and that had to do some significant damage to your home, which I'm sorry to hear that you had hail of that nature. That's obviously terrible. Yeah, there's definitely, it looks like definitely a lot of lightning showing up, and you can see it's a smaller image here, but the lightning there's a lot of lightning going on in that area down there. Those that are tuned in from that area, no doubt about it, you're hearing a lot of thunder and seeing a lot of flashing. I'm going to zoom back in now into the Birmingham area and southeast of Tuscaloosa. Take a look at our severe thunderstorms here, this hailer. See what we got going on. So it looks like it's continuing to be primarily a hailer. In fact, it's turning more into really just, it looks like the kind of part of the strength of this storm is kind of splitting a bit. There's really a southern mode and a northern mode. The southern mode is getting down near Marion. Really zoom in here a bit. So a southern mode down here near Marion, that's where the biggest hail is, definitely. And you can see, I'll pause this image to the most recent that I have here. So these images are everywhere from about 1:02 Central Time to 1:07 Central Time. So within the last 5 to 10 minutes. Definitely the biggest hail right here, bottom right quadrant on this radar imagery here that I'm circling, right around Marion, anywhere in that area, in Marion and just north of there. Anyone who's out there in the car or at home, you're going to get pounded with some pretty big hail in that area. So that definitely looks to be the primary there. Now I also see nothing that I would, it's not necessarily something you look at and be like, ooh, there's potential for a tornado warning, yes, per se, but there's a little bit of rotation, maybe some very weak rotation being exhibited in that area. So that has to be watched because these things pulse up and down real quick tonight. We've seen on that with hail and rotation. So this is something to watch here. And there is in this area here, I mean, this is down in the kind of the southern end here, the very southern end of this thing. And there is kind of a little bit of a curvature to that. So have to watch that. And I don't know, let me go back to the movement here and see if that was on the previous frames. Yeah, it was. Looks like just east of Greensboro, you've really started to see a little bit of red with the green there starting. And then it's gotten a little bit more significant just to the north of Marion. So that's something that needs to be watched. Kath, why are you watching this? You live in Australia? Well, hopefully you're finding it interesting. Anything with weather would interest me. I would say if I saw that there was severe thunderstorms in Australia, I think I would probably watch that too. Let's see here. Yeah, rainy night, JP, if it's just some rain with some embedded thunder, nothing majorly severe, nothing wrong with that. Thanks for the subscription there. Positive vibes, the solar storm. You know, I do follow and get notifications on solar storms as it relates to possibly being able to see the northern lights. I have not followed it closely though in the recent days, so I don't know if I'm not up to current on that. Again, continuing to watch this near Marion, Alabama here. There is a definitely large hail going on here in and just north of Marion, and now we're starting to see a little bit on the velocity showing up here that needs to be watched a bit, and also just given this far southern end of this line, it's got kind of some clean inflow here. So we're going to keep an eye on this. I'm going to stay on this one for right now, unless I know there's other active warnings right now, in particular in Oklahoma. But for the moment, I want to stay on this. Again, Marion is definitely the area there. David, yes, hearing thunder in Chattanooga, that would make sense given what we're seeing on radar, certainly. So it's probably going to be a rainy, thundery night in the Chattanooga area. Overnight, I should say. I'm losing track of what time it is now. Northwest Georgia, Josh. Well, let's zoom out for 1 second here. So generally speaking, all this activity is generally moving in that direction. It may ultimately weaken with eastward extent. So as this stuff starts to push towards Chattanooga, towards Atlanta and those areas, it's starting to get away from the zone of where it was more potentially able to be severe and conditions warranting it are being right for it. So hopefully all you end up getting there in northern Georgia will be remnants of thunder and maybe some heavier rain, but hopefully no significant severe there. Hey Josh, if you're the software here, it depends on what you're referring to. I'm making sure we're on the same page. What I'm showing and covering here on radars, this is the Radar Scope app. You'll see on pages, typically people will either be using Radar Scope or Radar Omega. Those are two of the main apps that usually anybody who covers any significant severe weather or goes storm chasing really uses. So I have both of those apps. I've been more on the Radar Scope side of things, but I do use Radar Omega as well. There still should be audio. I see Rosalie, it sounds like you're not hearing any audio. Hey, Outer Galaxy Lounge, thank you. for being the 200th subscriber. Appreciate it. Yeah, again, for those that are joining that weren't on here earlier, I see again we continue to fluctuate with viewers right now, up and down. We long time storm chaser, over 20 years, been storm chasing in the field all over. So I've been doing that. Have a background and degree in meteorology. Those of you that have just joined in the last half hour didn't get a chance to see it, but my partner in crime is my young son. He's gotten into meteorology as well. He goes on some storm chases. He is an expert at the radars here. When he comes on, he can track us to a tornado and to any severe weather in a snap of a finger. He is really, really good. He's gotten really, really awesome at it. So you'll see him regularly on our broadcast as well. I think he might have passed out for the night, though, quite honestly. I thought he was coming back, but I think he's done so. But he'll be back when we can our next all our subscriptions. Rosalie, yeah, sometimes there's just weird technical stuff that goes on between devices or TV stuff. I see that sometimes too when I'm watching. Josh, yeah, radar scope, Gibson Ridge, radar Omega, weather analyst. I just didn't want to look into it tonight if you knew what was coming. Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, I already knew what was coming, so no worries on that. Yeah, all those are good. Gibson Ridge, obviously good too. It's really just preference and which views you like better. Radar scope is a more standard platform that just is static. It is what it is. But if you like it, typically people love it. Radar Omega definitely is taken things another level in terms of if you subscribe to their packages, you can get a lot more information right on there, the models and now satellite information and day 2 and 3 SPC outlooks and so forth. So you can get that on there for Radar Omega. And then Gibson Ridge, obviously that's one that's used, professionally as well. So all of those are really good. No, I'm not sitting too far from. I shouldn't be sitting too far from Mike, unless there's a widespread issue with sound. But I mean, I'm right here, right by the mic. The mic is just out of view above, basically in front and above me here. Hey, thanks for the subscription there, super. Oh, what do you use, Josh? What do you use radar scope on? JP, yeah, there's been a lot of activity on here tonight, which is cool. Glad people are jumping in, and I think I got sidetracked earlier, but yeah, we'll be streaming live storm chasing as we go out now that we got our YouTube channel here going. We thanks to everybody on here, we got enough subscribers now that we should be able to start doing using our mobile devices to stream live now when we're on the field chasing, and we'll certainly continue to be doing live streaming now moving forward as well. So we'll be doing both, definitely, and hopefully everyone come back and enjoys the feed that we're covering here tonight. And Colton, my young son, as those of you who were on for a while saw, he's excited about getting going with this stuff too. So. Yeah, it's really cool for him, but I mean, this is whether it was just me or both of us. I mean, we're both really into it, so it's cool, and it's cool to get to be able to do it with him too.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Alabama. Attention! One of your tracked locations appears to be affected by these new warnings. New severe thunderstorm warning issued for Alabama. This warning is potentially affecting the following tracked locations. Location number 1, which is near the warned area. Here is the summary of this warning. At 1:12 a.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm was located near Marion, moving east at 35 miles per hour. End of warning summary.
Not sure why that went off like that. And it's also not near my location, but not sure why it did that. Hold on, I'm going to catch up on some of the chat here. I'm falling a bit behind. Just give me a moment. Let's see here. It might be, for somebody to say it might sound farther away, it might be just sometimes I'm talking a little bit lower. I probably just need to talk a little bit more. All right. Outer Galaxy. Search for a stream after the usual ones I watch went off. Hey, you know, whatever. That's cool. Josh, yeah, no, definitely, you know, stay with us here. We'll see kind of how things evolve at this point. You know, there's different levels of extent that you do with this kind of stuff. It depends on how much you're on, you know, what all type of information you want to show and so forth. So I'm kind of feeling it out right now as people, you know, start getting more interested in our stream and seeing what people like and don't like as far as just the information that we show and or that we don't show. So we'll see as it goes. So definitely stick with us here and we'll see how things evolve. All right, I'll choose Super. I'm going to check out the Oklahoma in a minute. What home weather station would I recommend? Well, you know, that's really a preference. It's really a personal preference. I mean, Davis and ambient weather tend to be two of the more known. There's other ones I know as well, brands that the people like a lot. But I tend to go more towards if I can get all the core information I need, then it comes down for me to the type of display that it is. If I have a good display, where I can look at it and it's visually appealing and I can quickly identify the things I want to look at on it real quick, that tends to be what gets me more than anything. Now for storm chasing, I'd use, you know, more of like one of the Davis ones that wireless that I can just put, you know, right on the vehicle. What else we got here? Huntsville, Alabama, thundering and rain a little. Hopefully, Matt, that's all that you get. Hopefully no major severe weather, although there is heavier storms and severe warning storm just to your west towards Florence, moving east. So in Huntsville, it might be picking up on you here in a little bit. So probably over the next hour or so, probably going to see more going on there. The question about radar scope looking different, not sure. It might be, maybe it's PC versus Mac, maybe. Not sure on that though. Yeah, so maybe if you're on Windows and PC versus the Mac, maybe that the difference there is the look there. I'm not sure. Tupelo.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
All right, we'll come back to that in a minute. Let's go over to Oklahoma here. Yeah, this is a more expansive severe thunderstorm warning than it was earlier, so let's zoom in here. Actually getting closer to the radar over here. Let's get that to load up here. All right, so Oklahoma. Yeah, I mean, again, if this continues, I gotta believe that they will extend that severe thunderstorm watch into western Arkansas if it continues in this pace. Because again, like I mentioned, this is the most activity that there's been all evening or night. Shoot, sorry. Trying to pull up the warning here. Multiple counties under warnings here. Thanks for the subscribe there, Carlos. At 1:20 a.m. severe, that's 1:23 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorms were located along the line here from 5 miles west of Boynton, 2 miles east of Optaha. I don't know if I said that right. 2 miles east of Gore. Moving northeast at 35. $50 size hail is what they're referring to as the hazard here. So again, this area in Oklahoma is been primarily a hail threat. If you look in the bottom right quadrant here, actually for the first time the hail update is within the last 10 minutes. And yeah, you can see there's multiple hailers on here. Anything where you see the reds, certainly white is your larger, definitely more severe hail, but in general, anything red or above that you're seeing on the bottom right quadrant is going to be larger hail, or at least relatively large hail. White, definitely large hail. All right. So that's the deal there. So we'll stay zoomed in there. See if I can catch up on questions. Give me 1 second here while I go back and look. Already talked about Huntsville and Tupelo. Larry, you were asking about Tupelo. What I'll tell you about Tupelo is, I mean, you're starting to get on the back end of things here at this point. If I zoom in here, I actually haven't looked at the Memphis area in a while, so let me kind of go up into that area and then into Tupelo. So you definitely still have a risk of storms. And in fact, there's a strong storm that's coming out of the Memphis area that's kind of taking more of a southeast turn here, southwest of Holly Springs, starting to turn a bit more east-southeast. So that could clip the Tupelo area here. So I would say if you're in Tupelo, you are not out of the woods yet for potentially some strong storms. Oh, the reference to the emergency. Yeah, you know, we talked about that earlier. I think everyone has their opinions. I think it was the right call at the time. It was a very strong couplet and indication on radar, and there were emergency management reports of a large tornado on the ground that were visual as well, in addition to the radar. It was going through some of those towns there and kind of going directly through them and directionally heading into the Jonesboro area. I think better safe than sorry in that scenario. I mentioned this a while back here, probably before you may have joined, but I think it's better safe than sorry in that scenario. You certainly don't want to overuse a tornado emergency, no doubt. So I understand that, but you know, given the circumstances. You know, on the flip side of that, if they don't, and then something catastrophic happens, everyone's coming in, you know, criticizing the Weather Service about why didn't you have a tornado emergency? How the heck could you miss that, and so forth. So it's a tough one. But I'd lean in favor of the Weather Service on it. Cool, Outer Galaxy. Yeah, the bell. I'll after offline after we end the stream and before next one, I'll work on that. With the bell thing ringing, and I'm still just getting myself oriented with a lot of this stuff here. So trying to make it at least decently presentable for the group to start here, and then I'll be quickly improving here over time. For me, it was just kind of get myself off the ground, which thankfully with a lot of folks here joining in, it's been very helpful. All right, what else? What other questions we got here? North Alabama, I covered that earlier. Yes, there's definitely hail in eastern Oklahoma. Northeast, anyone in northeast Mississippi is not out of the woods tonight in terms of strong to possibly a severe storm. Again, that's what I have on the radar actually now. We were looking at Tupelo before. There's definitely strong storm here plowing out of the area just south of Memphis, coming out of the North Tunica area, south of Holly Springs, starting to dive more east, southeast, even more southeasterly. So basically anywhere from Tupelo north is definitely not out of the woods yet in northeast Mississippi. Houston, okay for tonight. Roger, power went out. That's not good. Yeah, for those that are watching, and I will say this, I can switch over after to the SPC outlooks for now. It's day 1 and 2, so for Saturday, or now today, I guess here, and then Sunday. The risk area for severe weather is from northern Louisiana, extreme southern Arkansas, eastward into central Mississippi and southwest Alabama. So those areas over the next 2 days, you're pretty much in the slight risk of severe both days. There is a low-end risk of tornadoes both days. It's right now, at least, it's on the lower end of the risk. It seems like it's more of a wind and hail risk. But again, things always gotta be mindful of it. But it could be an active couple of days down there in Louisiana, southern Arkansas, east to Mississippi, and southwest Alabama. Area due west of Montgomery. All right. Yes. Yes, so the area west of Montgomery, let's go back to that, because that's the one we've been talking about earlier. It was pushing towards Interstate 65. Let's see what the latest here is. So, another thing that I'm noticing here on this one. So, it started off more of its own, if I zoom out just a tad, it was originally its own pretty giant supercell. Started to expand southward. It had a large hail core there just east of Marion. But now you can see to the south of it, there's starting to be more cells developing. And what I suspect will happen here is probably similar to what happened up by the tornadic supercell that had been near Jonesboro. Once that got east-southeast of Jonesboro, at that point, you started to see a lot more activity fire up just to the south of it and east of it. That cell then kind of merged, integrated in with the others, and then it started to lose its risk of the tornadic. Eventually lost its hail risk and really transformed more into briefly a straight line wind, and then ultimately kind of reduced itself down to just strong storm basically. So we'll see what happens here, but as of right now, there's still a significant hail core in this storm. It's continuing to drop. It's that hail core is definitely pushing more southeast than even where it was before, because when this first started a while back when we were looking at this, I said Interstate 65 from Clanton down to Deatsville, and now is the way this thing's moving more towards Montgomery, or even possibly to the southwest of Montgomery. So that's really taken a shift there, and we'll see how all these other little cells that are firing up to the southwest integrate with that. It definitely is going to probably impact it, would be my guess, and probably going to reduce the hail threat the more that all merges together. Question on Skywarn radio. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think any communication vehicle or outlet is important as it relates to severe weather. There's folks that use Skywarn and that are big into that, and the ham radio and all that. And that's awesome. For those that are doing that and able to relay emergency info and so forth through that, more power to them. I think any form of communication is great as long as it's used properly. What I don't like is super hype of events. I don't like, and having a background in meteorology, and knowing, how people react, and anytime something's not right on, you get a lot of criticism and so forth. I do not like big hype of events. I don't like that unless it is really truly warranted. Every event that comes through should not feel like it's the end of the world, because it's not. And being from the meteorology community is something that I don't care for. So that's why I said with our stream, my son and I, as we do this, we're just going to be facts, straightforward, tell it like it is. We're not going to overhype something to get people to come into the page or into the stream, and we're not going to also underhype or pretend like it's not a big deal either if it is. We're going to call it like we see it, and just be is what it is, basically. That's really our mindset. Yeah, the Arkansas one, there was the images were definitely of the tornado, and I keep meaning to get back to social media here to see and have us look at some of that, but I've been too focused on some of these storms. I've definitely seen a lot of cloudy looking, wrong word, no, a pun intended, I guess. Not cloudy is not the right word. I've seen a lot of pictures that are not very clear. I'll say it that way, where it's hard to tell what it is. But again, it was also nighttime. It's also, I don't think there was as many chasers out. I think a lot of the chase community had been really focused on stuff earlier in the week and the big moderate risks in Iowa and then further south, where they've been recently in the same area here of Arkansas and some of those places. So I think that everybody was more focused on those more so, and you haven't seen as many people out trying to get it. So there could be a few factors to that, but I hear what you're saying. Tony, membership. So right now, those are things that we'll be able to do, but since we're just getting rolling with this from a stream perspective versus just doing the storm chasing, we haven't, like on YouTube, there's the different requirements that there are for a number of subscribers and all that and stuff. And as we hit whatever thresholds, then we'll be able to do all of that. In the near term, we don't have that available yet. So what I would just say is, if you want to support or do something, I mentioned earlier too to other folks that were on a while back, but we have Twitter and TikTok. We're on both of those, and our @ symbol on those is all one word, Storm Chaser WX1, and that's just the number 1, like 1, not spelling out 1. So Storm Chaser WX1, all one word. You can go to the Twitter there, and on the Twitter, there's an area to contribute or donate on there. At the very top of the profile, there's like a little dollar symbol, the way Twitter does it now, where you can submit stuff through there. So if you're looking to do anything like that, certainly would appreciate it, but not necessary, but definitely would appreciate it. But that's what we have for now. We're not able to get much going on YouTube yet till we get rolling more here. Any more dangerous weather? A few hours ago. So Kyle, I'm going to assume you're in Arkansas based on that. So the next couple of days, the threat, unless you're in far southern Arkansas, extreme southern Arkansas, I think you're probably in a better position rest for this weekend. The primary threat areas now over the next couple of days for Saturday and Sunday are from northern and kind of northeast Louisiana, extreme southern Arkansas, east into central Mississippi and southwest Alabama. Both days that seems to be the focal area. Yeah, you're saying Little Rock noticed tornado emergency in Arkansas. So, yeah, that was when we started the feed earlier. That we've been on that long now. I don't even know how long. It's been 4 hours or more that we've been on, 5 hours at this point. There was a tornado emergency north of Jonesboro, into the Jonesboro area for a long track tornadic supercell that was likely producing tornadoes. I think that's been confirmed. I know there's been some questions on that from some folks, whether or not that actually was true or not, so we'll see. Yeah, this is live, Susie. We are still on. Samantha, absolutely. Yeah, we've been covering we've just been kind of moving with the weather. Earlier we were all over Arkansas, and then as things have evolved, we were into Tennessee and then Mississippi and Alabama now in particular. We've been watching this severe thunderstorm west of Montgomery. So definitely covering that, and we've been out in Oklahoma as well. And I've just been trying to keep an eye on the warnings as those come through. As they come through. We haven't had anything issued now for 18 minutes, and that was in Oklahoma. So, the longer it goes without actually having warnings, the better, because that hopefully tends to be a sign of things winding down, but I don't think we're quite there yet. Jonesboro, yeah. And I said earlier, those areas, it being a storm chaser and going all over, been to all different locations, but yeah, definitely that, as it's called, the Dixie Alley area there. I feel like that, especially that Arkansas area eastward into Mississippi and Alabama, have just been the magnet area for quite some time now, versus what people tend to think is the more traditional areas, so to speak, for tornadic activity. Yeah, sounds good, Tony. Thanks for watching and joining. Cool. Arlington, Texas. Texas is good right now. There's nothing to worry about. Although I know you guys over the last few weeks have had some pretty wild weather in the area. Scariest tornado you've ever chased? Well, I'll tell you that the most scariest recent tornado that I have chased was back on March 5th. That was for those that follow the weather frequently and all the different events, that was the Winterset tornado that ended up unfortunately killing 7, including 4 from the same family that happened to be, if I recall correctly, they were visiting I think it was the family was visiting the grandparents who lived in Winterset, Iowa. Tragic story there. Very, very sad. But yeah, we are right on that one. Literally right on it. And we happened to position ourselves almost perfectly that day, where we didn't even have to go far from where we positioned, and we're right on it. So that was a scary one, just the circumstances and how it just fired up the way it did, and then ultimately hitting Winterset. Oh, St. Louis, yeah. We switch out the cameras quite a bit, so I happen to have St. Louis on there tonight, or I had it on there earlier in the week when there was severe weather more in that area too. You can see we have New Orleans on here. At night, unless I have a direct camera where there's an actual severe storm, I tend to put New Orleans on there often because it's always a lively place to keep an eye on. So I'll have that on there oftentimes. That's in the French Quarter, and then Kansas City's the one on the right. But yeah, we will put in other all over the country. Depends on the time. Marbury, Alabama, Samantha. That's cool. Laura, Fairmont, West Virginia. Yeah, so I saw earlier you guys had a special weather statement just coming into the Charleston area, and it was for some strong storm activity. I don't think it wasn't anything severe, but I think it was gusty winds. They had said gusts up to 50, so I think that's probably what you were experiencing. All right, what do we got here? Going back to the radar imagery here. Let's see what we're seeing. Hail core. Still intact there. Valley Grand, if that's how we're saying it, is about to get hit by the hail core for sure. And you can see they're the main area under the warning at this point. So let's see what this says. This was as of 1:41 Central Time, so 2 minutes ago. Severe thunderstorm remains in effect till 2 for northeastern Dallas County. Severe thunderstorm located near Valley Grande. I'm not sure how they pronounce that one there. East of 35, so quarter-size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Thanks for the subscribe there, Brandy, and I missed the other one, so thank you to whoever that was. So quarter-size hail, winds up to 60. They've reduced the size of the hail that they're talking about on the National Weather Service language in their text. So we'll see if that continues to be a downtrend. But I will not be surprised because, again, if you look in the upper left quadrant here where the reflectivity is, you can see that, as I mentioned earlier, this thing was originally its own kind of circular giant supercell on its own. It kind of expanded out, and then now you've seen all these other cells firing up. What's probably going to happen here, and you can see there's also an outflow coming out of that severe warned storm. You're going to see more of this congeal together. As that congeals together, you're going to see probably similar to what occurred southeast of Jonesboro once that started to push into Tennessee. More cells fired up from the south. They all kind of congealed. Any sort of the tornado threat was taken out at that point, and then also the hail threat started to diminish at that point as well. So probably what you'll see in this case as well. Hopefully that all happens before this hail core gets into the Montgomery area. So let me zoom out here and see. So we got some special weather statements going on up in northern Alabama. Yes, continue to be strong storms between Huntsville and Birmingham. They're kind of, well, it's still well north and west of Birmingham, but we'll pass between Huntsville and Birmingham. Got that big, still that bigger cell there approaching. This is talking about Mississippi. If we switch over there, that's a pretty big cluster coming towards the Tupelo area. There's a special weather statement out for that now, just northwest of Tupelo. It doesn't sound significant the way they mention it here. Winds in excess of 30, but this is a pretty healthy storm here. So if you're in the Tupelo area, you're gonna and this thing makes it in, which it looks like it will. You're gonna get yourself a pretty strong storm there probably. I know somebody asked about further north, and there was special weather statements earlier up in West Virginia. I don't know if there was much else going on up there. Let's take us into Kentucky real quick, and then I'll go back. Yeah, it doesn't look like a lot going on there. Just maybe some steady rain after coming through. Let's go back over here into Oklahoma. National Weather Service still hasn't, SPC still hasn't made a call yet on whether they're going to put out a watch in western Arkansas. They're probably conflicted here with this line because it's as active as it's been pretty much for the night, but yet
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Oklahoma.
Arkansas and Oklahoma, so it's perfect timing. This could be getting into the Fort Smith area here. Let's take a look and see where the warning here is. Sebastian and LaFleur counties. So Sebastian County in west central Arkansas, northeastern LaFleur County in southeastern Oklahoma. At 1:44 Central, so 3 minutes ago, severe thunderstorm located over Panama. Moving east at 35, hazard ping pong ball size hail. So significant hail there, and which is what we've continued to see out of these storms in Oklahoma. Definitely hailers. And I feel like you're starting to see more here. There's another sizable one in that severe thunderstorm warning up here. This is by Taft, north of Wainwright, west of Summit. That's a pretty significant hail core there. There's another couple more significant hail cores. One just east of Sims. One that might be weakening, but is south of Evening Shade. And then now this new one that came out. This is actually south of Fort Smith, and this thing's really curving off. Yeah, this thing is definitely a little more rogue than the rest of that line. This one that was just issued. That thing has got large hail in the Panama area there now, as it mentioned on that text that I read. Moving southeast, so that's moving towards the Shady Point and then crossing the border into Arkansas, Midland, Hartford. Looks like Mansfield. So if that hail core holds together, it'll be getting into that area, especially towards Midland, it looks like, just over the border into Arkansas. So that could be another one to watch here. If we look at the velocity up top, not seeing anything of major concern there right now. It's, again, hailers. So we'll see what the weather, or the SPC and Weather Service do here, if they decide to put anything out for Arkansas or not for a severe thunderstorm watch. They're probably conflicted on that one right now, most likely. Let's see here. Get back here to chat briefly, see what we got going on. Louisiana, West Monroe, you're asking about there on one of them. So tomorrow, anybody in northern and eastern, so northeasternish area of Louisiana. Tomorrow and Sunday is in the threat of severe weather. Primarily wind and hail is the more predominant threat. That then extends into extreme southern Arkansas, east into central Mississippi, and southwest Alabama. The next 2 days, those areas are the focal areas for severe weather. But as of this time, there's no enhanced or moderate risks like there have been earlier this week. Right now, it's really just continuing to be a wind and hail threat that they're referring to. We need more radar coverage, especially since the weather is becoming more severe. Yeah, you know, there's a number of areas. Arkansas, northern Arkansas is one of those areas, part of Mississippi, and then an area in extreme southeast Iowa, extreme western Illinois, and extreme northeast Missouri that's also, and there's other ones too, but there's some of those zones that don't have good Doppler radar coverage, and that it's really unfortunate when you get these tornadic storms and you're struggling to figure it out. It's baffling to me that in 2022 in the United States that we don't have proper weather radar coverage in many areas. All right.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Oklahoma.
Another severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Oklahoma, or is that the same one? Look and wait to see if that gets updated. All right. Yeah, Samantha, definitely from...
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi.
New severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi. We'll check that out as soon as that one pops on here in a second, too. Yeah, so from Montgomery and north, there's still a risk in Alabama for severe weather tonight. I have another one of these people in here. Gotta get my bot going better here to filter out some of these clowns that come in here posting spam. All right, in Jonesboro, yeah. Sorry, catching up here, guys, on the chat. Yeah, San Antonio. There was, though, I feel like I saw not recently a severe thunderstorm that was down in that area. I mean, I don't know if it actually went through San Antonio, but I thought it was close there recently. But yeah, definitely dry. Yep, Birmingham up to, or Montgomery up to Birmingham. Yep. Yeah, Weather World, yeah. I need to up. I had put the bot on, but I see I'm going to have to make it a little bit stricter for these bestcams.fun hot girls type conversation on here. I need to get that stuff filtered out of here. Yeah, Skylapse. Yeah, the mod is needed there. No spam. Definitely don't want spam. So yeah, let's go take a look at Mississippi here real quick, because I know they got a warning. I know there's been continued questions on Alabama, and here we are. So yeah. So again, I like when we give early warning on some of these storms before there's weather service warnings on them for you guys. So yeah, this thing, we've been talking about this for a little while now. This area of storms that was southeast of Memphis. That has been strengthening along the way here as it kind of directionally moves towards Tupelo. And they have issued a warning here. So let's take a look at that. That warning is directionally heading towards Tupelo. Now, whether it actually gets warned in Tupelo remains to be seen. But let's take a look here. Severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Lafayette County, northwestern Pontotoc, I can't pronounce that right, Union County, and Marshall County. Severe thunderstorm near Hammondtown, 10 miles north of Holly Springs National Forest, moving southeast at 30. The storm is warned for quarter-size hail at this point. So again, the hail continues to be the trend that we're seeing as the night has gone on. we have continued to see this is our trend. So let's zoom in a bit more here and look at that. So yeah, that's built a little bit of a hail core there, certainly. What is this town here? Abbeville? Is that what that one is? It's right over Abbeville, and there is a, looks like a spotter report out of Abbeville. Hail. This was at 1:49 Central, so 6 minutes ago this came in. 1-inch hail, photo of quarter-size hail in Abbeville. All right, so that's Tupelo. Definitely need to be on alert. Severe thunderstorms just to your northwest. Alabama. So let's go back and take a look at Alabama. Northern Alabama looks like a mess right now. It's a mess now. The good news is, with the exception of that one small severe thunderstorm warning that's probably about to expire, expires in 4 minutes, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings, it appears, active in Alabama at this time. There's a sizable special weather statement for this area of strong storms, definitely strong storms, southwest of Huntsville, just south of Florence. Those are, special weather statement is for winds up to 50 miles an hour and penny-sized hail. And that's that area, if we zoom in on that. I think what I'm going to do is actually pull off the quad here at this point, and I'm going to just pull up the hail, because I'm not seeing a general velocity trend at this point. So let's pull up the hail here. Oops. Wrong one. Here we go. So this is a view for us here of Alabama, northern half of Alabama, northern half of Mississippi, actually most of the states now, but you can see here where
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi.
new severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi. Is that a second one here? Why it's saying that. Let's see here.
Greetings from TornadoHQ.com.
All right, that tornado warning, that was a repeated voice on that one. So there's not a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's the same one that we just talked about. So yeah, Alabama right now, north of Birmingham up to Huntsville, is loaded with thunderstorms. So definitely going to be a stormy, thundery period of time here. And
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
that is a new severe thunderstorm warning there in Oklahoma. So we'll take a look at that in a second. In northwest Alabama, to the west and southwest of Huntsville, you can see here this just congealed area of storms is now starting to almost push south-southeast. And in the manner that it's pushing here is trying to just push its whole structure southward towards Birmingham, it looks like. So, you know, I'd say unless you are on the western end of Alabama near the Mississippi border, and let me say that a little bit differently. Unless you're in southwest Alabama near the Mississippi border, you probably are not out of the woods at this point, because there's storms all over the state of Alabama at this point, other than in the far southwest corner down towards the border of Mississippi. And if you're in northern Alabama, anywhere from, certainly from Birmingham north, there's this area of severe storms now that's heading towards Tupelo, Mississippi, that we were just talking about. That all is going to move into Alabama, into northern and central Alabama here over the overnight hours. So whether that holds together to that extent remains to be seen, but I think what is known is it's going to be a stormy night in general. It doesn't look like we're getting into, you know, any sort of increasing tornado threat, so that is good. But these seem like that they're loud, noisy thunders and potential hailers in some of the areas here. That's pretty much what we're seeing. And then that one big storm, let's go back down to that thing, because that thing is still getting close to Montgomery down here, and it's not weakening in terms of the hail core. I'm still seeing it to an extent here. Let's see. Yeah, it's still there. It's not as big as it was. But now that thing is, let's see, distance-wise here, Montgomery, Alabama. It's about 30 miles west-northwest of Montgomery. If it continues, if the hail core continues on its current trajectory, it should go just to the southwest of the Montgomery metro. That's what it appears now. Skylabs will definitely take you up on some mod support there. Marble City, Oklahoma. Yes, good question. Let's go back to Oklahoma real quick so I can get this to. Oops, that's my problem. So let's zoom in on Oklahoma again here, where we also have severe storms rolling. Yeah, this is definitely, these are going pretty good right now. And in fact, let's take a little closer look here on this one. I'm going to pause right now. I need to go back to the quad. Why did this take me back out of there? Need to take a look at these here. First of all, I think what you can see here is, if you've been following our feed here for a bit, as we've been covering Oklahoma, the hail core, there's a lot more large hail cores than there was earlier. So on the bottom right quadrant, I mean, you can look at all these here. I'm going to just zero them in. 1, 2, 3, whoops, 4, getting messy. 5. So you got 5 large hail cores here going on. That's why you see all these severe thunderstorm warnings kind of fanning out from the Weather Service. Multiple cells with large hail going on. That's a definite right now. So you can see that. Let me pull that off here. I want to look at the velocity as well. There's one cell area in particular. Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this here. Yeah, this one, this same area here has gotten pounded 3 times now. Like right at the Interstate 40 and what interstate is this other one here? Along Interstate 40, just northwest of Dutchess Landing. This area has gotten it multiple times this evening over the last couple hours. And right now, you always want to watch this kind of thing right here. So you can see there's a large hail core there. There's some general broadish rotation there, and you can see the curvature of reflectivity on radar. So that, I think we're going to need to zero in on this one here for a little bit here and watch this. Let's keep an eye on that. Because that one has, to me, this one is, of all the ones that are out there right now that we've been looking at, this one right now has the most multi-hazard threats. I'll say it that way. Thanks for the subscription there, Patricia. While we let that run there for a minute, let's take a look and catch up on. Alan, we checked on Oklahoma. Thanks for the subscriptions there, guys. Ray, south of Huntsville. We just got to be getting some thunder and some loud stuff going on. If not, you will be. Let's see here. Kimberly, yes, National Weather Service issuing about 2-inch size hail. Yes, these are some big hailers in Oklahoma, definitely. Seeing definitely big hailers. That's definitely what we're zeroed in on here. In particular, I'm looking at this one just northwest of Dutchess Landing. Not only is it a hailer, but it also is exhibiting some broadish rotation, so I want to keep an eye on that one. It's not a tornado warning or anything at this juncture, but it's just keeping an eye on it. Larry, Tupelo, Mississippi. Preparing. I mean, I would get yourself prepared over the in the coming minutes here. It was still to your northwest, but yeah, it's moving at a pretty good clip. So I'd have yourself prepared here in the next 10, 15 minutes or so for whenever stuff drops in. Hail size has definitely been ridiculous this evening, Kimberly. I would agree with that, no doubt. I'm seeing a lot of people commenting about their homes shaking like crazy. Sheila, thanks. Glad you guys are enjoying our coverage. For those that have joined, and those who've been on, I apologize for repeating. I'm trying to make sure that those that are newer are also following on this. But yeah, we just started our coverage on YouTube here just recently. So I'm a storm chaser. Been storm chasing over 20 years. Have a degree in meteorology, background in meteorology. My younger son now is getting into meteorology as well. He is 11, but he has storm chased and he follows the radars and he can navigate all of us to any sort of tornado warning or hail core as good as anyone at this point in time. So he's pretty cool. He was on earlier. If you didn't see him, you'll see him in coming days. He's really getting excited about doing this as well, and he'll be my partner in crime here with some of this stuff. But I go out storm chasing all over. Primarily been doing that. Now we're doing a hybrid with storm chasing and live streaming here on YouTube. So getting going with that. Still in the early stages, so not fully refined and so forth. But our goal is to just tell it like it is. Not overhyping things. I'm going to continue to say that. I do not want to, having a background in meteorology, the last thing you want to do is be an overhyper, or every event is the sky falling or the apocalypse is here. I mean, when it's warranted, you talk serious and you go into it. But if it's not the sky falling, you don't talk like the sky's falling, and you also don't underdo it either. You got to do it both. You got to handle it both ways, and so. That's our goal, is to try to just basically tell you the facts. If it's serious, we'll tell you it's serious. If it's not, we'll tell you, hey, this doesn't look like it's as serious. And take it for what it's worth. All right, looking at this Oklahoma. Yeah, man, the tornado emergency reference, yeah, so our stream's been live for like 6 hours now, and we started with the tornado emergency, so that is where we've been up to this point, and we've evolved as the evening's gone on. So that's what it's referring to as our coverage from when we started our stream in the Jonesboro area with the tornado and the tornado emergency. But Sheila, glad you guys are enjoying. Right now, of everything we've been covering, right now the worst areas I would say is probably in Oklahoma at this point. There's no more severe thunderstorm. In fact, the one near Montgomery is no longer severe warned. Still probably has hail. There is a severe thunderstorm warning to the west-northwest of Tupelo for some large hail. But I would say, of anything right now, the most dangerous area taking place is shifted into Oklahoma here. We have multiple cells with large hail cores. And when you look on the bottom right, this is our view of hail. Anything white is going to be larger hail. And you can see all these hail cores just fanning out almost in every direction. You got the one up north going like north-northeast. You got one over here going east-northeast. You got one over here going east-southeast. And then you got another one here almost starting to drop south-southeast. So Oklahoma right now is our center area. And we had been zooming in particular of everything we've been seeing. It is this one here just to the northwest of Dutchess Landing. Just the northwest of Dutchess Landing, which is the third time I've mentioned this area tonight for different storms coming through. Primarily with hail. But yeah, this one's got to be watched a bit more. This has not only a large hail core like the others, but it's also exhibited some rotation here in a broad manner. So it's definitely got to be watched. And it has kind of that hook curvature look to it, so definitely one we got to keep an eye on it. Fayetteville. Right now, okay, yeah, and you know what? As I'm talking here, I didn't even realize it, but they did officially go ahead and issue a new severe thunderstorm watch that basically goes from Tulsa, although Tulsa itself seems like it's probably out of the main risk area at this point, but it is on the edge of the severe thunderstorm watch. So from Tulsa southward towards is this McAllister in Oklahoma, and then that extends east into Arkansas. Fort Smith right in the middle of it, and this severe thunderstorm watch goes all the way over towards the Little Rock area. So if we look at this, and my guess is this goes till 4 or 5 at least probably. Oh, this is going even longer. So this severe thunderstorm watch is actually going until 10 a.m. So primary threats: scattered large and isolated very large hail events to 3 inches in diameter.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Oklahoma.
Check that out. Isolated damaging wind gusts to 70. And their summary on this, as they've issued this watch, is they're saying a growing area of strong to severe thunderstorms. Initially, in the previous watch that was in Oklahoma, will persist beyond the expiration of that watch, which we've seen, and will expand and shift into Arkansas as well. Additional thunderstorms should form in both areas through at least mid-morning. Large hail, some of potentially 2+ inches in diameter, will be the main threat. Some of the storms may become surface-based in Arkansas, and a severe wind gust potential or conditional tornado threat may develop. So interesting. So this goes till mid-morning, 10 a.m., this severe thunderstorm watch. So this is going to be all night into the morning. Hail primary threat, especially in Oklahoma. But it does sound like that Arkansas has to be watched a bit more for surface-based storms that could more with damaging winds and even potentially a tornado. Candy, thanks for the subscription. Appreciate it. Shorty, yes. If Indy was bad, I would definitely cover. Actually quite familiar with Indiana. So again, we're just going to keep an eye on this. What I could do here real quick while we're at it, let me see for one moment here. Hang on for one moment here. I would like to check out the social media feed. Actually, a couple things I'd like to do here real quick. While we watch on the threat there's a couple things I want to do here. One, since they've issued the new outlooks, I'd like to cover that real quick. Refresh our page here. Let's go back here to day 1. So what I wanted to do here was just give you guys an idea of, I'll zoom in on this here if I can. Give me a moment. Here we go. Day 1 Storm Prediction Center has issued the new Day 1 outlook. So you can see here, as I mentioned earlier, so Day 1 will be through Saturday.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
All right, we'll check that here in a second. So this is the risk that's for later tomorrow. I'll say it that way, from the Storm Prediction Center. So you can see primarily southern Arkansas, northern Louisiana, tip of far northeast Texas through central Mississippi, southwest Arkansas. The 4-panel here on this one, I can get this zoomed in a bit, shows you that for later tomorrow. So this is an upper left quadrant. This is the overall just general severe risk. So the yellow area is a focal area. On the right, upper right quadrant, this is the tornado risk. So there's a non-zero tornado risk, but not as significant of a tornado risk as we've seen in recent days. But there's still some risk there, but non-zero, not overly significant. Hail is also for later tomorrow. Won't be as significant of a risk, but there is some. And then wind seems to be the primary focal area there. Then Day 2, I want to make sure, I'm just making sure I get the refresh. Day 2's panel here. So this would now be for Sunday. Just to give you guys the idea here real quick. Sunday, we go into Louisiana here, especially the northeastern half of Louisiana, extreme southern Arkansas, probably the southern 2/3, half to 2/3 of Mississippi, and then southwest Alabama. On the upper right quadrant here, there's a small area of some non-zero tornado threat centered around Jackson, Mississippi. The more significant for Sunday is that there is now definitely an increased hail risk, and in fact, they now have, you can see this yellow area here, but they also have this black circle with kind of the lines through it that's known as the hatch area. That's for more significant size hail. So those areas from northeast Louisiana through Jackson, Mississippi into southwest Alabama have a risk for significant large hail on Sunday. And then there's also a wind risk as well. So that gives you an idea after tonight this morning's activity. That's the outlook for the next couple of days that we're dealing with. So then what I also do here in one moment is pull up here. So give me 1 second. Pull the radar back up and double check what we got going on there. And what I'm going to do here is I'm also going to pull up social media feed here just to see if we got anything new in terms of footage from since well earlier when we were looking at it. So 1 moment there. I will pull that up as well here. Let's see here. Just looking here real quick to see if there's anything noteworthy to pull up here on social media. Most of it is other footage from some of the storms. What is this? All right, let me bring this over here. I'm gonna one second. Dang it, why did this do this? New window. Sorry guys, 1 second. Just pulling up social media here to take a quick look. Thing was freezing up on me. Scrolling down to see if I can find any good footage for us here. Haven't checked it in a couple hours at least now. So one moment. Zonda, sorry, I'm not pronouncing it right. South of Fort Smith, there's definitely severe hail, not in getting into the Fort Smith area soon. Just scanning here, sorry guys. Looking for anything I can show you. Okay. Might be able to give you a few items here to pull up. This was earlier in Arkansas. So just looking at some footage from earlier, so not current, but just from a few hours ago.
There are 2 new warnings affecting Arkansas and Oklahoma.
There's some, you can see the hail damage. That's significant hail damage, obviously. Unfortunately, I feel bad for anyone who experiences that. It's gotta be awful. And you can see where it looks like it's snowed. It's from so much hail. Gives you kind of an idea of some of the things that were out there earlier. So kind of scrolling through here. This was one of the... dang it, I didn't want to go to that. I don't want to link out of a page. We'll get to some of the others here. And see how much hail there is there. They're having to shovel out of the hail. That's Walnut Ridge. That was one of the epicenter areas there, Walnut Ridge, from that tornadic supercell earlier. There's more of it. Some of this we've seen from earlier, so I won't spend too much more time here on this. There's not a lot more in here at this point on social media feed. I'm going to close that out, go back to radar. All right, let's see what we got here. It's the latest. Oh yeah. This thing's... Yeah, this one, it keeps zeroing in on this storm right here. Duchess Landing, just east of there. Hail core is kind of dissipated down. It's still got a area of broad rotation. Then you got a real big hail core near Brent, right over Brent, or just southwest of Brent with that supercell. Wow. And that Brent one is major. Let's see what the warning on that one says. They're saying golf ball size hail on that one. Fort Smith, so yeah, there was someone asking about Fort Smith. To the south of Fort Smith, there's a severe thunderstorm there. The one by Brent is heading actually towards this Fort Smith area, so we have to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, so Shorty and Indy, we got covered. Several tornadoes as a child. Learned how to read radar and spot storms. Became a bit of a weather nerd. I can relate to that. It's cool. Thomas, the UFO in the area would probably be hailstones coming down. Dr. Mike, yep, seeing that. That's definitely seeing that on radar. That cell looks like it's weakened a bit south of Greenwood. I'd be more focused now on that cell that's near Brent. That's kind of moving eastward between kind of Fort Smith and Greenwood. That looks like the next one of focus there. Steven, right on. Morning from Switzerland. Hope all is well over there, over the pond. All right, let's take a quick look at Tupelo. So it's coming right at Tupelo here. Now Tupelo is not under a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, and this severe thunderstorm warning expires in 1 minute. That's just west of Tupelo, so they haven't extended it at this point. There is still hail there. It's generally headed in the direction of Tupelo, but regardless right now, Tupelo looks like it's going to get hit with a strong thunderstorm. Whether it's a severe warning or not, I mean, bottom line is you're going to get hit with a pretty good storm here. And Tupelo, it's about, see here, I mean, start getting into the real heart of it, it's about 20-ish miles out, maybe a little less than that. Thanks, Em, for subscribing. Appreciate it. So yeah, Tupelo definitely got a line of storms coming through. Looking back over into Alabama. That's a mess in terms of just thunderstorms around. And you can see, though, as we were talking about earlier, in Alabama, right now it's really about this big line, this merged together. Now it's kind of almost plowing south-southeast. And again, it continues to show like it wants to get down to Birmingham. and just dropping almost due south, this squall line. And then what you can also see, if you actually look at these two, it looks like these are going to congeal into one giant line that will start to push probably south-southeast. So that goes from all the way almost over to Tunica, just south of Tunica, towards Tupelo, eastward to almost Decatur in Alabama, and that whole thing is congealing. You can really see that on radar starting to come together here. And I'll draw that out here. Basically, an airplane. But basically, that's the area. It's all congealing together. Michelle, East Tennessee. Yeah, those are going to be, there's some, definitely some showers and storms that will be moving into eastern Tennessee, definitely towards in the Chattanooga area and so forth. Should avoid any significant severe weather in that area, probably more just rain and embedded thunder. Teresa, you're in Little Rock. Little Rock is on the edge of that severe thunderstorm watch that was issued till 10 a.m. So definitely going to have to keep that weather radio or whatever close by. Steven, maybe your ears are still asleep. You're talking about pancakes here too, and I start getting hungry. So yeah, Alabama, it looks like it's just going to be a big squall line between northern Mississippi, Alabama, and for Tupelo, they did extend the severe thunderstorm warning. It's now just to the west of Tupelo, that severe thunderstorm warning. It continues to be for large hail, quarter-size hail. This is the primary threat. So hail, I'd say hail, some gusty winds, certainly probably a lot of lightning and torrential rain is what you got coming into the area there. Okay, yeah, and Oklahoma, if we go back here, yes, there is a lot of activity in that area. So I'm not sure if I'll be pronouncing it right, but Muskogee, I might have butchered it, I'm not sure. But you can see here they actually have already had some strong to severe thunderstorms come through. These have been hailers primarily. So you're seeing hail come through that area. Now whether or not, in this case, your kids got where the hail was or not, I don't know. But some strong to severe storms have gone through that area. Nothing tornadic, but probably noisy. And then, yeah, just this general area around Fort Smith. Fort Smith really looks like it's about to get hit pretty good here. And the biggest hail might go just south of Fort Smith, right over the radar site, actually, it looks like.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi.
So, new severe thunderstorm warning for Mississippi. I have to take a look at that. Yeah, in and around Fort Smith. Even if Fort Smith doesn't get severe, it's definitely going to get some strong storms coming through and torrential rain coming into the Fort Smith area, no doubt about that. Let's go back to Mississippi. I wonder if that's just a replay of the same. I think it is. Yeah, I don't see anything new there yet. So let's zero back in here on Fort Smith, because this is really primarily where everything, other than that one by Tupelo, severe wise, that's where this is all the action right here. Yeah, a lot of activity here. You can see here Fort Smith. I mean, anyone in that area right here. Relative sizable population area. You can see that about to get hit. That's definitely going to be noisy. Torrential rain, a lot of lightning, potentially some hail as well. Looks like, so I'm looking at the hail core. The hail core is skirting the south of Fort Smith, it looks like. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Greetings, Matthew. You've just missed out on most of the action this evening. It's been almost all primarily just to the southeast of you. Let's see here. Let's take a look. Columbus, Georgia. That area there. Let's zoom in here. First of all, let's go back out to the Birmingham area for a second. So yeah, Columbus, Georgia, you have showers and storms directionally heading your way. Nothing that's severe warned at this point, but definitely should be some precip coming through. My assumption there, Lisa, is those in the Tulsa area aren't complaining about that they've been missing out on the big stuff the last few weeks. let's see here. Okay, so you were just asking, I see someone here asking about this area just west of Fort Smith here, back to there. So asking about a tornado, if there's a tornado coming into, is it Salisaw, Oklahoma? There is no tornado warnings right now. There are severe thunderstorm warnings nearby, and those are primarily or pretty much exclusively for large hail at this juncture. You have to wake up more often at 1 a.m. Yeah, well, anyone who's in here right now, unless you're some of those from either Australia or whoever other ones it was it Switzerland, wherever they've been joining, other than those, here in the States, kind of night owling it at this point, anyone who's on. I'm good with night owls, though. Yeah, sure thing, Lisa. Appreciate you joining. Rusty, hey, from North Texas. What's up? Yeah, storms do happen. This can be one of the more dangerous times for storms, certainly, obviously, with a lot of people sleeping. Keep watching this storm here. Where is this? Boy, this one. Right here by, what is this, Whitefield? Is it Stigler next to it? That one is... Hey, thanks for the subscription, Carl. And yeah, this one doesn't have doesn't have the large hail signature anymore here on this one, but it still has that curvature to it. Ooh, and see another big hailer popping here. What is this here? Once again, just northeast of Panama. Steven, yeah, Memphis hopefully settling down for a little bit. Morning, Belinda. Matthew, are you happy about that, or are you expressing frustration in that? About not getting a lot in Tulsa usually? Fort Smith here. You know, actually looking at Fort Smith, they look like they were going to get pounded, and if you actually look closely on the upper left quadrant here, it's almost like these storms were coming due east towards Fort Smith just minutes ago, and all of a sudden they've almost started to shift south-southeast, where the heart of them is going to totally miss Fort Smith, at least the way it looks on here. It's like they've gone like this. And same thing here. Makes sense, Matthew. Yeah, the interaction with people on here is manageable as long. I mean, if there was 10 times the number of people in here and the thing was scrolling nonstop, it would be pretty difficult to keep up. But at least right now,
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
new severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. What do we got here? Let's take a look.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Oklahoma.
All right, let's see here. So 60-mile-an-hour quarter-size hail. That's for Sequoia, Adair, Cherokee, and Muskogee counties. Severe thunderstorms near Pumpkin Center to 2 miles northeast of Gore, moving east at 35 up to 60 gusts and quarter-size hail. The other warning that just came out for Arkansas, Oklahoma is for Benton, Washington, Adair, and Cherokee. So it's also part of the same, it's kind of multiple warnings covering the same county. This one is ping pong ball size hail. And this one looks like it's near Tahlequah, I think is the way that's pronounced. Where is it? That's this one right here. It's gotta be. Yeah. Vocaloid rocket, I mean, it's always possible, but I actually seen on these have actually just looked like they were heading towards Fort Smith and have almost started to drop more south-southeast. So it's almost like the core, the heart of those is going to actually miss Fort Smith, at least as current radar trends indicate. Not that there won't be a storm there, but you can definitely see that trend of pushing these things pushing a bit south-southeast now a bit more instead. So that's pretty interesting. Radar Omega, yeah, it's a cool app. I mean, all those main ones, Radar Scope, Radar Omega, and a few others are all good. They all have their benefits, pros and cons. Radar Omega's tried to take things much grander scale than a Radar Scope. Radar Scope stays focused pretty much on radar. Radar Omega is trying to, I think, have a much broader scope with all kinds of stuff in it to try to be kind of a all-in-one app. But people, have their preferences, and there's pros and cons to each. Yeah, well, there's been pretty big hail tonight, and a lot of damage, especially in Arkansas, in particular, in the just northwest, north, and then just east and southeast of Jonesboro. Yeah, I know what you're referring to there, Matthew. I've been keeping an eye on that for a while. It's had a hook on it, but it's just had broad rotation, and it doesn't have.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Oklahoma.
It hasn't had any real tight rotation. It's had some maybe one or two spots it did, but it's primarily been just broad rotation with that one. But I have been keeping an eye on it because it's definitely got the hook going on there. Yeah, Rusty. And again, it depends on what you're trying to do. Like if I want to kind of do multiple different things, if I want to look at models, satellite, radars, outlooks and stuff, yeah, that one definitely has all of that to it. I still feel like if I'm storm chasing, regardless of what others say or what they promote that you see from folks, I mean, I still feel like if I'm storm chasing and I gotta keep myself from getting in the way of something, I'm still defaulting to Radar Omega. Radar Scope rather than Radar Omega today. That's just my preference. If I had to put my life on the line with one of them on the radar in an instant, I'm still a Radar Scope fan with that. But I do really like Radar Omega, and I like all the stuff that it offers in it. Really just keeping an eye right now. I'm not kind of drifting around on the radar too much. I'm just really focused in on these cells. This one supercell in particular here right now. It's got this hook to it. Angie, yeah, that Fort Smith, definitely I can see it being loud. I can see you still getting some storm going on coming shortly, but it's like the storms were all heading right at you, and then they started to dive south, the heaviest part of them. Okay, Rusty, yeah, you agree too. Yeah, I'm just there's aspects of the radar on Radar Omega that I'm just not there, and one thing that I do wonder on that is, you see a lot of the chasers now, a lot of the more prominent ones and bigger names that you see will be saying how they're using Radar Omega and we're tracking the storms with Radar Omega and we're in the field, and we're using Radar Omega. They're sure there's some sort of paid, sponsorship type stuff going on there, advertising or marketing for them to whatever degree. But I'd really love to know behind the scenes how many of them are actually using Radar Omega when they're on the line with a tornado. Are they using Radar Scope or Radar Omega when no one knows? And if I had to guess, I'd guess that a good majority are using Radar Scope. That's my personal opinion. Yeah, Sheila, definitely a lot of lightning going on with this. No doubt. Rocket, so since you've been interested in weather since watching Cantori on TWC. Yeah, Jim Cantori, the legend. I remember growing up watching him all the time. But those were that was the classic days of the Weather Channel when there was severe weather or anything going on, you could turn on and actually see the weather. earlier tonight, for example, there's a tornado emergency in Arkansas. Jonesboro's in it. I turn on the Weather Channel, and it's a show. It's one of their rerun shows showing something about tornadoes from 2013. And all I can do is shake my head. Yep, Arkansas is still on. Griffin for sure. I'm a night owl. I mean, I don't know whether I'd be up till 4 in the morning every night, but I'm generally a night owl, so I'm all good with this. And I presumably anyone who's in the States, especially if you're in Central or Eastern time zone, you're definitely night owl in it right now. Thunder snow magnet for Cantori. Yeah, I think about Cantori. One of my favorites with him is when he was in Chicago for the blizzard of 2011 there, and he was downtown Chicago, and the thing went over him, and he just kind of went nuts about it. The thing it kind of scared the heck out of him. That's an all-time classic. I can always pull that up if I'm having a day where I'm like, I need something to either make me smile or laugh or entertain me. That's one of those things I would pull up. Just pull it up on YouTube and watch it. Yes, they are. His clips are awesome. Yeah, Todd, Fort Smith area. Right now, Fort Smith is kind of dancing, or I should say the storms are dancing around Fort Smith right now. Even if there's thunder going on in there and some rain, the core of these things were coming straight towards Fort Smith, and it's now taken a right turn and are diving south-southeast. So again, not that there wouldn't be a storm there, or heavy rain and thunder and stuff, but the hail cores have all dropped south here. The biggest hail core right now, if I zoom in here, this is definitely going well southwest of Fort Smith here. It's going to miss. This is between Panama and, I don't know if it's Spiro, looks like, down towards Cameron, heading towards maybe Hackett and Midland. That's where it looks like the brunt of this is going. Then there's that one with the hook still here. This is by coming towards McCurtain. It doesn't have anything tight on it, but I mean it's got a hook going. Yeah, Carl, the Weather Channel. I know there's some other outfits that are out there now. I know AccuWeather's on some of the streaming platforms, and the more recent one, the Fox Weather as well. I have found that the latter two there have been more on top of it than the Weather Channel. However, I will say again, tonight there was a tornado emergency going on at one point close to Jonesboro, and I went to all three of those, and all of them weren't talking at all about a tornado emergency. So again, that's kind of my thing. Underdog, no, I do not work with Ryan. Yeah, Lisa. I mean, that's really the future, is the live stream and those kind of things where it's just, it's not corporate. You're not having to deal with sponsors and suits and all that stuff. You're just doing what you want to do, and then that's what I was saying. Like, I mean, other streamers that do this stuff too and that are popular and stuff, same kind of thing. But it's like, just get to cut through all the BS. There's no BS. You just cover what you want to cover, and I mean, you just go for wherever the action is on here, and you enjoy doing it. Versus, again, you turn those on, and even, I mean, when they're covering them, they can be decent on those channels. I mean, I don't say anything negative about when they do cover them, but it's just that, you know, they're kind of on a leash with how they have to handle things. There was the one, what event was it? Maybe someone can remind me. Where the Weather Channel took was it Mayfield, Kentucky? The big one there in December. Was that when the Weather Channel took a ton of heat? They cut out on the coverage before it all went in. Like they went up to like, I don't know if it was like 11:30 Central or midnight Central, and then they just cut out. Because I remember having them on. I think it was the Mayfield. I think. And I remember being like, all of a sudden there was a show on in the middle of a tornado emergency, and I'm like, the heck is this? Yeah, thanks for the subscription, Steven. Appreciate it. Arkansas, North Little Rock. So, yeah, Little Rock is on the edge of this severe thunderstorm watch that goes till 10 a.m. So, you know, that's it did mention that as the storms transitioned into Arkansas overnight, it did say that there was the potential for it to turn a bit more with maybe some wind threat in addition to the hail and possibly a conditional tornado threat. I don't want to make that sound too scary because there's no big tornado outbreak forecast, but they did note that, and I did feel it worth pointing out that they did call that out. Boy, that hook. I can't stop watching this hook here on this storm. I keep waiting to see it like tighten up to where it's suddenly like tornado warned, but it hasn't up to this point. Todd Dumpster. I think the Weather Channel's had a couple of those incidents. I don't think the other one was with Cantori, but I remember there was another one, wherever that was. It's another hurricane event. Thanks, Steven. Greg Forbes. Yeah, I liked Greg Forbes. Okay, it was the Mayfield one. Yeah. Yoshi Weather Nation. Yeah. I watch them on occasion. You know, generally I don't actually watch too much on any of those. I will check it, like the Weather Channel and the other few of them, if I know there's a major event going on, especially if there's like a moderate risk for SPC, then they're usually on now. And I think the Weather Channel kind of, you know, got the hint there, and they have been on. They've stuck through the coverage, I think, since the Mayfield, when there's been the more significant, quote-unquote, significant events. But yeah, I hear you. Carl, have a good night, man. Oh, Arkansas. Yeah. There you go. Just zoom out a little bit here. So yeah, there's your Little Rock. Fort Smith, Tulsa, OKC. All this stuff is right here around the Fort Smith area. A little bit more starting to fire up here in the northwest Arkansas. But this is expected to spread into Arkansas here in the overnight hours, into the morning hours. So we can expect that to continue. And like I said, they did mention in the outlook, and I can pull that up actually for a second, the severe thunderstorm watch. They mentioned in the summary some of the storms may become surface-based in Arkansas overnight and in the morning, and a severe gust potential or conditional tornado threat may develop. So something to be aware of. Thomas, 700 pounds of food? I think you're probably good. Aha, Kimberly. Flash flood warning now? I see that. Thank you for calling that out. That does not surprise me there either. Get into the radar here. So it's a special weather statement. It's not severe warned in Tupelo for winds in excess of 40 and half-inch hail. And there is hail, some hail heading into the Tupelo area. It's not gigantic, but there's some. And a flash flood warning goes for the next 5 hours and 39 minutes. Lee, Pontotoc, probably said it wrong, Union County and Lafayette County. Between 2 to 3 inches of rain has already fallen. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected to begin shortly. Always with the flash flooding, as I'm sure you've all heard, turn around, don't drown. It's at night and you're driving and you cannot tell what is crossing that road. If there's water on it, you do not move forward. There is no road crossing that's worth not just simply taking an extra 5, 10, 15-minute detour to end up drowning in. Yeah, let me go back to over here for now. Really zeroing in on some of these cells, yeah. Yeah, this thing, I've been really watching it for a while there, but it's the velocity has stayed, with the exception of a couple scans there. Rocket, it's still been broad rotation. It hasn't been compact couplets. Yeah, JLA. Yeah, we were just talking about that with the Weather Channel. I've had that a few times with the guys walking by with their shirts off real slow or whatever, while the guy on TV is like, looks like he's about trying to not blow away in a 150 mile an hour wind. Danae, the hook is typically what you'd see in supercell thunderstorms that are mesocyclones, or in other words, in simple terms, that are rotating and that have the greatest likelihood to produce tornadoes. So on this image here, and I'm not saying there's a tornado here, so just note that, but it has a general look of it, is this right here. So you have this, and then you kind of have this little thing like this that kind of comes around like that. This area here is kind of the hook, and that's where you'd see the tornado happen, right in there, if there was. And again, I'm not saying there's a tornado here, but it gives you an example. Bad medicine. So our stream has been on for 7 hours, and so when we started to stream, the coverage here was on the tornado emergency in the Jonesboro, Arkansas area, primarily just north and just northeast of Jonesboro. National Weather Service, I'm sure, will be out tomorrow doing some surveying in those areas, and we'll find out exactly what did or didn't occur. But there was a tornado emergency issued earlier, and that's what we've been covering from the beginning. And then we've just progressed here as the storms have progressed. Kimberly, I see that, another flash flood warning. I think we're going to see more of that, and I think in Mississippi and Alabama, the mode is definitely transitioned to, earlier in the evening in Arkansas, tornadic. Then it became more hail, and it's congealing into these bigger lines, squall line type things that are in some ways kind of moving, where part of it is training a bit. And I think from that perspective, we're transitioning into what often happens as you get later in the night in some of these situations where it turns into a flash flood threat. And I think we're starting to see that. Bonnie, you're saying you're near San Francisco now, but you were originally from Mississippi, so you've reversed it. You've gone from severe weather, tornadoes, not ocean spring, maybe a hurricane type activity, to the earthquakes. Guess you can't get away from it really at all unless you go to Michigan, probably. There's very few places that you can really say are prone from all of it. Michigan's probably one of those areas they get a lot of snow and lake effect, but there's no earthquakes there. They don't often get tornadoes. They don't have hurricanes.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Oklahoma.
Yeah, if you look at this right now, Fort Smith is literally just on the outside of all the severe thunderstorm warnings. It's almost like Fort Smith has a shield up that is keeping these storms from plowing into them. Both of these now are actually developing hook type structure. You got a couple going on here now. You got the one that we've been talking about right here. And then you got right here. For those of you that have been on here earlier, I was saying follow us too if you subscribe here or interested in this. We're on Twitter and on TikTok if you use those platforms. Both of those were at Storm Chaser WX1, the number one, not written out as ONE, but the number one. So at Storm Chaser WX1, all one word. We're on both of those, and we'll be live streaming chasing when we go out. For chase events as well on YouTube here going forward. So definitely appreciate the interest. What we got going on up here? The hail, at this juncture in time, the hail cores, we're down to 4. The biggest hail core right now being actually well north of Fort Smith. This is in the area of looks like Christie to Westville to Watts community area there, or Watts. It's right in that area. That's a sizable hail core right there. There's one that's probably fading out here, it looks like, heading towards Winslow. There is these other ones that are with the more hook cells here near McCurtain. That's not as big, but does have hail certainly with it. Severe thunderstorm warning. This is the newer one that was issued 6 minutes ago. 60 and quarter size hail. Yeah. They're not putting any sort of other verbiage on. It's just 60 mile an hour and quarter size hail on this thing. So even though it's got that hook appearance to it, looks like we're doing all right now. Yeah, that's the one, Kimberly, that I was just talking about up here. That's the biggest hail core that's out there at this point by Christie and Watts community. 2-inch hail, they're saying on the official warning, and that was 4 minutes ago. The updated warning, 2-inch hail. They're saying, yeah, prepare immediately for large destructive hail capable of producing significant damage. So yeah, wouldn't wanna be under that one right now. Zoom out for a second here. Let's go back over and take a quick look at Alabama and Mississippi. See what's happening there. Well, you know what, actually, this could be some good news. Let's take a look at this. And that line's still pretty active in Alabama. It's looking for some weakening trend there. It's definitely dropping south towards Birmingham, bringing some heavy storms there, and then over towards Tupelo. Let's see what we got going on there still. Tupelo now is in the heart of it now. I know there were some questions about Tupelo earlier. Yeah, Matthew, chasing storms and working can be a challenge. It's not always easy to get out, lots of times. And severe weather doesn't usually like to work around work schedules for any of us, so yeah. Yes, Alabama, Mississippi definitely transitioning into a primarily heavy rain threat. Strong storms with heavy rain, maybe some smaller hail. Primary severe threat definitely still here in Oklahoma and Arkansas. But even here, we're down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. Cell coming toward Memphis. Maybe there's something over there. I haven't looked in the Memphis area recently. I think Memphis was clear though for right now. Why is it not updating here? Yeah, I think Memphis is clear at this point for right now. You know, Benjamin, that is it's a great question. Neither are places you want to be when there's a tornado bearing down. As history has shown, unfortunately. So right now we're down to yeah, 3 severe warnings are still showing on here. Of those 3, the 2 with the hooks are actually starting to, those are definitely starting to fade, I feel like. Those are definitely starting to fade a bit. The hail cores are coming down. The hooks are starting to not be as visible. Well, let's take a look at that one. You're asking about the town of some of these towns. McGehee, Arkansas. Okay. Well, I can tell you this. For that town there, at McGehee, Arkansas, you're in a, that area is in a risk of severe, slight risk of severe for Saturday and Sunday. I think more so Sunday. So for later today and Sunday. So there is some risk of severe in that area. So definitely want to keep in touch of the weather. I think with the latest scans here, I think these severe thunderstorm warnings will probably end up, let's see here. Well, they kept it going on this one here, but yeah, it's still got a little bit near McCurtain. I think pretty soon here I'm going to be calling it a night. Taking it pretty far here. I think we've got through much of the activity. Certainly in Alabama, Mississippi, we've transitioned to flash flood threat and just storms in the area, but not major severe. I think in Oklahoma, there is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is issued here southeast of Fort Worth. It looks like, or Fort Smith. It's getting late. Is that a new one? It says 21 minutes. Yeah. It's only till 3:45, so they only issued it for 20 minutes. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. So yeah, appreciate everybody's support on here tonight. Glad you found it interesting and informative. Like I said, we'll continue to do these as we're able to moving forward. So appreciate your support. Would love it if everybody would subscribe. Help us keep rolling with things here and give us some more options to do stuff on the page and so forth. So yeah, again, subscribe here if you can. Would love that. Like I mentioned before, we're on Twitter and on TikTok. Both of those at Storm Chaser WX1. So we're on both of those forums, and yeah, we'll continue to be broadcasting here going forward, and looking forward to being able to live stream some storm chasing on YouTube when we're able to as well. So
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas.
Check this last severe thunderstorm warning here. Matthew, I'm in Central, so it's 3:25. Yeah, Fort Smith. Fort Smith looks like it's got a shield up to keep those storms away because they've all kind of gone around Fort Smith. That's Road Dogs. All right, let me check that last warning that just came out just to make sure. About a minute.
There is one new severe thunderstorm warning for Arkansas and Oklahoma.
All right, southeastern Benton County in northwestern Arkansas, northern Washington County in northwestern Arkansas, and then northeastern Adair County in northeastern Oklahoma until 4:30 a.m. Central. Golf ball size hail is the hazard that they're identifying. And then Logan, let's see here. Southwestern Logan County in western Arkansas, northern Scott County in western Arkansas, and west central Yell County in central Arkansas. That's till 3:45 Central, so for another 20 minutes. 60 mile an hour wind gusts up to, and quarter size hail. All right. So those are what's going on there for the warnings. Again, right now, if you're going to track here on your own after we close out the stream, watts. It's basically the biggest hail core at this point. If you want to keep an eye on it right at this moment, is Watts Community. That's still a sizable one. And that's the one we were just talking about that they're saying golf ball size hail for. And then also down by McCurtain, that one's still pretty decent as well. That's heading towards Worcester and Poteau, I think it is. All right, everybody. So yeah, we'll look for us moving forward. Hit the subscribe button. Appreciate it, and check us out on Twitter and TikTok if you have those at StormChaserWX1, all one word. So, all right, thanks for joining, everybody. Appreciate the support. It's been fun, lively, enjoying having the weather chat with all of you as well, just around what's going on. And now I'm going to be thinking about Jim Cantori and Thunder Snow heading off to sleep here. Todd, I'm glad you enjoyed it. Come back. Be sure to come back. We'll be back. Hope everybody stays safe. If you're in some of these areas in eastern Oklahoma or into western central Arkansas tonight, make sure you got your weather radios set, or be prepared to get warnings. However, through mobile and other means. So still a risk of severe overnight into the morning hours. So definitely try to have a way to get your alerts. So all right, everybody, thank you, and we'll talk to you soon.